Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. What's going on, y'all? So, yes, I'm probably gonna do a panel today in the morning, like now, in a minute, not now, right? So, once again, let's like, share, subscribe, hit that super chat. Um, and Mr. Z wants to start off with a little story because Mrs. Z wanted me to tell y'all this story. So, for those of you that know, last week was Miss Z's birthday, and so obviously we both work, so we decided to celebrate it. And Mr. Z did stuff for her on the weekend. Well, I actually bought her something before her birthday, and then we celebrated after her birthday. Okay, all right, babe. If you listen, I'm telling them the story. I'm telling them the story. So Miss Z wanted me to do a live yesterday, and I'm sorry to everyone. Look, I missed so much yesterday because when we came back to the crib, I knocked the hell out. Z was out, and I was out cold. Like I was gone, all right, for hours. So, yeah, anything that happened after, I don't know, 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday, up until about 12 o'clock, I don't know, right? So, yeah, so Mr. Z bought Miss Z to a really nice upscale restaurant, down here in South Florida, and you know, once we walked in, it became really evident that one table was going to be a problem, right? Um, and there was a bar that the this restaurant has a bar on one side, and then the dining area is on another side. But there is like a halfway wall that separates the two. But you can see across the wall, and you can hear across the wall, obviously, because it's not a full. It's almost like a shelf, right, that separates the two sides. Mr. and Mrs. Z sitting on one side, obviously the dining area side, and we're sitting right against the wall, which is not a bad thing, right? Um, and there's a drunk white lady at the bar, loud as hell, right? Looking like God, Miss Z told Mr. Z the name of this Marco Ruby. Marco, is that the name of the lady? The white chick from the Wolf of Wall Street movie with Leonardo DiCaprio? That's her name? Marco Ruby? Is that her name? Um, yeah, so white lady looking like an older, um, slightly more ran through version of her, right? So she's the drunk white lady on the other side, which I didn't get to see until like towards the end. Anyway, my lady had a better view of her. Okay, cool. Um, but she was an issue. Margot Ruby. Thank you, Margot Ruby. All right, thank you, Trell and Neymar. Thank you. Right? Yeah. So, um, yeah. Okay. How am I gonna not talk about these sisters and their weight and the fact that they were shaped like boxes? Um. All right. We walk in. We sit down. Before we can even sit down, you could tell what table is gonna be an issue. First, it's a table of one, two, three or four black women. The light skinned one looks like a Down syndrome version of B Simone, but she sounds just like B Simone. Her voice is B Simone's voice. And she's loud and obnoxious, like loud. Remember, this is a nice restaurant. This is an upscale restaurant, right? And homegirl is loud, and you could like she's one of those look at me loud. I could see why because looks wise, meh. Anyway, and then next to her is there's a petite dark skinned sister there, and then there's this really heavy set sister at the table too. Like ain't no thick nothing. This is just heavy, right? There's the nah, right? So standard issue black woman stuff. Let's call it thing a thing. Standard issue black woman stuff. Um, but the heavy set sister is the heavier set sister is not the one being loud. The petite sister is not the one necessarily being loud. As a matter of fact, she was the one that spoke the least, probably. But that light skin, built like a refrigerator box ass sister. Oh boy, the B Simone sounding sister, loud as hell. Okay, we're eating. Me and my lady are enjoying our meal, our drinks, everything. We're making it through, right? And I don't blame the restaurant at all. They did what they had to do, try to keep things, settled. And then here's the highlight of the night. Um, White lady gets up, leans over the about foot plus wide shelf that's separating the dining area from the bar area, and starts speaking across, damn near like inches away from my lady. I could tell y'all what Mr. Z wanted to do, and it wasn't going to be pretty, and I probably would have had to do jail time. Speaking across to the table with the black girl. So here's the thing: the black girl table. I guess they were waiting for their homegirl whose birthday it was. She was another heavy set young lady, short. What they said, short, stout, heavy set. Came in with her boyfriend. You could see. You know what? I'm not gonna do it. He didn't do anything wrong. Let's just say everything matched, right? Like he wasn't heavy, but you could tell why he's with her. Anyway, whatever. The young lady that who birthday it was, she didn't necessarily do anything wrong. She came in and the table full of black women, they made all the noise. Ah, happy birthday, surprise, whatever. Okay, cool. They made too much of a scene, but it still wasn't the worst part. So the white lady who she was passing by, she decided to lean over from the bar side over to the dining area side, started speaking to loudly the table with the black women. They talking back to her. So the whole entire bar and dining area are privy to their conversation. They've just destroyed everybody's mood right now. And this is the thing, right? Drunk white lady is being a drunk white lady, but light-skinned black woman exposed herself a little bit later. I'll get to that. Y'all like, share, subscribe, Mr. Z giving y'all story time with Z, right? So she the drunk white lady is telling us how she's an attorney and she has a Benz outside wrapped with her business logo. For those of you that don't know what wrap is, it's like when you see those cars with the graphics and it says a business name, not just on the side. I mean the whole entire car, right? And think of it as like wallpaper for cars. So her car is wrapped in her business logo or whatever it is. You see what I'm saying? Trail says Karen versus Keisha. Really though. And so her Benz outside is wrapped in her logo, and then the B Simone signing chick is telling us how her boyfriend is in law school, and she says it like I kid y'all not, because like when you say something and like you say it to someone and they're like, I don't know, and then it's proven, and then you're like, and you look at them like, okay, now what? So light skin B Simone signing chick sister, yeah, my man is in law school, and what she said, I can't wait to spend all of his lawyer money. Like, I'm not kidding. This is she really said it. She said it. So dear men, you gotta be plying on your damn paycheck, right? So she says that, and they're just going back and forth, and they're just being loud and obnoxious. They disrupted the energy of the entire establishment at this point, right? And other than them, everybody else, from the angle I'm looking, I can see the entire dining area. I can see the entire dining area from my angle. The entire dining area face was a face full of disgust. Everyone, right? And the dining area was mixed with white people and black people. You had couples in there, you had families in there, and everybody at this point was just looking like, okay, so this is a thing now. Like, we were tolerating it before, but now y'all have taken it from, let's say, 8 to 11, right? So the one of the waiters comes out and he's like, ma'am, you know, people are dining, you're disrupting the peace. So he's saying that to the drunk white lady, and she's so loud. She's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I just was. Okay, okay, get out of here, get out of here. All right, so she finally ends, and the lights. This is so all of that. Mr. Z was already annoyed. Clearly, when Mr. Z got mad is when the light skinned black woman says, everybody here is so boring and like we're enjoying our time. Like when you're on the wrong side, but you still, and this is like a attention whoring like type of energy, right? Like everybody else is boring, right? This is when you get into like that non-playable character, that NPC type comment that these lamoids are doing. Shout out to you, Elon Musk. You Afrikaner, you anyway. Okay, leave that alone, Z. Leave that alone. That whole non-playable character, like the whole world revolves around me, and like I don't care if I disturb everyone in the world as long as I'm having my fun, right? So it's very inconsiderate. But what's considerate, right? So the young lady goes on to say once again, her man is in law school. She can't win. She can't wait to be drinking mimosas or whatever she said on boats, and she can't, she's just spent all his little lawyer money. Her words, literally verbatim. She's saying, "Oh, look at that man over there. Look how he looks so boring." Like, essentially what she's saying is like everyone else who's not acting like her are a bunch of lames, and we're boring. And she's the one who knows how to have fun. Her and the drunk white lady. Right? So, other than that, it was a great weekend. Right? Z took his lady to go see Blue Beetle. We went out to a little Asian restaurant down here called Kapow. I don't know if it's a franchise, but I don't know if they have it in other places in the country. So took my lady up to see some friends. We went out to eat at Kapow. Then the next night, right, obviously, then we went to the mall. I gave her some money to spend and whatever the hell. And then we went to really nice, let's just say it's like Ruth Chris level nice. So not all the way at the very tip top of like extravagant, but maybe a step or two down, right? So it's still a nice restaurant. Let's say it's on the same level of Ruth Chris. Yeah. So there's that. And Miss Z says none of her friends were really co-signing her nonsense, though. Yeah, you're right, babe. Yeah, you're right. They were extreme. Look, she was extremely loud. The B. Simone Simon chick was so loud. And the young lady whose birthday they were celebrating, at one point she got up to use the restroom. And when someone acts like they're celebrating you and it's all about you, but really it's all about them. So when the young lady, when it was her birthday, when she got up to go use the restroom, Homer was like, "Yes, look at you, 1 and 2 and 3," and she's counting her steps. Right. And I didn't catch when she said this, but my lady caught when she said this, and she told me this later. She was like, and she said something along the lines like, "I wish my friends would pour into me like that." In other words, like, all the rest of you don't get it. I'm pouring into her. I'm really trying, y'all. I'm really trying not to use profanity right now. It's like, no, chick, this is really about you. This is really about you. This is not about her and her birthday. This is about you. You were loud from before she got here. You were like being so extra with the waiter. "Oh, y'all make sure y'all gonna bring me my drinks, but make sure bring the shots first." And she was being loud about it. Just there's no, you could not be sitting anywhere in the dining area or the bar and not hear her. Same thing with the white lady. You could not be sitting anywhere in the dining area or the bar. And this place is not a little cramped place either. It's a decent size inside. But both of them were competing, right, on volume, and then when they got together, like two hurricanes meeting, right? It's Ruth Chris, Namer. It's Ruth Chris. It's like it's a nice steak, chain restaurant here in America. They're pretty upscale, but they're not like the tippy top, but they're pretty high up there. Yeah, and their prices are too. But yeah, it's a nice it's a nice chain restaurant. I bought my lady to there, bought her there also. But yeah, so, and other than that, birthday went Great, right? What did you say, babe? Like, birthday was great, but this one situation was so annoying, right? And me and my lady had a whole conversation about it. She's like, I never felt the need to be like that, right? I never felt the need like because the B Simone chick was just doing too much, and you could tell it's not about the young lady whose birthday it was because she was relatively reserved and quiet. Her and her man came in, they sat down. You didn't hear nothing from him, right? But the B Simone chick who claimed she was pouring into her friend, you're not pouring into her. You have made yourself the center of attention. You're one of those people where it got to be about you, even when it's someone else's day. It's still about you. It's actually extremely selfish. It's actually extremely, extremely selfish and self-centered, right? Because she was the main one talking to the drunk lady when the drunk lady leaned over. Oh yeah, again on the drunk white lady. So she had to use the restroom, so she had to cross from the bar area to the dining area at one point. But you have to go pretty much all the way to the end of the hall and then come across to the dining area. And when she was doing that, she made eye contact with you. She was like, "Oh, I'm sorry again." Right. And then when she was crossing over, she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm crossing through the dining area. I gotta make sure I'm quiet because I'm looking at her. We're making eye contact. I'm looking at her with a face of disgust, right? You know when you're shaking your head, no, like this is ridiculous." And like she gave Z that kind of look, and I'm like, lady, I wouldn't urinate on you, right? First of all, I'm not into white women. Never have been. There's like one or two little random. You're like, oh, okay, she's cute. She's cute enough. When they when they say straight for the stroke, she's straight for the stroke. But I've just never been. Um, and she makes eye contact, and I'm just in disgust of the fact that you made all this noise in this scene, and then you teamed up with the loud B Simone sounding chick, and y'all having a who can be louder loud off, essentially, right? And no placeholder. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the other super sticker, right? And and she crossed over and then she came back and then you see her leaving with her man, and her man is like some like middle aged to older, bald, kind of diesel white dude. Which you, by the way, you heard nothing from him the whole night, right? He was not the one that was. You didn't hear him. I don't even know if I know how this man's voice sounds, right? I wonder if they're married or if they're just dating or if he's just getting her liquored up so that can handle some business later. But wow, right? So it was ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And this is like and I was wrong because I was betting my lady earlier. I was like, I guarantee you none of them chicks have a man. I guarantee you none of them chicks have a man. And then the B Simone chick, well, she actually said she had a man. So if we're taking her word for it, which I take her word for it, she has a man, and the man is in law school. Godspeed, young man, Godspeed. Good luck on you, because I don't know if homegirl is like this now, player. Oh, have fun. Have fun. If she's like this now, you give her a baby and put a wedding ring on her. Oh, have fun. You let her get your last name, and that's if she's not one of those feminist chicks that don't want your last name. But you give her your last name, have fun. Right? I wish the whole black man. No, y'all couldn't be there because y'all would have be calling her all type of B words and H words and tell her to shut the F up forever, because homegirl was and it took a lot. It took a lot, right? To not walk up and yo, shut the F up. Like, right? And the fact that you think that you're doing, like, I wish I had friends to pour into me like that. It's not about her. It's about you. It's about you. You're one of those people. Either your self-esteem is shot or even worse, right? Your ego knows no bounds, either way, you have to be the center of attention. You could tell she's one of those people. How loud she was being, and I'm like, this is because I wondered if she was drunk also, and it's very possible she could have been drunk also. But between her and the loud white lady, the loud drunk white lady, it was too much, right? So anyway, that's the end of that story. I can't take it anymore. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Right? It was just that bad. All right. So um obviously, because this is happening in my state, Jacksonville shooting, for those of you that don't know, we had a mass shooting in Jacksonville. Fugly looking, chubby, neck beard having white dude tries to go into HBCU. He's shoot away by the security, and then he goes to what, a 7-Eleven or something like that, and kills 3 black people. He's targeting black people. He's hunting black people. From my understanding, his family called 911 and told him what his mission was or what he was on. Yeah. So, um, my condolences to the families. Um, Yeah, obviously Ron DeSantis found a way to make this like it's not, you know, found a way to kind of play down the fact that his type of policies and his type of telling of history is kind of how we get here. Ronnie, you loser. Y'all better hope. I've been telling y'all from the beginning, y'all better hope this man don't become president. I've been saying it from the beginning. He is a social justice warrior, just one on the right. And that's why I tell brothers, this is what I'm saying to all the black men, part of the Black Manosphere. Be careful who you align with. You know, and I got to hear a bit of GG's Green Gorilla's stream with BGS and Keep It 100 with Marcus the other day. And Green Gorilla said the same thing that Mr. Z is telling y'all. Be careful not to pretty much not to vote to the right just to spite the women. I get it. Black women vote Democrat at some 90 some odd percent. I get it. I get it. But be careful who you decide to get in bed with. Be careful. Because on the right is nothing but, minus maybe Chris Christie, maybe. And we're going to get into the Republican debate in a minute. But minus Chris Christie, just about everybody else on that panel is a slime ball. Right? So just be especially DeSantis. And you'll be damned if you think Ramaswamy ain't a slime ball. Right? Just a young slime ball. An Indian slime ball. Right? So, yeah, so the shooting happened in Jacksonville. Jacksonville is a distance from where I am. Obviously, I'm in South Florida, and Jacksonville is all the way up north, right? All the way up north. So, yeah, but um, you know, Duval County, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, we're gonna have this. We already know black people are the number one victims of this kind of racial attack, of hate crimes, right? We already know this, and it's been that way, well, since they've been keeping record. Um, so we know this, and I want people to be mindful of this, and be careful and be vigilant of your surroundings. From my understanding, the young man took himself out at the end. Um, yeah. So where's the black people that benefited from this, Mister DeSantis? Right? Didn't you say some black people benefited from slavery? Right? Or learn skills that could benefit. How did they benefit from this? There's that, right? Which are kind of trying to break down history as if there's this kind of black violence responding to white violence, or white violence responding to black violence. All you lame tap dancing Negroes that co-sign, or that Ron DeSantis used to co-sign this curriculum, where are you? Right? Where are you? These are these are the people that, and we know it, right? We saw it with Bill O'Reilly. We see it with Candace Owens. We see it with all these people. Um, they hype these people up, right? through through their interviews, through their shows, right? They hype these people up with all the worst type of language and rhetoric, and they just hype these people up. They talk all type of crap about black people and black culture and black this and black that. And then when one of the people that's closer to the edge mentally goes out and does something, right? In their name, oftentimes puts their name in a manifesto, then these people start backtracking. Oh, well, it's not me, and I shouldn't be, I shouldn't be held responsible for what this person does. All of a sudden, that's why I continue to bring up the fact that the New Zealand shooter put Candace Owens' name in his manifesto. What does a racist white man literally halfway around the world have in common with this black woman in the US? Right? But when you playing footsie with Nazis, literally, right? And you playing down slavery, literally, and you're being used by the racist right to obscure the fact that the vast, damn near the entire black female electorate don't F with them, then of course, right? You know, then of course. So I want us to be careful. Um, once again, this political season is going to be this season is going to be insane, especially with this kind of culture warring that's going on right now. Wow, this is going to be horrible. This is going to be horrible because people real lives are getting caught up in not even just political points. We've moved past that, and people still not talking about the money. We've moved past that. This is not political points, right? This is who can spite the other side. Excuse me, who can spite the other side, right? So I want us to be mindful of that. And as I said before, be vigilant because you know I'm waiting to see if there is a manifesto. Like I said, we understand that he tried to go to take shout out to that HBCU. He tried to enter HBCU and he was shoot off by the security. Shout out to the security. Shout out to the security. Y'all tell me where are all the, and this is for DeSantis, where are all the black people that are traveling hundreds of miles, traveling across state lines to go kill random white folks? Where are the black people doing that? With your both and lame ass, Mr. DeSantis, right? The white guy that killed the homeless black guy, traveled across how many states to go to New York to kill the homeless black guy? The other one in New York that traveled to upstate New York to kill, to walk into a store to kill black people. You have this guy. How often does this have to happen? In Dear Left, this is bigger than just gun violence. You're never going to get rid of guns in America. It's not a thing. You can make it illegal today. Have fun trying to get guns from people. Take their guns. Have fun. You want to cause a mass shootout in America? Have fun trying to get the guns from people when you make it illegal. If you were able to. Have fun. And what you will be able to do is the law-abiding citizens, you'll be able to get their gun, and then all the people that want to do stuff like this will be able to do stuff like this because they're not giving up their guns. Has the war on drugs taught you nothing? If people want to get it, they're going to get it. And if they want to be able to hide it from you, most likely, especially if they're not being loud about it, they'll be able to hide it from you. Right? Thank you for the super chat, Big Kev. And Big Kev says, DeSantis is lying by omission. Oh, of course. Of course. That's the name of the game. Who said we have to be honest, right? That's the name of the game. Colby, and you see what I'm saying? Bro, you can 3D print guns now. Exactly. These politicians are not even like they're like barely keeping up with the times. Like barely. And well, that's another thing what happens when you have a whole bunch of older Xers, boomers, and even a couple of silent generations still in Congress. Holding on to that power and all those not really set asides. All that power, just holding on to it for dear life. Right? That special treatment they get from people. They don't ever want to let it go. Having strokes right in front of people. Literally like dying in Congress. Literally. Right? So, you know, that's the Jacksonville piece. The election, we'll talk about that when I bring y'all up. Shout out to y'all that checked out the video with the LGBTQ sisters, the same-sex loving sisters, and y'all caught what Mr. Z caught. These women even say themselves they need men in their lives, right? Thank you, Nema. Exactly. Congress full of geriatrics. Congress is full of geriatrics. Exactly. Exactly. Right? John Jones said that job security is crazy. Brother, man. Yeah. Yeah. What do you do after you leave Congress? What, write your 18th book? Right? Try to be a professor. Like, that's the name of the game. Either be an advisor to some corporation, be a lobbyist, or be a professor. That's like that's where they go. Right? GC said Nimrod going after Kamala first. Indian on Indian crime. Oh man. Y'all get y'all curry chicken ready. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Who's gonna officiate it? Right? What's my man name? The comedian. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Not Aziz. The tall brother, the tall comedian. He's the one who gave the press. He was the comedian for that. Oh, y'all know who I'm talking about. His name is right there too. I can't believe I forgot this man. Why do I forget these guys' names or these people's names when I actually need to remember it? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Somebody's gonna put it up eventually. Yeah, him. Whoever it is. Hassan, thank you. Hassan Minaj. That's who I'm speaking about. Thank you, GC. Hassan Minaj. Yeah, name a new it. Hassan Minaj. That's exactly what I'm speaking about. Right? Hassan Minaj is going to be the officiator. One of those, right? Although he leans left politically, though, so that'll be interesting. But he's the only person that can really do it. But going on, the LGBTQ conversation with the sisters, speaking about what's going on in the heterosexual world, which was interesting, to hear their take on it. Yeah, right. And I just had, to state the obvious, because it's the obvious. Um, yeah, let's get this up. All right, there we go. Um, as I said before, there are women that are hopscotching, right? They claiming bi, but really bi is just lesbian for stay, right? I'm engaging in same-sex loving relationships until I can end up in the heterosexual relationship I desire, right? I've torched or burned every heterosexual relationship I've ever been in. I'm the real issue, so I'm gonna like engage in like same-sex loving relationships until I can meet the man and keep the man that I actually desire. Much of this whole like bisexual thing, that's what it is. And I'm not telling those sisters nothing new. They already know, right? I'm not saying anything, new to them. They have to engage with those women, right? Yeah. Y'all give Z 1 second. Okay, there we go. All right. So what else? Yeah, and if y'all, by the way, anything I covered this week, we can bring that up. So yeah, that I just found that interesting, and the reason why I covered it once again was just just to hear what same-sex loving women have to say about the relationship between men and women, the intimate relationship between men and women. And as one of the young women said, um, yeah, listening. By the way, that's what it sounds like when women date men, and they actually conceded that. They actually conceded that they know that women sound crazy when it comes to dating men. And one of them said like she understood the why Kevin Samuels will respond the way he did with many of those women, right? Because whatever standards y'all think they put as on you ladies as masculine presenting women, you don't even want to know how women speak to men. If they speak to y'all crazy as masculine presenting women, you don't even want to know how these ladies sound when they're speaking to men. The insanity, right? The insanity. And no, these women don't actually want true equality, right? Or anything egalitarian. That's BS. And as you ladies heard, because y'all watch maybe a couple of Kevin Samuels clip, but across the interwebs, there's just nothing but videos. No matter where you go, white, black, Latina, no matter where you go, are women pretty much telling you, yeah, we say that egalitarian stuff, but we don't really mean it, right? And let me read Better Use comment before we get too far off. And thank you for the super chat. And Better Use says the most important thing is the money, and they both agree on the money. So they got to keep you distracted with stuff like what a girl is fighting intersectional injustice in public parks. Look, oh, I'm sorry, intersectional injustice in public parks. Look, I agree with this. I agree with this. The left and the right agree that they got to keep the money amongst themselves, the elites on the left and the right, and they'll have you fighting the good old culture war fight that brings you nothing, right? That brings you nothing. And there's a whole lot of people that love to engage in that, and Mr. Z is always like, for what? Right? And Mr. Z engages in well, let's be very clear. Mr. Z engages in the culture war a little bit, but it's way bigger than that. It's about the resources. And unlike Chrissy, right? I'm not going to tell my subscribers to hope and pray and wish and actually plot on these other people, these unsuspecting people, and just get yours, right? We're going to actually speak about what's in the environment and what the environment, what some of these politicians, what some of these entertainers are helping to produce, right? We speak about modernity over here. We speak about what's actually going on, right? So yeah, so the LGBTQ conversation. What else did I bring out this week? The little infomercial from Revolt, which is about a month old. Mr. Z missed that, so I don't know if anyone else in the Black Manosphere covered it, but I had to bring that to y'all. The little Revolt infomercial about black women and white men, and they literally said black women and white men. They didn't say black women in interracial relationships. They did not say black women and dating non-black men or marrying non-black men. They said white men in particular. And Mr. Z once again feels vindicated because I told y'all it was all about the white penis. I told y'all it's not about Latino men. They don't have the status enough. It's not about Asian men. Even the Asian men that have the money, they don't have the status enough. It is about white men. And now black women slowly but surely are just coming out and saying it. We wish we were Asian women, right? We wish we were Asian women. We want to be white women. We want to be white women. We want to be politically and socially white women, right? So that's very important. So on Revolt, they just straight up said it. Now, they kind of fudge some of the numbers to prove their point. 12% of marriages, right? 12% of black women getting married are marrying outside of the race, but they didn't really say it like that, right? They didn't say the honest truth. Only 4% of black women are married outside of the black race. 4% of all black women, all marriageable age black women, right? And Allspat says the revolt thing has pretty low views. LOL. I was looking for at least 100K from the sisterhood. Look, most of them probably don't know, but if you go through the comments, it's the usual, right? It's the usual kind of insanity and anti-black male rhetoric and et cetera, et cetera. You know what's very interesting is and this is what what I took away or what I take away. Perfect. What I take away from BGS and May's conversation, what I took away from all the conversations Kevin Samuels had with women, what I took away from when Roger had the young lady call in that was a failed swirler and the white Latino husband and DV'd her and all this other stuff. What you take away from these things is these women get to live in their delusion amongst their friends because nobody ever challenges what they say until a black man, usually a black man in the Black Manosphere, challenges what they say. And then you walk them through their feelings. I didn't say thoughts, their feelings. And then you get to the conclusion that half the time they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Right? And the reason why I'm bringing that up in this conversation is to say, you know, you read these comments from these ladies about how great non-black men are, right? And how great particularly white men are and how horrible black men are. And it's just a chorus of other black women who agree, and the women that disagree, they don't say anything, right? That's always the most interesting thing. The black women, and that's why Chrissy gets so upset when a black woman actually says something, right? Same thing with Kim Foster. When you have a great man, and that's interesting because Kim Foster kind of bigged up her man too, but when you have that great relationship with a black man, you're supposed to be quiet while other black women tear into black men, right? You are supposed to stay quiet while other black women just rip black men a new one. And these women, this is the beauty of, like I said, Kevin Samuels, the Roger Report, BGS. You see, as BGS walked May, and it took an hour to slowly walk her to the place where she had to admit, oh yeah, this society prefers black women, and black women are really they run the black community. They're the matriarchs, and so whatever happens, it's on us, right? It took him an hour to walk her through that, and just not the time, the skill to cut through the BS, cut through all the sly comments, because you know sisters got sly comments, because it's always to throw you off the mission. So you could go off, well, why'd you say that? And why do you have to say it like that? No, 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 no. And BGS with his skill kept on steady going along and finally got to the point where he made her admit, yeah, so the black community is a matriarchy. And once you own the fact that the black community is a matriarchy, everything else makes sense, because let's just call a thing. No man worth his salt as a man is gonna deal with that. That's why, dear black women, if you haven't gotten it yet, let Mr. Z spell it out for you. Men with means are not dealing with that. And there you go. So why are all the men with money? Why do they leave? That's why they leave. It's not about you being black. No man with options is gonna be in a relationship with a woman who thinks she runs things, especially when he's the money. What are you, on drugs? Right? Y'all heard what Gabrielle Union said? Why she pay her half of the bills? Because Wade told her straight up, hey, listen, I'm paying the bills over here, player. And that lets you know she'd rather pay half the bills so she could get her little digs in and her little say so than having him pay all the. If y'all didn't catch what Gabrielle Union was really saying, because you heard a lot of women kind of make comments and they didn't get to the crux of it. Gabrielle Union want to be an a-hole sometimes in that house, and D Wade pretty much told her, hey, I'm paying bills, I get last say so over here. What they say, the buck stops here, right? What the Roger Report says, my family told me you got to pay the cost to be the boss, and Gabrielle Union said, yeah, no. Right? You got to pay the cost to be the boss, ladies. And what you saw with Kevin, with the Roger Report, with BGS speaking to May, is that they want you to pay for them to be the boss, for them to run it, right? Up until something goes catastrophically wrong in the relationship, and then you come up, you clean it up, and then you hand her back the steering wheel. Where they do that at, right? And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? And I'm tying that to the revolt conversation by saying, dear black women, if you think white men signing up for that, they not. They're not. Y'all can brag about, oh, we have a lower divorce rate when we were white men. Yeah, what about that marriage rate? Of course the divorce rate is small because y'all ain't getting married. Y'all don't want to have the conversation about how many of these white guys are knocking y'all up. Y'all don't want to have that conversation. Right? You don't want to have the conversation about how many of y'all are the sexual plaything for some non-black man, and there's no wedding ring in sight. It's never going to happen. You don't want to have that conversation. So Revolt puts out this little hit piece against black men while worshiping at the altar of white men. Right? Well, let's see, ladies. The beauty of the internet is that black women are so loud and the internet's forever. Let's see where that's why I keep on saying 20 years. Hopefully, many of us, most of us, especially for the Xers and down, hopefully we'll still be alive. And we can see in 20 years, did all of this propaganda, did all of this Chrissy and Yanni and Paris and Cynthia G and Shira 7 and all of them, Lexus Exodus and Mahogany Pink, Crystalline Kerosene, let's see if in 20 years, all that advocacy that you ladies have been making over the better part, at that point, it'll be 30 years of social media content. Let's see if it did anything, if it moved the numbers an inch. Because y'all don't even know what's going on. And the ones of you that do know, lion-ass, coward-ass Chrissy, ignore it. Dear Chrissy, dear Yanni, the marriage rate is going down anyway. Dear Paris Malone, the marriage rate around America, the whole entire developing world, actually, and developed world, is going down anyway. So this advocacy for black women to date and then eventually marry out while the marriage rate is going down across the country, have fun with that. Right? Better use sis. Cough, cough, Jesse Wu. Ebony K. Williams. Right? So yeah, Revolt put out that hit piece, right? Little infomercial. That's an infomercial. That was a Bob White infomercial. Right? Meanwhile, what story is it when a black woman is getting divorced from the white man? And he got custody of the kids and all this other stuff. Somebody covered this in the Black Manosphere a couple days ago, maybe a week ago. Right? Was it on social media? They've been married for only a couple of years. They were kind of a social media couple. No. Take that back. Z's girlfriend showed him that. Yeah, my lady showed me that. Right? Cringe as hell. Nigerian system, married the white dude. She dancing and twerking with the American flag on her, and while pregnant, by the way. Right? While pregnant, by the way. Has it even been 4 or 5 years later? They're getting divorced, and he got primary custody of the children. Well, there you go. You trying to tell me no ADLS brother told you, hey, all right now, I ain't telling you not to end up with the white dude, but you're doing too much. And if he's co-signing it, then we know what type of white guy he is. Shout out to all you black women who purposely, knowingly date racist white dudes, hoping that one day he's not that person to you, or hoping that you can tolerate it when he is that person to you. Really, that's what it is. You hope you can deal with it. And then eventually it happens and you realize you can't deal with it. Right? Chrissy, old lame ass. You social justice warriors, you end up with white people. You wanted them to embrace black culture. I don't even like you Negroes. Yeah, you heard right. I don't even like you Negroes. And Negroes is not the word she used. Black women, that's not weird to you? That a black woman is trying to buffer you and get you ready to be in a relationship with a racist white guy? Right? Y'all can say what y'all want to say about black men, right? Well, the black guy, and Chrissy, she's so disingenuous. The black men don't even like y'all like that either. Yeah, we ain't calling you the hard N-word. You can say what you want. Negroes ain't calling y'all the hard N-word. Negroes are not telling you to disavow black culture to be with us. Disavow other black people to be with us. Talk crazy about other black people to be with us. Those white guys are saying that, though. Right, right. Exactly, Spain man. When I say the N word, you know I'm only talking about black men, right? And those black women will eat that up. Lameoids, right? And no placeholder. Thank you for the super chat, right? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and thank you for the super chat. No placeholder. No placeholder says, mean girl culture keeps other black women in check. Don't it? Don't it? Right? And that's all these ladies are engaging in on social media. Mean girl culture. Yanni over here with her what she say? Decenter men. Yanni's over here with her decenter men. Every time something happens with one of these swirler divestors and her racist white boyfriend, Chrissy comes out to do damage control. Well, black men do this and black men do that. Where are black men anywhere in this story? Well, that doesn't matter because y'all are trying to throw it in our face, right? Chrissy over here Chrissy has a problem with black men not being rich and white, and she trying to make it seem like black men have a problem with not being rich and white. Black men don't have a problem not being rich and white. Stability will suffice. Nice things are good enough. Chrissy, dear Chrissy, we're not the ones who want to be white. Chrissy, you do. We're not the ones who look in the mirror and say, God damn, I hate this skin tone. You do. Trying to make it seem like you doing this for young black women and young black girls. She put out a video recently. Some sisters done referenced her. Oh, I listen to Chrissy, and Chrissy will get you right. Chrissy gonna teach you how to be a white male worshiper. That's what she's gonna teach you. Right? Her and those Revolt commercials. Have fun. Black women always think they got it when it comes to these non-black men. They think they're gonna put the fire and vagina on them, and that white guy gonna melt, and then he doesn't. Now what? Right? Now what? So yeah, that revolt infomercial was interesting, right? About 8 minutes of black men ain't ish content in that. Right. So what else we got? Oh yeah, so I tied that in. Oh yeah, and the last thing, real talk with Yanni and her you know, what did she say? What did she say? Mr. Z got to hear somewhere. What did real talk with Yanni say again? Call herself a man eater or something like that. Yeah, something like that. Right. Yeah, but so there's that type of talk. It always is. Right. All that weirdo. I'm a man eater. And not in that way. Giggity. Right. I don't get my heart broken. I break hearts. Yanni didn't say that, but essentially. Right. And these are the people, once again, that you are chastised for not making a wife out of. You don't make a wife out of these people. So the Dr. Umar Johnsons are going to tell you how you're at fault. Right. And what did she say? There we go. The girls in this space be calling me a mammy because I'm weird. Girl, I'm a man eater. I'm a Don. I get what I want. Oh boy. I get what I want. Okay, alrighty then. Right? Once again, dark feminine energy talk, right? It's giving dark feminine energy. I love it. Yawn. Like I said, she mentioned Shira 7, right? Supposed to turn into wives, right? And Big Kev says, now Bootstrap and Hotep ninjas can stop blaming black men. They can't do it, Big Kev. They can't do it. It's going to continue. It's going to continue. They can't help it, right? They can't help it. Because what they're going to put it on, right? And, oh yeah, that's another thing that Yanni said. Man eaters eat, mammy starve. That was the whole thing. Man eaters eat, mammy starve. And yeah, Big Kev. So no, they can't help it. It has to be someone's fault, and black women don't want to hear nothing about white supremacy, so they're going to put it on black men. The current state of black America has to be put on black men. If the black community is a matriarchy, if you want to be kind, gynocracy, if you want to be accurate, then there's no way that we're going to be honest and say, hey, black women, y'all been running the community for like 50 plus years, at least 50 years, at least. So what we have is what you wanted. You just don't like the look of it. You don't like the outcome. But what we have is what you wanted. You wanted this. Right? So yeah, Big Kev, I don't see them not blaming black men. It's just not a thing. It's going to continue, right? It's always going to be on black men, right? What was the song? Who was it? You could blame it all on me, right? Was that Akon? I don't know if we want to use Akon for this, right? But yeah. So give me 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna bring y'all on in a minute. Give me 1 second, y'all. But yeah, y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Yeah, but I know this was last minute. This live was last minute, but I was always supposed to. And definitely, like I said, if y'all want to speak about the Republican debate, I know we didn't really get a chance to speak about that. I want to hear what people have to say about that. Anything that I covered this week, definitely, right? Links in the description. Well, links in the comments. So yeah. But yeah. So this week was interesting. Capped it off pretty nice. Going out with my lady, but like I told y'all before, had to be faced with the loud, obnoxious, drunk white lady, and it struck me more too. And I said this to my girl. I was like, that young lady wants to be her. The B Simone sounding chick wants to be that white lady, right? That's the thing for her, right? So go ahead, Naaman. What's going on? What's up with you?
You know we always got to do it there. How you doing with your stinking ass?
What's going on, bro?
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, AB?
By the way, hey AB, I hope we didn't awaken your slumber to this nonsense. So you look like
I want to talk to Z about the Republican debate. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I want to talk to Z about the Republican debate.
What's up?
I've seen bits and pieces of it. Nikki Haley did a lot better than I thought she was going to do.
It wasn't bad. She did flame him and pretty much called him a junior when it came to foreign policy, because he doesn't understand why the U.S. moves the way it does and the intricate geopolitical game that the U.S. is playing, and she pretty much sunned him for that.
You know, talking about Vivid
Ramaswamy. Yeah, Nikki Haley versus Vivek. It was Indian on Indian crime up there. Go ahead.
Hey, look here.
I need to bring that up.
Wait a minute, Namer.
Namer, wait.
Let me get it out. Let me get it out. Here's what I say about Vivid one with Swami. He needs security because if I hear him say anything about black folks again, I'm gonna punch that dude in his face.
Well, he know what game he's playing, right? So like that's the people of color game. The people of color game in the Republican Party is I'm not like those Negroes, and if you need me to, I will definitely chastise them, and I will do the whole look. I came from India with 2 cents in my pocket, or my dad came with nothing in his pocket, or my mom came with nothing in her pocket, and look, in 1 or 2 generations, we're big time millionaires, or we're captains of industry, right? So like Vivek is doing what he's supposed to do as a man of color in the Republican Party, which is like talk down to black people, try to sun black people, do the whole, well, I came here with nothing and you've been here for centuries and look at where I am and look at where you are. It's excuses. So he's doing what he's supposed to do. It's,
you wouldn't have your chance if we didn't have civil rights. So shut the fuck up. But,
yeah, true.
But other than that,
how dare you guys talk about my boy water carrying Mama Swami?
Right.
How dare you?
Hey, your boy got sunned. He got sunned on that debate stage. He got sunned.
Look, I don't know why, but to me, I'm weird because I liked Chris Christie, but maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Oh, you like the heel, huh?
Yeah. You call him what?
The heel of the debate.
Why do you call him the heel of the debate?
Because everybody booed him.
Well, it's like pro wrestling.
Oh yeah, they did, but well, they did boo him, but they booed him because he went at Trump, and I get it. Like people are like, oh, you're holding a grudge against Trump, and so what's the point? He was right.
Are you forgetting something about Christie? Because he did cross with the Kirchners before, you know. Jared Kirshner's
I did not know that.
Prosecuted him.
Oh, he was the one. He was the one. Oh, he was the one.
Okay. That is why Trump hates his guts. I mean, even what's his name? Bill Maher mentioned that, you know. The only reason, you know, even though Christie was trying to be on good terms with Trump, he said, first of all, you prosecuted your son-in-law's father. That's why he fucks with you like that. He don't give a shit about you. He holds that grudge. Yeah. He holds that grudge on behalf of his daughter but anyway.
Hey, wait a minute, Nemo. Wait a minute. GC says Vivek GPT. Yeah, Chris Christie did say that. It was kind of corny, but kind of funny at the same time. When he was like, he sounded like Chat GPT. It was kind of funny. It was kind of funny, but it was corny. It's definitely that was definitely like. Wait, say it again.
They were coming at Ramaswamy all night saying that.
I mean, he was the center. Yeah, because his numbers.
He is a millennial.
Experience. We didn't need on-the-job training.
Yep.
They were coming at that dude all night.
Well, I get it because he shot up in the polls over the past few weeks, and I get it. I understand, but they hyped up his profile, I think, a little bit more than maybe needed to be.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, that's the problem with them continuously going at him, because I would be supremely surprised. I mean, like insanely surprised if Vivek made it out the primary. If he was the candidate, the Republican candidate, I would be like, oh crap! Wait a minute, Republicans, y'all are, you know?
Yeah, he's not gonna come out of there.
Yeah, I doubt it, but I would be surprised.
If Trump falls out, then the person who should pick it up is actually Nikki Haley, and then one of the other governors. It's going to be Pence, and Haley will probably want to be the vice president. They'll be picking her for vice president.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Based on her foreign policy, because she is good at that. Like, the way she sunned Ramaswamy, she was actually right. Like, she sunned him right there, and she made it clear that he didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, well, he doesn't. He doesn't appreciate it, especially when you start talking about Israel. Even though it's like these people are very interesting to me, particularly on the right. Like, they're anti-Semitic while at the same time wanting to protect Israel, but you know they want to protect Israel really on some geopolitical thing as the door and the excuse to be in the Middle East. But they're anti-Semitic at the same time, right? So like that shit always always fascinates me. Yeah, exactly.
My man.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
There's an element of Zionism that feeds into that as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that better. I agree with that. Yeah. But that's the thing. So exactly how you anti-Semitic and a Zionist at the same time? What?
Because there's a thing called Christian Zionism. That's the thing about the
Christian Well, that's because they think the Jews are going to help to bring about the end of the world, and they really want them to play their position. These people are the weirdest.
So, gee, if somebody's useful in your purpose, then or in your mission, it's okay to dislike them, but use them. That's fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called
Kev's right. Kev's right.
Yeah, that's
anyway.
That's Geopolitics 101 and Politics 101. Yeah, I don't like this guy. True. I don't like this group, but you know what? They're useful. I can get them to do good for me.
Yeah, and that's what Vivek misses, right? Go ahead, Emma.
Sometimes I gotta break out the swords and everything on your ass.
Look, man, you're in the middle of like Times Square, right? Or like getting where you fit in. Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, as far as those two. First of all, Haley is Indian. You forget that, but here's the difference between her and somebody who grew up around South Asians. I can tell you, they hate each other. India being large, what it is. Yeah, but then again, you put Vivek next to Kamala Harris, it can get ugly. Why? Because first of all, both of them, in the case of Kamala on her mother's side, both of them are ethnic Tamil, but they're from neighboring states. His family's originally from Kerala. Her family's from Tamil Nadu. That's in the south. There is some rivalry there. Nikki Haley, she's from the northwest part. Her family's Punjabi. Although she converted to Christianity, her family are Sikhs. So however, she could stun him like that for reason. But one group of people really get really fierce with is Bobby Jindal. Because Jindal,
the former governor of Louisiana. Yep.
Whatever happened to him?
Yeah, but let me get to that for a reason. They're both Punjabi.
Yeah, so why do you evaporate?
Her family speak. Would you wait?
Go ahead, Naaman. Go.
Sometimes I gotta go off y'all like what's his face in Norway. God damn it. Anyway, he's by the way. Jindal's actual name is Priyush. Bobby's his nickname. In her case, Nikki is her name.
Wait, what's his real name?
His real name is Priyush Jindal. Bobby's his nickname. Haley, however, her full name is
Nimrata,
Priyush.
right?
Haley, however, her birth name is Nimrata Nikki Randvana. Her parents.
It's Nimrata. Okay.
Nimrata. Nikki is her middle name. Her parents gave her the middle name Nikki. Radvana is her maiden name. She changed it to Haley when she married her husband. But the thing is, she converted from Sikhism to Christianity. The thing is, Jindal's family, they're from Punjab, just like her family's from the Punjab. Only difference is his family's Hindu, she's Sikh. There's that rivalry there, that animosity that's been there because Sikhs were persecuted by Hindus.
Yeah.
So those two cannot stand each other like that. They do not. And Hassan Minhaj, for that matter, his family are from the north. Although his family is Muslim, he's married to a Hindu.
Wow, you got the breakdown.
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah. He actually spoke about that a couple times. Mm-hmm.
He did. He talked about that in his comedy special, Tom King.
Yep.
And he's your age, actually.
Yeah, literally.
Minaj, he's same here as you. And then, but the thing is like Vivek is just playing his position. He's just acting naive like that because he's a millennial. Remember, he's 38 years old, but he's willfully ignorant. Not to mention the dude's from Ohio. What's in Ohio, really? Cincinnati, of all places.
And Indian hotel owners. Go ahead.
Well, it depends on what ethnicity you are. There's a comedian who talks. There's one comedian. He's of Indian descent. He stereotypes all ethnicities from India. Like, what do you? Let me guess. Your family does this and that, right? I knew it. Like, your family's from where? Where was it? I bet your family owns gas stations here, right? Yeah, I knew it.
Hysterical.
What about you? Your what? Oh, I bet you guys have hotels and motels and shit, right? I knew it. And he started using the insult staff for each other.
Mm-hmm.
But it is what it is. But the debates. I'm just surprised nobody really got at it. But understand that. My question is, who's going to be the first to leave? Who's going to be the first to pull out?
Ooh.
Because the thing a lot of people forget is everybody forgets about is like
it's either going to be the governor from Arkansas or the one from the Dakotas, because they really nobody cared what neither one of them were saying.
Yeah.
They're going to pull out. But here's the thing about it, because you got campaign contributors to your people can do your campaigns, right? You're going to be indebted to them. unless you can do something like your home state to legislate or whatever. Anybody else is going to incur debts from from whatever campaign contributions they get or fundraising, because they're beholden to them.
Yeah,
so you got to work stuff now, like work out with certain groups, this, that, and the third, everything. Oh, by the way, just to go off, change the subject a bit, when he mentioned the Christchurch shooter regarding the Jacksonville thing. Mm-hmm. He not only mentioned Candace Owens, he mentioned the shooter up here as his inspiration for doing what he did.
Oh, what's his name? The one that killed the 70-something. That man right there was on a rampage for real. Yeah.
What?
Breivik. He's mentioned him, but yeah.
Right there.
I'm not even gonna say the rest of his name. We'll just leave it right there. Name. No, keep on going on the subject. We won't say his name again. But yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, yeah. The Utoya killer, as we call, because the place he bombed Oslo, the island he killed. That was the
kids, bro. Kids, bro. Shoot.
It wasn't just any kids. It wasn't just any kids, man. Because let's not forget, the Secretary General of NATO, he was the Prime Minister at that time.
Okay.
And the place where they shot up, that was the summer retreat. What?
Are you talking about the fake Crusader?
Right.
Yes.
Funny, Snake. That was funny.
The fake template. All right.
Bro, he was just a jealous dude. But see, even in his, wasn't that the one who in the manifesto he was talking about like how all the like essentially it's like it wasn't black necessarily, but it was like men of color be pulling all the hoes. Didn't he mention that also?
Pakistani in particular.
Yeah. So over there, yeah. Yeah, he was just a little jealous, angry white man.
Which guy with the manifesto are you talking about? Because there's like a whole series of them at this point.
The Norway one.
Killer. The Oslo killer. The Norway killer. The one in 2011.
Yeah. We I don't want to say his name again, but you know who we're talking about, Kepsi.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to. We don't mention his name here. We just mentioned the.
Yeah, that's the standard procedure now. Generate, internalize, your own, hatred, and then, manifest that, write up your manifesto, and then go ahead and execute. That's basically
he was pretty fucked up. He was pretty fucked up. But I'm trying to connect the dots on that one.
And here's the thing too, Neymar. The dude was so far gone. Remember, in the courthouse, he gave the Heil Hitler salute.
Not only that. Because I watched. They only televised certain sessions of the court trial. Right.
Okay.
And I remember he went through 3 psych evaluations. They didn't read out the final verdict until they filled out the final psych evaluation. And when it was said he was deemed sane, then they give him the guilty verdict. Because he said that if he was found not guilty on reason of insanity, he would threaten to appeal that conviction or some shit like that. But anyway, what I'm trying to get
pause right there. What I appreciate about these new dudes is they make sure that you can't say that they're crazy, because that's the same thing. What's his name did? The one in the Carolinas. I ain't gonna say his name neither. That's the same thing he did. Make sure y'all know I ain't crazy. I did what I did knowingly. I'm aware. I just want to offer me some black people. I'm just letting you know that's my issue. I just want to make sure y'all are out of here, and I want to start off the race war. Like that's what he was on.
Yeah, he did say that.
This guy didn't only want to start off the race war because the 77 children and whatnot he killed. That was at the summer retreat of the Labor Party, the Prime Minister Party.
Yep.
He was trying to kill the next generation. He was trying to kill off the next generation of would-be politicians from that party because he blamed that party for the immigration, which is ridiculous considering the fact that as somebody who's gone through the stats regarding immigrants and
the immigration process.
Yes, the immigration process, because I've been through that shit myself. I looked at that and I realized what he was talking about was BS, because the number of immigrants and illegal immigrants that were in Norway at the time was on a decrease. It was like less than 5,000 by 2009.
That's not the point.
That's not. Yeah,
I know. It was debunkable.
The point is that he's a coward. Because if he really wanted to go after the man he's said in his manifesto, he just has to go to the ghettos. But he knew saying he would get his ass whooped.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the one in New York. The one in New York, bro. You're going the wrong direction. If you really want to get it popping, you need to go to Brooklyn or Harlem or Queens. But your coward ass turn the other direction and went upstate. Why did you go upstate? Because you're a coward. If you really want to be around black people and Spanish people, you need to take your ass to one of the boroughs where them niggas waiting.
Anyway,
niggas is waiting, right? You know, so yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, part of the strategy is not to run into a buzzsaw. So
right, exactly.
They're not going to do that. That's part of the cowardice.
Okay, Nema, you got 60 seconds. Wrap up. Everybody else trying to go, and you go. Go ahead.
The Christchurch shooter, he mentioned that individual up in Norway as well as Candace Owen. But this must not forget, his shooting also gave Macron ample ammo to take out a group called the Identitarian. How? Because the Christchurch shooter had posted pictures of himself with leaders of the Identitarian movement, which is a far right movement in France and in Europe. And he donated money to them, and they donated money to him. So they were charged with the funding terrorism. So they were able to shut down that organization with ease up in France and whatnot because of their association with the Christchurch shooter. But and just one last bit, I just want to mention the Norway shooter. In 2015, there was a failed attempt to do a copycat like that because the only person that was killed and with the assailant was a 19-year-old, and he tried to show
that was in Norway again.
Yes, this was in Norway, in a small town, West Oslo. He tried to shoot up a mosque. Here's how dumb this motherfucker is, because he doesn't know nothing about Islam. Because by the time he went there, the prayers were over and it was locked. So when he came in there with the gun, he was easily taken down by this middle-aged Pakistani man who was a former Air Force officer. The only person. Yes.
Oh, talk about bad luck.
A Pakistani. This was a middle-aged Pakistani man who was a retired Air Force officer.
I know what house I'm gonna rob. I'm gonna rob this house. Oh crap! It's Mike Tyson.
No, it's a mosque.
No, I'm playing around. I'm just saying, that's what happened to the white dude that tried to run up in LL Cool J house. Wrong house, nigga.
Stupid mother, like you said.
Right.
He did go to jail for murder.
As he should. Right. But okay.
The only person he killed was his stepmother's adopted daughter who was Asian. A white dude killed an Asian girl.
Well, ain't that par for the course? Shout out to all you Asian women. Anyway, I know what you're saying though. I know what you're saying, David. All right. Next up, okay, whoever got nothing. Kev was trying to go, and then we'll do AB, and then we'll circle around. Yeah. Kev.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking to me, man.
Yes, sir.
There was actually pretty good commentary what you were talking about. And you actually made a really good point. Sometimes you say things, and I know you kind of make a lot of points, and then you kind of move on to the next thing. But that's actually
right. Moseying along. True.
Well, the fact that basically, and you say this on a regular basis, is that the anger is directed at the fact that somehow black men can't elevate black women to a certain status. And the thing is that black men are actually just trying to be what black men are trying to be, whatever it is that is. Yes. If we're great and amazing, and we have a certain level of stability and financial success, and we're moving in society and we're happy, and the woman that we're with is happy, then we're fine with that. We will all love to be multimillionaires, but everybody can't be one, so we understand that. Plus, on top of that, not everybody wants to be a multimillionaire.
Thank you.
Look at the work these guys have to put in. They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't spend time with family. There's a whole lot of things that they don't do in order to get to that status.
Yeah.
Now, once you get there, now you can kind of relax a little bit, and now you got steady state operations, but you have to get there. And for the majority of men, they're just fine with, look, I just want to be a regular dude, living a regular life with a regular family, raising regular kids. One of them might be exceptional. As long as they're not, criminals and problems to society, and they turn out to be good people, and they grow up and they marry good people, then I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Like this whole thing where you gotta, have a certain status and all this other stuff. And
best of the best, sir.
Yeah, exactly. It's and the thing about it is, if they ran into a dude like that, they'd be upset about it. They'd be like, "You're doing too much of this. You're doing too much of that."
Yeah.
So that's why they do that. That's where you get the whole, well, I'm going to show up at the finish line thing. And the problem with the finish line is that once a dude gets to the finish line, he's not going to pick you. He'll pick somebody better than you.
Yep.
You gotta get to the finish line with him, or at least meet him halfway. While he's on the way, or something like that. Then now you can enjoy the spoils of all the effort. But if you're going to do that whole finish line, I want the plug and play, man. Then yeah, I wouldn't pick you either. What do I need you for? You weren't there you weren't there shooting. So
you wasn't with me shooting at the gym. Yep.
Yeah, you weren't there in the gym with me shooting the free throws. You weren't there at the late nights when I was eating ramen. Working on my business plan, trying to get my my weight up. And then when I got my weight up, now I'm a multi-millionaire. Now you want to show up there, and
Kev, real quick, let me get this out, AB, and then you next. When there was a debate, and I wanted who was it that was arguing with DJ Envy? Me and my friend bring this up all the time. That was arguing with DJ Envy about the fact that the average black person, they're okay with being average. They're okay with okay. It's not the end of the world if I can afford. Look, was it Dame? No, it wasn't Ebony K. It wasn't.
Remember, they kept calling.
Because I think DJ Envy took the opposite, and I think DJ Envy was the one saying, people are afraid to be millionaires because they don't think they can be.
I think it was that big
That was Dame Dash.
Oh, okay. That was Dame Dash?
Yeah, that was with Dame Dash, and DJ Envy took that stance.
Okay, because and this is the thing for me. I agree with Kev C. I agree with Kev C 100% on the idea that the average person, including the average black person, if we can afford to pay our bills, we could put food on the table, we could go on vacation once, twice a year. Our lady ain't complaining about in our ear about shit all the time financially. Most black men, black people, they're high. What has happened is with media, with social media, with advertisement, you ended up running into women where okay isn't good enough, which in itself isn't the worst thing in the world. Here's the problem. Too many of them want that same exact lifestyle, and the math just won't math for that to be the standard. Opulence can't be the standard, number one, because then it's no longer opulence. That's number one. Number two, and I agree with Kev on this also, you don't actually want to be with the man that has to put the time in for that. That's why you try to run to the finish line and wait for him there. Because you don't actually want to be part of the grind. You don't want to be there for the Roman noodle nights. You don't want to be there for the 4 o'clock nights where he's up until 4 or 5 in the morning. You don't want to be there for the sleepless nights, the crying nights, the I don't know if I'm going to make it nights. You don't want to be there. There's nothing wrong with that. So you wait at the finish line, and then he skips over you and picks the other chick.
Absolutely.
Right? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say something real quick. Like, I think.
Go ahead and then AB. But AB was next. Go ahead.
It was a quick comment. I think us, like black men in America who's working on everything right now, for we just want to work on at least being stable before we get anywhere else. Just stable. Yeah. Before you even work on shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And they have a problem with stable. Go ahead, AB.
Yeah. To KFC's point though, I think a lot of black women don't even realize we talk to the 6-figure dudes.
Yeah.
We know what they go through.
Yep.
And a lot of y'all just do not, because I've talked to Dr. T. He's a 6-figure dude, and he said a lot of women don't realize that dudes that make that kind of money are always on the move. They ain't got time to take you on a vacation every 5 seconds. They ain't got time to spoil you like that. They always on the move. They're always doing something. And a lot of BW talking about, I don't even look at them and say you need to make it 6 figures. Like, okay, bye. I ignore them kind of chicks.
Bro, they don't AB.
They don't get it.
It's look. Remember I told y'all the story of the attorney that was white, chisel chin, Chad, sleeping with everything, black, white, Latina, just slinging everything. He 6-figure guy, right? 6-figure charismatic white dude. So you already know he piping everything. That's what comes with that, right? And he was married. He was the most eligible married man ever, right? 2 kids and all, don't matter. But that's what comes with that. And going to your point about they're always on the move. I don't know, television and movies and all this stuff that messed up a whole lot of way to people's perception of reality, women in particular. For you to acquire the knowledge or acquire the skill where someone is willing to pay you six figures, or you acquire the skills where you can start a business and pay yourself six figures, the time that you put in for the six figures. I don't know what movies these people done watched where this man is earning not even 100, 150, 200, 250,000 plus, and yet he has the ability to go on vacation once a month. I don't know where these people get this type of thing from. Go ahead.
Real quick. Also, this is particularly for the divestors.
Yeah.
See, I know six-figure white dudes, and I got some of them in my family, and you don't understand how them dudes operate. My cousin who's married to a white dude got fired by that white dude because she was kind of messing up the money.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they gotta be cold.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they gotta be cold. Oh yeah.
Dudes are cold-blooded. You cannot handle a six-figure white dude like you handle a six-figure black dude. They will not let you fuck up their money.
Yeah. And rightfully so.
And you better come in understanding that shit.
Rightfully so. And but that's the delusion.
Also, he ain't gonna take your shit either. You can talk shit and treat him like shit if you want to. Don't get mad when another bitch end up in your bed. I'm just saying.
Hey, but that's the issue that we have also. Me and my mom, when we have this conversation, I always got to tell her, like, you're using the exception, right? So it's this, well, just because he earns this money doesn't mean he moves like that. And I'm like, Mom, that's the only way to get there. Right? Like there's one road and that's the way you gotta be. So my best friend has said this to his wife. My best friend is a police officer, and he has said this to his wife. He's like, I could earn that. I could make you a stay-at-home wife. Do you want to deal with me on that level? Do you want to? I could sign up for all the overtime. I could be that person. Do you want to deal with me on that level? And it's like I don't know what type of hope thing they're on. I don't know what type. It's not that we're using this as an excuse, and I think that's the way they're internalizing it. We're telling you what type of personality we have to get there and to stay there. And this weirdo thing where I'm this super like stoic, chisel chin, freaking 10 toes down, a man of steel man out the house, and then the second I unlock the door to the house, I become this docile, soft, cuddly husband. That's not a thing, right? It doesn't mean I'm gonna be a complete a-hole all the time at home, but that button that you think that I could be able to turn on and off, that's, as a matter of fact, isn't that what women say? Isn't that what women say? Like I'm at work and I have to be this person and I have to be a man when I'm at work. So when I come home, like I don't know how to. If you can't turn it off, what makes you think we could turn it off?
Also, real quick, this is my last thing. My pastor's a six-figure earner, a real six-figure earner. He has like 4 or 5 master's degrees and teaches biology at the college level. This is a real six-figure earner. And his wife still went out and worked for years. She's not working now because, they got grandbabies, but his wife still went out and worked like it was nothing. So
wait, say that one more again, AB. Your six-figure pastor wife was working a 9 to 5.
Yep.
Thank you.
Drove a school bus.
And not only that, she not even doing no super extravagant, opulent thing, or she not pushing paper. She driving a school bus.
Yes, dealing with children.
And so when you, bruh, I'm happy you said that too.
Hold on, wait a minute. It can cook like a motherfucker. I pay her. I pay for her. I pay for her food, and no lie, she's vegan now too.
And this is the issue. Like, bro, I don't know where these people get this. Once again, I don't know where these people get this stuff from, because just like you, I know multiple six-figure people. Their wife work, bro. As a matter of fact, one of the most successful marriages I know, the wife earns more than the husband by at least 50%, and the husband earning 75.
Damn.
Yeah, and she earned more than, and she ain't letting that man go for nothing. I don't know where these people get this stuff from, bro. They got to get up with the time because all these people sound weird as hell. Anyway, y'all go. Whoever's next.
I can answer that.
Go ahead, statement. And then better you. Go ahead.
Women. Okay, better you after me because I'm very short. But it comes. You asked where it comes from. It comes from the Hollywood movie and media.
Yep.
But the problem is it comes from the trophy wife, because only a trophy wife is basically a piece of fuck meat you have around because
it's funny true. Because it's true.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because they have the time to be on social media, but the problem is trophy wives ain't wives. They have nothing to say. They only get things. They're basically a bird in a golden cage.
Mr. Birdie, yeah.
No. What Stinkman just said, they're a bird in a golden cage.
I mean, burden.
Yeah. A bird. No. Bird in a golden cage, and that. But you're right too, AB. They are a financial burden, but the man is willing to pay for the financial burden. But what Snake Man just said, the bird in a golden cage, is true. Like, look, hey, if you want to live this lifestyle, like, let's be very clear. If you are that guy, okay, let's say you are a six-figure man. Well, let's make you white collar. You're an attorney. You are a new attorney too. Or a youngish attorney. You're 32 years old. You're dating some chick. You move her in. Look, you want this nice car? Cool. That car gonna be being used to drive and go get me my dry cleaning. That car gonna be used to maybe once a week, once every other week, you're gonna bring me lunch to work just because, right? You choose the day, but it better be once a week or once every other week. You're just gonna show up to work and surprise me with it, and you better be hoping that that's not the time where I'm piping my secretary. Hey, bro, it's real out here, bro.
It's real. It's real though. That's real though.
You know what I'm saying? So like if you want that car, if you want these nice things, like, bro, I told y'all, look, man, I had to save. I bought my girl red bottom. She didn't even ask for it. This is like out of random. I just wanted it because I want her to be able to stun these hoes. So, but like I had to save for that. Right? Like these things, these lifestyle markers that women want, these shit ain't cheap, bro. These shits ain't. So if you're a six-figure man, you know that too. Guess what? I'll pay financially for this, but you're paying in other ways. You're paying to be in this relationship with your time and your money and, you know, your body, right? You're paying also. Six-figure men know these things ain't cheap, and they know that y'all want them. You're gonna have to pay, ladies. You're gonna have to pay. Maybe not financially, and even then, sometimes financially. Sometimes financially, you're gonna have to come out the pocket. So let's say for every $5 he spend, you're gonna have to spend $1 on something, right? So that's what it is. So guess what? Z don't got an Xbox yet. Guess what Z told his girl she gotta get him for his birthday. Right? So there you go. Like, this is what it is. I don't know. Once again, Snake Man, you're right. It is media. It is social media. You're absolutely right. But I gotta say it just to say it. I don't know where the hell these people get this thing from. Go ahead. Snake Man, you finish or should Better You is next?
Better you can go. That was my point. I could talk about the divestors, but I already talked about it. That I as an outsider do not understand how they move, because it ain't that hard to get a very high value white man. Like that is easy mode. Like there's the most simp man on this earth. Like it's not that hard, but somehow divestors manage to fuck that up every time.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know what it is? It I don't know, man. Like, because in America it's a bit different, because white in America is different than white in Germany, right? White in America, they really like, and then you got to remember too, like the Germans had to reset the way they think about this race thing a smidge after World War II. White Americans are like, ain't nobody beat us and make us think about nothing, so we all who we are, right? So because of that, white men know the power dynamic, the racial power dynamic between them and women of color, particularly black women. They know. They pretend like they don't know, but they know. And if you have a conversation with them, they'll let you know about Keisha who's sweating them. They'll let you know about Consuela. They'll let you know about Mei Ling. They'll let you know about all of that. But when they're at work, you would never know that he knows that homegirl is drooling over him, and he will tell you why. He'll tell you she don't got a chance in freaking hell. These are real conversations that I have had with different white dudes when I used to be white collar. And now that I'm blue collar, it's not necessarily the same. But definitely when I was white collar, white guys will let you know, and they'll let you know which one of them even has a shot. And it's usually not the chick that these women think, like, right? And don't get it twisted too. White dudes be wanting to pipe big booty Keisha too. They just don't risk it because they know that bitch gonna try to pipe with no condom, and they don't want to deal with it, right? They find big booty Keisha attractive too. They want to pipe big booty Keisha, and every once in a while, one of them will hurry up into that den of snakes and get the hell up out of there as soon as possible. Like man, it's a whole ordeal. Yeah.
See, I know, sir, but the difference is, and that might be the European dynamic or not the American dynamic. We black dudes don't give a fuck what white men fuck. Because what we realized is that don't know the difference between a beautiful black woman and ugly black woman. One group of white dudes tried to tell
me
that a girl who looks like, nothing against you and nameless, a girl looked like Sut, and said that was beautiful.
Pause for the cause. I'm happy you brought that up because so that's the game that everyone's trying to play. Whenever I see people try to date outside their race, that's what it really is. They're hoping, and that's why I keep on saying they hoping to meet a dumb lame. And the dumb lame part is you don't know what's pretty over here in my group. So I could get away with looking like this and getting you. I see black men engage in that a little bit. I see Asian men engage in that. I see black women engage in that. Asian women, Latina women, Latino men. A lot of people, when they date outside, mainly the white folks, they're pulling my look doesn't pull over. That's the same thing. What's her face said? The Indian chick. I mention her all the time. The actress. Mindy Kaling. Talking about Indian guys didn't find me attractive. White men. I'm like, bitch, white men ain't really was checking like that. Like, Mindy, you are less than extra average looking for an Indian chick. Them white guys wasn't checking for you like that neither. You probably threw yourself on them dudes. So it really is that, and you see that with sisters too. You see that with a bunch of people, and I'm so glad Stinkman said that, which is you're hoping that these non-black men don't know what's pretty over here, and that they'll mess with you because you're a black girl and they got a thing for black women. And every once in a while, y'all could pull that stunt. But for the most part, believe it or not, white guys find the same type of black women attractive that black men find attractive. And that hurts a lot of sisters' hearts. Go ahead.
So after they tried to after they tried to flex with that ugly black woman in a group of black men, and the black man is clowning them, then they find out what is beautiful and what's not beautiful for black men.
Get their little feelings hurt. Go ahead.
What I wanted to say was just to piggyback on Snake Man's point is it's more like an exotic thing sometimes. Not just the language, but there are European men, I can tell you, who are in marriages with African women, but they've met their wives in Africa.
Yeah.
I ain't bullshit. I know. There's couples I know. There's some couples I know. I mean, for example, there's a set of twins I know. They're Nigerian. One of them is married to an American. The other one's married to a Norwegian, and that's how I met them here. I remember there was one time I was just kicking it with a friend of mine one time, and she's Norwegian. No, she ain't in the black. But we bumped into an interracial couple. Wife was from the Gambia, husband was Norwegian, and their child. And they looked at us and thought we were a couple. We said, no, we're friends. But seeing people a certain way, we understand that some people view one group or another as exotic or whatnot. Depends on how well versed that person is. That person is regarding Africans in general, because not that many people know about various countries in Africa unless they see it in the news or some shit like that. Hell, they can't find where I'm from on the fucking map. Excuse my French.
No, but no. I get that. I get the exotic thing. Go ahead.
Yeah. By the way, Z, like we're talking about the whole thing. You said about what's his face? Sorry, what Snake Man said about the trophy wife. Basically, she's eye candy on the arm. She's supposed to look good on your arm, but that's her role in it. But everybody knows. I mean, if you remember the George Carlin joke about upper class, working class, and the poor.
Yeah.
The same parallels with wives, mistresses, and girlfriends. everybody's got somebody beneath them who remind them to act right, or they're gonna
get your mind right, right? Get your mind right.
The side piece is there. The side piece is hoping to become the wife, so she's saying, "I hope you fuck up, bitch." And the wife is trying to protect her position, but the side piece knows her man's probably got to, because like Chris O'Neill would say, the dude's got a human resource department, and he's got to keep, fielding applicants and whatnot constantly, just in case the mistress fucks up. He's got to replace her.
Let me read this comment real quick and it'll get better. You and Nuke says Mindy is like a 3, short, pudgy, no shape. LOL. I hate, bro. I was when I you do your little shout. I hate when people say deep dive when really they just watch 2 or 3 videos. Notice I don't say deep dive because when it's a deep dive, that means I actually read some stuff, researched some stuff, maybe even read a book or 2. But people be like, I went on and go ahead.
Isn't Mindy that bitch that did Velma?
Yep. That's her.
Hold on. Are you talking about Rashid?
Mindy Kaling, the little Indian chick with the she did
Rashid.
Yeah. Why you call her that?
Because she looks.
I actually watch Velma from time to time, but it's so hilariously bad.
No, you know what it is. You know what really got people like speaking about her and like kind of this, because the tropes kept on becoming like, she kept on doing the same thing, which is like the Indian chick that that kind of like insults white dudes or kind of goes in on white dudes, but like secretly is like coveting white dudes at the same time. So she makes the little quips and the little like, these little like sly comments, but secretly she's drooling over the white guy at the same time, and then she wants to be in a relationship with the white guy. And like so many of her shows, and even Velma, it pretty much comes to that at the end of the day. And like even her own female subscribers were like, or not subscribers, but her own female followers were like, yo, like, we're tired of this trope. And it's like, but you women of color all sound the same. Wait. Y'all think the reason why y'all don't like it from Mindy is because it's cringy and she keeps on saying it over and over again. But all of you women of color sound the same. Y'all all sound like that.
What do you call that type of behavior?
I just call it white male worship because I know where it comes from, right? I know where it comes from.
It's like what's her name from Hey Arnold? Helga or whatever her name is.
Oh yeah, the white chick with the hair, with the weird hair.
Yeah, it's like she hate him, but she secretly worship him.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, go ahead, better. You've been waiting.
So, this kind of goes back a little bit, but what I was hitting on was because we were talking about where some of these standards and stuff comes from, and how these women want 6-figure men and want the creme de la creme of men, but don't want to, basically want to meet them at a finish line. And I mentioned this in my stream yesterday. I think it's really funny. Bell Hooks actually has a really surprising critique of women. And she actually says, like, you know what? Women crave power. Women crave the dominance more than men do. So when you talk about the Black community as a matriarchy, it's one of these things where, because of the patriarchal white supremacist system that we're in, it has these extra assets that women are able to leverage, but it's also giving them the veil of I guess you would say white womanhood, or that they can use to weaponize and further acquiesce and gain more power over their male compatriots. Basically, like, these women want to break lines. They don't want the dude that it would be like, you know what? Yeah, I'm cool with you leading everything, baby. They want to go find the Wolf of Wall Street and make him her bitch, basically.
That they can pause right there. And that's exactly what I said when I was, as a matter of fact, Carl said that on the grapevine. And all those women acted like he didn't know what the hell he was talking about. You can't find the video now because they done deleted all of their old stuff from the grapevine. But that's exactly what he said, and I agreed with him 100%. And that's why y'all heard me say before, y'all want to break wolves. Y'all don't want domesticated dogs, even good dogs. Y'all don't want a man that's good. That's let's say you do get the 6-figure man, but he's the doting husband that's gonna kiss your ass. You don't want that, really. You want to, like you said, go find a Wolf of Wall Street. You want the player, and you want to break the player and have him do for you. So in other words, it's like, Oh, he dogged all of you ladies. Oh, he just fucked you. He just piped you. He just had fun with you. Oh, y'all just was a one night stand. Oh, yeah. But guess what? He put a ring on my finger.
Now, Mr. Z.
Yeah.
Don't talk about Ebony K. Williams like that.
Oh. It's funny because it's true.
And it's bad with her. You know it's bad because I'm gonna probably have to replay that video. I'm sorry. Where she talking about go get some sperm. I'm like, damn, bitch, you that desperate.
But better you. By the way, I saw the video. So your video is in my history because I clicked it so I could watch it. So I clicked it last night. I think I saw that you have did it like I told y'all. I knocked them once I got home. I had to run an errand for my mom, and then I got home and I knocked the hell out. So anything that was posted anytime around 1-ish, 2-ish yesterday afternoon till about 12, I didn't see it. Right. So but yeah, I was hibernating. That was a straight hibernation. But yeah, go ahead. Wait, name it. Let better you finish up. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's cool. Like I ended up doing like another stream because a couple folks emailed me, and even in the comments, it was like I felt like it completely missed the whole point, which was kind of what I was saying in the comment, which is like Black men are trying to put their experience into academic language, kind of exactly what Dr. T is saying. And if you haven't got his book yet and picked it up and read it, do it. Like it definitely hits on what I'm talking about here. But it was just like, yo, yeah, patriarchy is a tool of white supremacy and blah blah blah. And I'm like, no.
But I want that tool. I want it.
Yeah.
It's Lord of the Rings, y'all. It's Lord of the Rings. But women don't like that we calling them out for it. They don't like that we calling them out for it because they want to play the moral high ground game. And it's like, no, chick, you want... we know what country we live in. We know what society we live in, Western society. We know, right? And just women in general. Like, the thing is, now that y'all have this new sense of freedom, and not y'all are literally like you could do whatever you want. You've exposed yourself so much. Women don't understand, like, they've exposed themselves so much that it actually is off-putting to other women and to men, right? Yeah. Like you're pretending like you're not seeking power, but it's so clear. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with seeking power. The problem is that you're pretending that you're trying to go about it in a benevolent way. That you're trying to, like, you won't be an asshole like the men. And like every time we hear about female bosses, they're literally worse than the men. Like even women are like, hell no, I'm not working under that lady. Right? Like,
anybody remember? Does anybody remember the movie Bad Bosses?
No, I never watched it.
Horrible Bosses.
Horrible.
Was it Horrible Bosses or Bad Bosses?
It had Jennifer Aniston in it, right?
Oh, okay.
They were basically trying to take the bosses out.
Or who was it? That
the premise was everybody had a bad boss, and they were trying to get rid of their boss, and then they switched up.
Yes.
And they said, "Look, you take my boss, and then I'll take him out for you," and something to that.
Hysterical.
It was like something out of Mama Thrown Off the Train. Billy Crystal, Danny DeVito. Do you remember that movie?
Do I remember? I don't remember. Yeah, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. But hey, but at the end of the day, this is what I'm saying. Like, but I actually have one of my bosses for where I work is a lady, and she's actually not bad. She's actually not bad. But like, right? I really am lucky. So it really is this thing of these particular women, and especially in America, they want power. But they want and it's really weird. They want a man that has more power, influence, wealth than them, but they want him, and they want him to act at least in the home like he's not that person. This is where we get into some weird stuff. This is going back to what Better You was saying. Is like I said, you want to break wolves. I don't even want to say domesticate because that's too soft of a word. That's a euphemism. I don't want to use that. You want to break wolves. Right?
It sounds so primal when you say that.
Yeah, right. But it really is that. It's finding a bear or a lion, right? And not even domesticating, but breaking them. right? Breaking them to go ahead.
Perhaps I could word it for you better. Basically, it's like Beauty and the Beast. She's trying to tame the savage beast. Or another way to look at it is this. When you ask these women what kind of a man they're looking for, like they said, the Wolf of Wall Street, understand Jordan Belfort, what kind of a human being that is. You're looking at a cluster B personality disorder, a narcissist or an antisocial. That's your sociopaths and psychopaths, folks. But what they want is that they want them to be apathetic to the outside world, but empathetic in the inside world. Basically, you want somebody who's a sociopath outside the house, but an empath when he's at home. It doesn't work that way. You don't understand how men's minds work. You don't understand cluster B personality disorders for that matter.
Don't know, and here we go. Don't know, don't care, and don't care to know. That's what we're dealing with. That's the standard operating procedure for the type of people we're describing. Go ahead.
Oh, by the way, when we brought up Mindy Kaling, let me put it this way: Mindy Kaling wishes she was in the position of Priyanka Chopra. Look at that.
Bianca who? What's her name?
Look at Priyanka Chopra, the one who's married to one of the Jonas Boys.
Oh, okay.
Priyanka Chopra, the actress. Well, she's my age, but she's like, if you look at her, you look at Mindy Kaling. Who would white guys most likely Google over?
See, yeah.
She wished because one of them is a successful Bollywood actress and crossed over into Hollywood and became big. Mindy Kaling is born in the States, but then again, they're from different states, different ethnicities, but she can't be Priyanka.
Let me say this. I've said this before. I want to say it again. Let's say it slow. Just in case anybody is listening, just in case FD or anyone of note is listening, we have to really grapple with. And I actually have to do a video responding to Diallo Kenyatta. I really like Diallo, like really smart dude. But when it comes to this conversation, we really have to have a conversation about what did white supremacy, white colonization do to the minds of women of color. We speak ad nauseum about white patriarchy, white colonialization, white beauty standards, and the way men of color think of white women and white men and power, etc., etc. We have not sat down, at least not that I know of, as a air quotes people of color, namely black people, but generally speaking, people of color, and speak about what did white patriarchy, white colonialization, white mass media, now white dominated social media, and what it's done to the way women of color see themselves, see men of their same race and ethnic background, and see white men, and what these women covet. Because what we have here, especially over the past 2 decades with social media, is women of color being very, very clear that the buck stops at the white man's penis. And no one really wants to have a conversation about women of color, because that's where we start getting iffy about questioning your motives and what you're attracted to and why you're attracted to those things. When it comes to men, nobody has a problem critiquing men and what men like and what men desire and why. When it comes to women, all of a sudden, everybody gets a little iffy about questioning what women desire and why, right? So once again, what I'm saying is, and I'm landing, is we have to have a real conversation about what materialism, consumerism, white patriarchy, white colonialism, and just white men, in their current position and the way women of color see them, right? Especially when you look at America and you look at Europe. Black people that live in these countries, Indians, South Asians, East Asians, et cetera, indigenous folks, going to these institutions now. So your elementary school, from preschool to elementary to middle school to high school to college and university, maybe grad school, law school, med school, etc. On top of the entertainment, what has that done to the way women of color see, once again, men of their same background, and then how do they see white men? And I'll pause right there. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Oh, and by the way, if you listen in compassionate, they're gonna clip for your ass. Go ahead. Go ahead, yo.
I agree. Let me just cut in.
Let better you go, and then Neymar, and then I think AB was trying to say something after also. Go ahead.
So I'm just be real quick. I agree with 100% what you just said. The only thing I would add to that is we need to do a better job of pushing back that when that P word gets used, patriarchy, people are using it and associating it with men. And what's happening is a bait and switch. It's a pick and roll that's happening. And a lot of those societal ills that when you listen to it, don't make a lick of sense, because you can literally swap that word patriarchy with white supremacy. And when you put that in that context, and you're talking about these societal systems, at that particular point in time, it becomes black men who have created the very systems that oppress them, which don't make a goddamn lick of sense.
I think isn't that the title of your video? Yeah, like
Yes, sir.
yeah. No, yeah, exactly. So I agree with that. I agree that they're trying to tie patriarchy with white supremacy, and then say like black men wanting to be leaders of their homes and take care of their family. You're aspiring for whiteness, right? You're aspiring for white male patriarchy. You're aspiring to be white men, and which is interesting because these same women, and sometimes different women, but sometimes these same women did literally aspire for white men. So the video I covered maybe a couple weeks now, where the black girl said literally verbatim, I would rather be in a relationship with a racist white man for 4 months than be single for 6 years. So she very clearly has made her decision on that. And then you got the other one where the young lady is going in on white men and white people and smelling like dogs and this, that, and then we find out she got a whole white boyfriend, right? So there's that also. But yeah.
I'll give you another example if you want.
Go ahead, Neymar, and then AB. Go ahead.
All right. By the way, we talked about one thing I think we're also forgetting about. Also, to complicate things is, especially in Western Europe and in North America, the number of women of color who are born to a non-person of color parent, or who are adopted by white couples. Either they have a white parent, or they were adopted by white couples. So they are also there's also men of color who were adopted by white couples as well, or were born to one parent not happen to be white. That further complicates that thing. And what was I going to say? Oh, right. There was also a clip I remember. It was an Asian woman who was going in on white men. Turns out she was just mad she didn't get, wiped up by a white guy. Because she had been ran through, not ran through, but, dated and whatnot. But we don't know what the real history was about that shit. But like I said, Z, about the number of people who were adopted by white couples. Because remember what I said about who benefits from the sex disparity?
Yeah. Yep. They white couples in the U.S. and white couples in Europe.
There's a movie I remember, and wait for it, because I know Snake Man's gonna say it because of the Germanness. There was a French movie I remember. Snake Man, that's your cue. Because I remember last time.
So we nameless, nameless. I throw my African
Neymar, not nameless.
Hold on, Neymar, yeah, your Neymar from Marvel. I throw my African dynamic into. I don't care.
Okay, but there was a French film I remember. It's called "He Even Has Your Eyes," where it's about a
what is it called?
They're black though, and He Even Has Your Eyes. It's a French.
He Even Has Your Eyes. Okay.
It's a play on words, because in the scene he jokingly tells his wife he has your eyes, because they adopted a white baby. But in that movie they meet this French Norwegian couple who adopted 2 kids who were black, and they talked about the issues they had dealing with the social workers, social workers who assigned to their cases regarding whether or not they can adopt a child or what. So it's a lot of, but there was a lot of dynamics in that one, because there was a lot more complexity, especially considering the couples' different backgrounds and whatnot. But the issue was, white couples can adopt children of other races, but why can't couples from other races adopt white children?
Do you really want to raise a white person? Because what they feel like, and this is what I think black people should kind of think like this too. That black that black couple is gonna raise a person that is too empathetic to the black plight and be raising an enemy. You will have a white looking, right, black person, right, and that person is an enemy.
One further. I'll give you one further. I'll do one more. Everybody, back when Black Panther came out, everybody was all hyped up about it. But white supremacists tried to flip the script on it. But one character they left out is a character in the comic books known as White Wolf.
Yeah, White Wolf. Yeah. He
was.
They showed him at the end of the movie, though. I think didn't they show him at the end of the movie?
No, that was Bucky. No, that was Bucky. That was Winter Soldier.
Oh, okay.
White Wolf doesn't show up until the end game. He doesn't show up until the end game.
No, that's right. Because White Wolf, they mentioned in the comics, and he talks about his issue of how he was, the parents, the royal family, the king and queen of I forgot the kingdom's name now. Wakanda.
T'Challa.
How they were, before T'Challa was born. Before T'Challa was born. T'Chaka and everybody, when they were focused on this white child, they adopted him. Of course, everybody was very suspicious about, adopting a white child, but they were respecting him as a prince. But once T'Challa was born, they said, finally, a legitimate heir. But he felt a kind of way about it. He accepted it because he understood why, but he still felt the kind of way. But he would go out of his way to prove he is just as Wakandan as everybody else, despite the fact he was white. But the fact that him being in a black family, that's going to make you feel kind of way. Just like if you were a black person and you were raised in a white family. Different dynamics, but, similar sentiments there.
I mean, it's now I throw my West African experience into it. It is not as complicated as it is. In a family dynamic kind of sense, there's always some obstacles because you're adopted. There's always that thing. But when we talk about a tribal kind of ways, people get adopted into the tribe all the time. Like, it doesn't matter the skin color you are, especially in West Africa. Like people are moving around. So this dynamic might be very mythical in Western Europe, but it's not as mythical in Africa. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a thing. It's a thing over here, especially, like I said, we have some very weirdo type black people coming out of the black community right now. There's some very weirdo black people coming out. Y'all hear the comments about aborting black male babies. Like, you have black people that were raised by black mothers. Even sometimes, every once in a while, 2-parent household black people, and they sound real crazy, right? So, like, the black community is definitely the black community is definitely one of those I would say we're in trouble mainly because, well, I'm not even gonna say mainly. One of the reasons why we're in trouble is because we have these weirdo black people coming about, some from the hood, some from the burbs. They have their different experiences, and then they want to see those experiences reflected. You even saw this with the show that was Mixed-ish with Tika Sumpter. And you see how she thinks. You see some of her interviews. So like I said, you see some of these people when they interview, you're like, oh, that's how you think. So you're not only are you in an interracial relationship, now we get to see how you think, right?
Mr. C, I wrote I wrote a comment on the stream about the children of the unions of those divestors.
Yeah.
And once again, I spoke to my experience and my people experience. We find those people very annoying. Like literally annoying. Like please stand over there because we don't want your autism around us. we don't see them even as, and we don't even hate them or anything. They're just really annoying because they think they're somehow special and because no one treats them.
Oh, you mean their logic who tells you that their dad is black every 5 seconds?
Yeah.
We have a rapper in America called Logic, and he presents white. Like, Logic looks white as hell, but his dad is black, and he likes to like at least how many times an album or mixtape he's gonna tell you that his dad is black, right? And I get it because like he looks white as hell. Like if you didn't know, you would think Logic is white. But yeah, So yeah, that.
J. Cole's mom?
Yeah, but J. Cole looks black. Barack looks black. All these people look black. They're light skinned, but they look black. Logic looks white. Drake even looks black, but like Logic looks white, right? Like Logic,
and you know what's crazy? And you know what's crazy, Mr. Z?
AB, you left. I didn't even give you a chance to talk. Go ahead. Go to 18th.
No, I was just gonna say, you know what's crazy when they make this argument about biracial people, right? And they be like, oh, well, biracial people wouldn't really be considered black, but you listen to the way some of these people sound, and like, I picked some of them over y'all. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying. Because I mean, y'all sound like you sound worse than it's. Now, don't get me wrong, we got some anti-black biracial people out there.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the ones that are really allied with the black community and feel like they know they identify with as being part of us.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm choosing them over y'all any day. I'm like
any day. I mean, like once again, there's black people who got their little heart broken or things haven't gone the way they want it to go in the black community. They feel undesired, they feel unprotected. Whether these things are true or not, remember, that's why I'm saying feel, because what we find out is a lot of the women that claim that they're undesired, it's not really that they're undesired, it's that they're not getting the men that they want. And so for them, all the other men are invisible, right? So there's that. So yeah, these people, they're throwing the black community under the bus because essentially, and I keep on saying this, I'm gonna keep on saying this, they are black white supremacists.
Yes,
they are black white supremacists, and I want us to see them for who they are. These are people that have fully adopted white supremacist ideals, and that's why I made sure to play for y'all the clip of Chrissy saying, like, I don't even like you Negroes, right? Like I'm gonna continue to make sure that we hear black women in particular, because I don't know why the black community acts like black women don't be on this crap. Black women in particular that say some extremely anti-black things, like next level anti-black things.
The crazy thing is, I want to say great hit piece on that. Just even listening to that clip, she sounds like she's not even trying to hide it anymore.
No.
When you listen to that clip, because it's first off her constantly lying, faking the funk. I think it's starting to catch up to her a little bit, because I know it's part of her audience's question. Like, wait, but you used to say this and you used to say that.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. She tried to cover her ass on one of those because she said like when she was going in, like, some of y'all sound too extreme and and she was like, y'all took one clip I said and y'all ran with it, and essentially she's saying, well, I did say some extreme stuff in the past, but now that I know, and this is, notice what they're trying to do, and now that I know the alphabet boys are checking these type of conversations online, I want them to continue to focus on the men and that's why I make sure to say Chrissy's name, because if there's alphabet boys, they're looking around, they're checking around, they're probably checking around the black manosphere and the other with the white manosphere, whatever, and I make sure to say these people's name also, so that y'all can hear these people say Nazi ass stuff, to that when one of these girls one day walk into a barbershop and real quick, when one of these girls one day walk into a barbershop and air that shit out, y'all can know to go check her social media and see that she is subscribed to. That's why Chrissy, and that's why I think me and 18 let her peep this. That's why Chrissy keep on trying to cover her ass and try to, she tries to backtrack a little bit after she says extreme things, because she know one day one of these not so well mentally women is going to do something, and you're going to check her social media post or her manifesto or whatever the hell, and you're going to see Yanni's name, you're going to see Chrissy's name, you're going to see Paris, you're going to see all these different people. And Chrissy, because I think she said, or she majored in marketing, she knows, right? Exactly. So she has a master's degree in marketing, so she knows. Anyway, but go ahead and finish up 18. Yeah.
Okay, I was just gonna say, and that's one thing I was just gonna say about that. We peeped it from the beginning that she was one of the most sneakiest, diabolical, because she knows exactly what she's doing, and she has a history of doing this on covering her tracks. I even remember back in the days, the conversations she would have with Sarge, when Sarge would say on his streams that he would have to tell her, no, don't say that, don't say this. So it's obvious she goes off the handle. a little bit. She tries to rear it back in, but she knows a lot of she knows a lot of inconsistencies in her argument. That's why she stopped debating people after she debated that Transformer on her channel back in the day. After that, she stopped debating people. So yeah, she's definitely
and her and Paris are doing this like lifestyle content also, because like to be honest with y'all, eventually the swirler divester content, it doesn't end per se, but it does get old and tired, right? It does get old and tired to a certain extent. So with Chrissy,
absolutely,
yeah, and Chrissy and Paris, like, and that's why they come in with the lifestyle content and selling you on hypergamy and leveling up, right? And Chrissy makes sure to tell us that how much she doesn't need. I don't need YouTube, or I make sure to have my career separated, or I make sure that I'm not reliant on YouTube. And I believe her. I think she really does try to make sure she's not fully reliant on YouTube. She probably has like a little stash for her YouTube money that she touches maybe here and there, but she doesn't, have to be reliant on it. I believe her on that one. But the lifestyle content, the hypergamy content, the femininity content is her leveraging the fact that eventually the swirler divester stuff is like you're gonna have to produce. You're going to have to show all the women that have been listening to you for the past, because she said she's been doing it for 8 years. That it's crazy that I like, when you really think about it, like Chrissy has really been on YouTube for 8 years. That's crazy.
Yeah, but she didn't start out that way. Remember in the beginning, she started out on pro-blackness and different things, and then that's when she was still allied with Sarge. But once, like I said once before, when you notice the change in the algorithm.
18, give me 1 second. Better you, thank you. And he says, gotta head into a meeting. Y'all have a good day. Thank you. And KFC, thank you for the thank you. And better you always stays the level-headed one. Him and KFC, they're always the level-headed ones. Thank you for coming up, KFC. Thank you for coming up, better you. And KFC, thank you for the super chat. All right, go ahead, 18.
No, I was just gonna say, and if you notice, like with her in particular, once the algorithm and the everything changed in YouTube, where you were getting paid more for views on a video versus subscribers, because I'm even hearing people have made, she's made a pretty penny. And people always like to go at the manosphere when the manosphere was in defense of Chrissy's rhetoric. And Paris Milan's rhetoric and all of them when they started changing up. But you hit the nail on the head. She's very fake. She's a phony, a fraud, and she don't care about the women at all. She's just doing whatever to manipulate.
I don't think she does. I don't think
Chrissy cares about herself.
Yeah, and you could see that, by the way. And when she said, like, man, look, y'all heard me just tell y'all the story about me in that restaurant, and I still ain't going in on black women. I went on those sisters. I didn't go on black women, and I still didn't come out the mouth. See, that's why niggers need to not be allowed in these type of restaurants, in these type of establishments. But Chrissy's showing you her hand. She letting you know, even I don't like you Negroes like that. So she letting you know, like, yeah, I could see myself with a racist Latino or a racist white man or an anti-black Asian man or whatever the hell, because I don't even like you Negroes like that. She's letting you know what she is. And exactly. if you still co-sign it, and that's my thing. We're in the place now where black people, namely black women, they're not even pretending anymore like they're in those relationships with the white guy and he says the N-word. It's like, oh my God, he said the N-word. Oh, I would have never thought it. No, they're letting you know straight up, like, if the bag is big enough, I might, right? Or if he and Chrissy just straight up told you, like, I'm okay with being with one of these white guys that doesn't embrace black culture, because I don't even embrace all of black culture, which is understandable, especially if it's something that's wayward. And I don't even like you Negroes. Let me say it again. I don't even like you Negroes. Like, all right, good to know. Good to know. Go ahead and finish up, Neymar, and then we'll get 18 later again. Go ahead.
Look at this way. First and foremost, as far as the women who have no problem with being with guys like that, men like that, I say every woman's got a price until it's time to pay up. And as far as, like, Chrissy trying to cover her ass and everything, protect it, and cover her track and everything, and knowing that the alphabet boys are listening, how many of those women are willing to take part in the new age COINTELPRO?
Oh man!
Oh, knowingly, like knowingly, all of them, all of them. If the government came with a check, there's no way I don't see Chrissy going with it. Yeah.
I mean,
all of them.
All things considered, remember, in this matter, we had a grifter who was, up until recently, was a fucking fed.
Yeah.
You know, if we catch my mother.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
I know you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He lost his position because he got associated with certain people he shouldn't be associated with. That made him a compromise.
He's another one, and that's why I say I don't want.
You mean the Sudanese coon?
Yeah, Mr. Toucan Sam knows himself. Mr. sprayed on hairline. I'm jealous because when I first started losing my hair, if I had the money to do the hair surgery, I would have definitely did that shit. Now it's too late. I'm staying bald forever.
But I can always grow my hair out and donate it to you if you want.
But right?
Okay, so y'all heard that, right? So Neymar's gonna shave his hair off, and I'm gonna glue it onto my head, and I'm gonna be out here.
I'll grow my hair back because I rock the baldy right now, but I'll grow my hair out.
Oh man!
And donate to it if you want.
But here's the thing.
It's long and wide, long and curly at the end.
Yeah, right. Go ahead, 18th.
Here's the thing when it comes to that guy right there. Is he really a coon? No. And the only reason I say that is because
you're saying he never bought in to be a sellout.
No. Not just that. For the fact that, of course, we know in over in Africa you have Northern Sudan and Southern Sudan, and we know a lot of the Northern Sudanese think that they're Arabs.
So that's exactly so. Snake Man explained that to us. Gil Gammy explained it to us, and yeah, he does the 1 foot in, 1 foot out thing, right? But overall, I agree with you though. I agree because he has called himself black. He's definitely,
Robert, explain.
Wait. Let's let 18th finish, and then Snake Man, and then Neymar. So go ahead, 18th.
He said he's corrected himself. He's always identified first as Arab, and then and I'm black. He would say that because first and foremost, he knows he's making money off of black culture, but he doesn't identify as such. And a lot of the Northern Sudanese, of course, they already are anti-black because they have a hatred towards the Dinka people of Southern Sudan. You know, they've literally adopted the mentality of the Arabs that came and enslaved them over in the Northern Sudanese. So
meanwhile, you're in America, and these white folks don't give a fuck. Excuse my language, everyone. These white folks don't give a fuck about nothing you talking about. Nigga, get your ass over here on the train to Auschwitz, right? Exactly. Like that always fascinates me with these, like, kind of sort of black people that white people are like, I don't care. We do one drop rule over here in America. You're a nigga, get over there, right? Like I get where these people are coming from. I don't want to erase your history or your lineage or your ethnicity, but understand in America,
it's bigger. It's bigger.
In America, it's really like either you're white or you're not. And if you're not, then you're either Asian or whatever the hell. They give Latinos this little space because Latino is not a fucking race. And they tell the niggas over there, anybody that got a drop of black, you a nigga, you get over there. That's how it goes in America. I don't know what the hell this pelican nose ass, not pelican, toucan Sam nose ass, sprayed on hairline ass Negro is getting his shit from. But he, by the way, if he works for the U.S. government, he knows. Nothing I'm saying he doesn't know. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. And when you see his college pictures, he's all with the white dudes. He know. Them motherfuckers was not talking to him like he was no Arab. Them motherfuckers was talking to him like he was a nigga. He was their black friend, right? So yeah, y'all go ahead.
So the reason why I called him coon has nothing to do with the black-white dynamic in America. Once again, very often I speak from the African perspective. It's because he's a fucking water carrier. You must understand. Just because the Northern Sudanese sees themselves as Arab doesn't mean they kill each other in row. Like right now, they have a civil war. And so Northern Sudanese literally have Egyptian prisoners who they kill on a daily basis. Like being an Arab doesn't mean shit where he comes from. Like literally, doesn't. It means something here because of the black-white dynamic, but also why I call it a coon is because the way he walks and talks. If he was over saying with his tribesmen, So would look at him like, why are you booty clapping for someone else who's not part of it? That's why I call it because there's a difference between being someone who licks white men's feet and just someone who just doesn't like anyone.
Who licks ass. Yeah. There's a big distinction between those who lick feet and those no. There's a big distinction. There's a big distinction,
and that's why I call it. That's why I call it.
Wait, name it. Because we can't hear both of y'all. Let's think that finish and then you go. Go ahead.
That's why I call it cool, because I can tell you something. Those Sudanese guys over there in the African continent have no problem flying 2 planes again in some towers.
You're right. Let me answer this question for D. So D says, what is Hispanic Latino? Okay, Hispanic is different. Hispanic is all the Spanish speaking countries, and that would include Spain, right? Latino is different. Latino is a bunch of Latin countries, and that would include Brazil and not Portugal, but Brazil. It would not include Spain, right? But Spain is obviously the original Spanish speaking country, right? So Brazil gets included in Latino because it's really about this kind of mixed ethnicity race thing that they got going on, right? So that's why you include Latino in that. And maybe Portugal would be included in Latino. I'm not 100% sure. It is? Okay, so it is because if you shake Portugal's wait real quick. If you shake Portugal's lineage tree, then a bunch of Moors come out, and then you get the Arab Moors, well, the Arabs, and you get the black people of Africa. And so if you go further back enough, so Latino is like a race. It's not really a race. It's a ethnic group that the U.S. counts kind of sort of as a race, but Hispanic literally just means Spanish speaking.
Well,
right?
Technically, Mr. Z, technically, Mr. Z,
name wait.
Go ahead. I'm sorry about that name. I'm gonna let you speak in 1 second, brother. I was just gonna say, technically, you're Latino too.
Oh yeah, Haitians are Latino. Yeah, Haitians are considered Latino.
Even though I don't really see that, but yeah.
I mean, because we do have
language, anything from the Latin language, French,
and we do have
Portuguese.
We do have. Remember, we shared an island with Dominican Republic, so the island Hispaniola, and there's cross, like people having sex with people having children, and so because we have that kind of back and forth, they're okay. Haiti is Latino also, right? Even though we're pretty much all black, so But yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of which, Z, you mentioned this about your father, along with Creole and French. Your father also speaks Spanish
and Portuguese. Yep.
Su pai fala português.
Oh, I don't understand it. You're speaking to the wrong Z. You need to be the Z senior because Z junior.
No. You know what?
Barely can speak English and barely Creole and definitely not French and all the rest. Go ahead.
Okay. You know what? It's Cidade de Deus rules or City of God rules. From now on, I'm calling your dad Big Z or Z Grande. In your case, Z Pequeño or Little Z. But anyway. Right. Where's the hysterical? Where's my hysterical, motherfucker?
Hysterical. It really is though, because Z Senior speaks obviously English, Creole, French, Spanish, Portuguese. He taught himself how to speak Portuguese. He was listening to all those tapes and then he actually got it, right? So he's one of those people that actually just kept on listening and speaking it until he actually he's not full-blown, full-on conversation, but he can speak and he can definitely comprehend and understand. But Spanish, he's full-on conversation. French, obviously, full-on conversation. Creole, full-on conversation. English, full-on conversation, right? So, but me, on the other hand, English, barely Creole, right? And that's why when y'all see when Bruce Owen Wayne comes in and then he says something in Creole, I have to look at it for like a good 2 minutes and then spell out to myself and be like, okay, I know what he just said. And then
Okay.
But yeah.
Dude, my stomach is killing me. Come on. By the way, if your father met my father, my father he spoke fluent Italian. He and your father would have been just talking in Spanish and Italian easily because they understand each other. They understand each other to an extent. But by the way, as far as what's his face goes, you guys keep forgetting that's my neck of the woods. That's my home. That's my backyard. But 18th, when you think about it, it's not just the Dinkas that the North Sudanese clown on, because don't forget the western part of Sudan is Darfur, and the folks there are mostly African ethnicities who are more related to the folks over in Chad and whatnot. The Arabs are mostly in the eastern part along the Nile River, in the northern part.
Okay. So northeastern part or northwestern part or northeastern part, Naima?
No. The whole Sudan, which is the northern half of Sudan.
Yeah.
Sudan as a whole. It's mostly, the Arabs are mostly concentrated along the Nile.
Okay.
Along the Nile. The western part, in the area called Darfur, most of the folks there are ethnically and linguistically related to the folks in Chad, although they're all Muslim. And then on the eastern part, you have this, in the eastern part, in the southwestern part that borders with Eritrea, is an ethnicity that's the largest minority called the Bejas. And the Bejas don't see eye to eye with the Arabs. And by the way, the Arabs are not really Arabs. They are Arabized Nubians. They're descendants of the Nubians who became Arabs after the Arab conquests.
Yep.
People forget that. Even in the 18th century, when they had the uprising from British rule, you had a religious leader called the Mahdi. He identified as a Nubian. He didn't call himself an Arab. He called himself a Nubian first and foremost, because he knew who his ancestry was. But anyway,
that's why I call him a coon.
Yeah. I've got Sudanese relatives as well, Snake Man. So I know more. And plus, they were Christians before they were.
And then here's the thing too. I don't get this about the mixed Arab blacks that really want to claim the Arab side. I'm like, dude, the Arabs freaking despise like the way they talk and treat black folks. Like, why would you ever want to claim that?
The Arab slave trade.
They do.
Yeah.
The Arab slave trade is because the Arab slave. Hell, my people, my ancestry is actually Semitic because because all the African tribes were divided into three main groups: Afro-Semitic, Nilo-Saharan, and Cushitic. Now the Dinkas, the Nuers, and other folks in South Sudan, they get shitted on because they're dark skinned and the Nilo-Saharan at the hands of the Sudanese folks. In Ethiopia, there's some tribes along the border with South Sudan and whatnot, like the Kari, I forgot some of the tribes' names, who are like, and some of them who are ethnic, who are Cushitic ethnicities, like the Oromos, for example. They got clowned, they got shitted on by the Amharas, who are Afro-Semitic ethnicity. And in Ethiopia, the slave trade didn't end until 1947. Picture that.
1947.
So calls them Jerez. So calls them Jerez, what basically means curly haired. What is funny?
All right, y'all. Let's let Toya's in here. Let's let Toya speak. What's going on, Toya?
Let my girl go. What's up, Toya?
Hi. Good morning, y'all. I'm just happy to be here because every time Name is on a panel, it's like a crash course in poli-sci, and I'm just here to soak up the knowledge, honestly.
Right.
Okay.
No, this is good. I don't know if you heard the beginning. We started off with the Republican debate, and that's kind of how we got into the conversation, because we were talking about all the Indians versus each other, and Nema was giving us like the rundown, like you were saying, the rundown of where each person's family is from and how they kind of don't get along. Right.
How they hate each other. Oh, by the way, Russell Peter's family, they're from the eastern part of India, but like I said, he belongs to the Anglo-Indian folks, the people who are
that's the comedian, right?
That's the comedian from Canada.
Yeah. I know exactly. Yeah.
Hassan Minhaj, however, he's a Hindi-speaking Muslim from the north. He's from northern India, but he speaks Hindi mostly. But his wife is a Hindu, however. He's from the same region. But I said about what's his face down in South Florida and his Barbadian sidekick. That fool really
hysterical. Wait. Name just gonna slip that in. That was freaking hysterical. What you call fresh again? What you call fresh?
His Bajan or Barbadian sidekick.
Hey, it's messed up, but that man really do got a face only a mother could love. Anyway, I don't really like calling names ugly, but goddamn.
Remember the beef they had? Hey, but remember the beef they had with with my next door neighbor motherfucker and his Creole road dog.
Yeah. And remember, he was the one who said, wasn't he the first one who started it off? Fresh was the one who started it off. Wasn't Fresh the one who said, "Yeah, I've been going to the gym, so you know I'm feeling it right." I'm like, bruh, yeah, because I've been watching Abin preach enough. I was watching Abin preach enough to know that Preach was a bouncer, and like Preach kind of took like mixed martial arts type classes and stuff, and that Abba was in the military. So and I knew that. So me knowing that, I was like, "Oh, you don't want no problem with them niggas? Y'all talking shit just
no.
Right? Go ahead.
He was discharged. Here's the thing. Abba was in the military, but he was kicked out in basic training, so he never graduated.
Oh, okay.
But he got paid. But the money he got from it, he used it to pay his mother's mortgage. And
okay.
But from what I understand about Abba, although Ethiopian, he's supposedly half Eritrean. One of his parents is Eritrean. I think his late father might have been Eritrean. But that means. But he speaks Amharic. I don't think he speaks Tigrinya, but it's but the thing is like he knows about Can we just say his name anyway? The fool's name down in Florida. Or
you can say you. No, I really wasn't trying to say their name, but yeah, Mr. I just call him. I'll just keep on calling him Mr. Pelican Nose. Go ahead, not Pelican. Toucan Sam Nose. Why keep on saying Pelican? Yeah.
Yeah, but but my Sudanese, but the Sudanese cat, he knows not
said the Sudanese with the Barbadian fucking side chick. Go ahead.
With the Bayesian side dude. Sidekick. Not side chick. Sidekick.
Go ahead.
Sidekick.
Side chick would have sound funnier, but sidekick, I guess you.
Yeah, I know. Bear with me, though. I don't know. I'm just telling you. But like I said, it's like because Sudanese cats, they know not to fuck around with us Eritrean Ethiopians because we all chill. We all very hospitable people, but we all understand violence. Like, in Ethiopia, there's a fucking war going on right now. Two insurgencies, a civil war, just like there's a civil war in Sudan. Eritrea is kind of chill, but they're involved in both those conflicts one way or another, just like Egypt is. We all understand violence because the thing is among us, we are very kind, hospitable to death and our allies. But that hospitality and kindness is only matched by our cruelty, mercilessness, and brutality towards our enemies and foes in times of war. Sudan has gone to war with Ethiopia before, twice. Ancient times, you go back to the first millennia when the Axumites conquered the Nubians. And then back in the 1880s, twice they fought each other in the 1880s, 2 wars. Both of them had to do with the Ethiopian Empire's involvement in Sudanese colonialism. And Eritrea was unfortunately joined at the hip with Ethiopia at that time. So we had to worry about the Sudanese because most of the battles were in northern Eritrea, in the Eritrean Sudanese border.
Isn't South Sudan the newest country on the planet too? It's still the newest country.
But they border Ethiopia to the west. And there's Inca.
Wait, say that again?
Yeah, because they don't have South Sudan borders Ethiopia.
No, I heard that. I think someone else said something else too.
I would say both North and South Sudan are the newest countries.
Oh well, you're right because because they split up. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. So because wait, so it's not North Sudan is not called Sudan. It's North Sudan.
No, it's called Sudan. It's called Sudan proper.
Oh,
and South Sudan
okay.
South Sudan.
Okay.
Because South Sudan seceded, it became South Sudan. It's kind of like if you go to in the former Yugoslavia, the country called more known as Macedonia, because the Greeks made a big stake about the name Macedonia, they had to call themselves North Macedonia.
Okay.
That kind of thing. Or like you have Virginia and West Virginia.
Okay. So, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, because look, and then because I was thinking about this too. But then when you go to the peninsula, when you go to the Arabian Peninsula, you don't get that. You don't get them having, issues with nothing black going on over there because, well, they see black people as less than. So
they shit on all of us. And you know what? They shit on all of us. They don't give a fuck what you are. They don't care if you're Eritrean, Ethiopian, Somali, South Sudanese. We all the same to them. But you ask me, what do you want?
Guys, they kill Indians into droves. Why the fuck does it give a fuck about us?
South Nepalese, Pakistanis, they kill South Asians. Because remember, look at what happened in Qatar. Who involved in the construction of all the stadiums and all these facilities?
You know, literally, I was gonna cut y'all off like 10 seconds ago and say, what did y'all say about the slave labor type thing going on in Abu Dhabi and Dubai and Qatar? I'm just saying. Go ahead.
UAE. It's the UAE.
Yeah. The whole
Emirates, especially in Dubai, and there it's also, but hell, the worst culprits is Saudi Arabia. I'll tell you that. But let's not forget that one TikTok, because in Kuwait there was an issue like that. They just look down upon these people because we're all. Let me put it this way, TG.
Wait, pause. Wait a minute. Art says, "You mean Gonzo from the Muppets?"
No, I think that's Vincent LeBeau.
Thank you, Art. I love it too.
That's Vincent LeBeau.
Yeah, Vincent Art might not know. Vincent LeBeau Art is a this white racist dude who has a black wife, and he got caught up with some black chicks. You heard right. White racist with a black wife, and they talk peak with peak, which is like peak white man, peak white, which is white man, and then peak black, which is black woman together. Anyway, Buddy Road does have a weird ass nose. Like white, like what did we find out? He was Greek background. What background was he again?
He's Greek.
He was one of those like He was like one of the white Mediterranean whites. He wasn't like white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, like white Anglo-Saxon white.
No, he's Mediterranean.
This guy named Vincent LeBeau. But anyway, I brought that up because Art said
maybe French. Oh no. He could be Italian. Right. But that last name sounds French.
Wait, real quick. I brought that
French though. French Louisiana.
That is a French name. But I brought that up because Art was speaking about Mr. what I call Toucan Sam Nose down here with the spray on tape line. Look, that's not a spray on tape line. He really went to go get the hair surgery. I could tell that's the hair surgery, and that shit do look crisp. I gotta give him that. That shit's sharp as hell now. It ain't looking like what it used to look like, because before, goddamn, right? So while we were making fun of him, I guess he was saving up to go get the surgery or was waiting for him to go get it. Now he got it. Now that tape line is looking crisp as hell. Crispy. Go ahead.
Man, that government job was 6 figures, man. What do you expect? He was a 6-figure dude, when you think about it.
Nah,
he was over 6
He got fired.
Yeah. Oh well, he says he didn't get fired. He said they kind of brought him in the office. They showed him his stuff. When they took his phone, they pretty much gave him an ultimatum, and he decided to do the YouTube thing instead of doing the stand with the government.
I said bullshit.
Yeah.
I said they told him to hand in your resignation. They didn't fire him, to hand in your resignation. That's what actually happened.
But would you lie about that? I don't know if I would lie about how I ended my time with the government. What's wrong with saying you got fired when you're making so much money on YouTube now?
He would say that to save face because he lied about what's called. Remember?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, edgy. Yeah.
I got a quick question.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask.
Wait, Jojo, are you saying that he's keeping frame?
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Go ahead, 18. Go ahead, 18. That's what.
I wanted to just say this because I know Kevin C wanted to speak, but I just had a little fun question for everybody. Since we amongst us as Black folks that love ourselves,
right?
Hypothetically speaking, let's just say things switched around tomorrow and we got the power that we needed, and you had the option when it comes to dealing with white supremacy or coons. Which ones would you deal with first, and what level would you take it to? Would you arrest some of the coons, or a lot of them would you just make disappear? How would you confront the Chrissies and the Paris Milans? And if we all had the power, what's some of the stuff?
I'm too German for that.
Hey, look. Hey, Snake Man said you don't want to know how I would deal with it. Snake Man said you see how the Germans deal with their issues. You don't want to know how I would deal with it.
I would love to hear from Toya on that one.
Go ahead, Toya. Actually, Toya probably had the most interesting answer to this. What would you do, Toya?
You got to be comfortable stepping over dead bodies.
Oh man!
But you know what would be funny? You know what would be funny? I'll tell you what would be funny about that.
Go ahead.
Everybody would just switch overnight. You have people, no, we got African blood too. No,
screw that. No, screw that. For me, I think about putting these people on a boat and sending them to Antarctica or something like that. Get the hell out. But I don't know about, the finale. I don't know about that. But sending them, I didn't want to say it the other way because then that does sound German.
What I mean is like, okay, let's say we had the power.
But I would deal with them first. I would deal with them first. And then because you got to get them out the way. You can't deal with the white supremacists until you get them out the way.
Right.
That's the problem. You have to deal with your internal issues first before you can address the outside. If you're really good, you can kind of simultaneously, but not really, right? That's just way too difficult, especially for 40 million plus people. So you really got to deal with your internal issues all first. And I do think, you're gonna have let's be very clear, it's gonna get ugly, y'all. When I say ugly, I mean, damn, I don't really want to say it like that. No, I'm not just talking about the women. I'm saying some of our 17-year-olds, and I know we don't want to say some of our 17 and 18-year-olds. I'm not talking about the girls. Some of them boys is way too far gone, bro. Like some, 18th, you're in Chicago, so you already know. Like some of them niggas is too far gone. You can't do nothing with them niggas.
Exactly.
I don't like saying that shit, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Have you all seen Squid Games?
I haven't seen it yet, but I know the premise.
All I'm saying is, you can leave the Germans out of this,
right? We might have to deal with it the Japanese way.
The only thing I was gonna say, like,
well, that's Korea. That was Korea or Japan? That was Korea.
It was Korea.
That was Korea. Yeah.
For instance, Mrs. Z, would you like? Let's say you have an army, you have a squadron of officers. Would you approach some of these divestors home? Like, listen, you're going to be you're being placed under arrest for treason. We have this evidence of all of these videos. Right. I just want to know, do you want to hear their explanation first before do anybody?
Yes. I don't want to be one of those like yes, because I want you to be able to, in a court of law, explain your shit, right? And like explain why you were on what you were on. Because be very clear, I agree with you. There's gonna be a whole lot of switch up when the consequences come for the bullshit, right? So I want you to explain and like the Chrissies of the world already on some. I'm doing this for little girls, right? So she had a recent video that she dropped where she's showing like a little girl who apparently in elementary school, the kids are calling her dark and ugly. That's really messed up. Please raise y'all kids to do better than that, right? Stuff like that. And I'm like, my godson had to go through that, right? My godson had to go through that. So like, that's not an exclusively little black girl thing. Number one. Number two, she played other clips of content creators, I think mainly off of TikTok, referencing her and telling their audience like how Chrissy got them together and helped them to embrace their dark skin and everything like that. So she's gonna try. People like her are gonna try to play that game. Yanni gonna try to play that game, not so much on skin tone, but about telling to decenter. So Yanni's gonna play the feminist game on decentering men. Paris is gonna play the pop culture reference game, the trying to be like borderline black media, staying in the know and stuff like that. So all these people are gonna play I was just trying to do right by black women and black people type thing. Well, really black women thing. So that's the game they're gonna play.
So what about the heavier? Well, I already know what I'm going to do with
the one person that has nowhere to hide, though, real quick, my bad, AT, for cutting you off. The one person that has nowhere to hide is Cynthia G. She can't claim nothing.
Yeah,
like
or
Lexus
Exodus or Mahogany.
Yeah, all those other people. Divested Zealot, like you said, she's not gonna have nowhere to hide. But Cynthia G, Divested Zealot, like there's people that have Lexus Exodus. Mallory P gonna try to claim that she was looking out for black women though, but there are certain people that it's so blatant, like it's like, okay, you took away your own excuse, right? But Christy and all the rest of them, let's be very clear, there's gonna be other black women caping for them too.
Yeah,
so and brothers, if we're gonna be honest,
out of fear, they're gonna back up because we already know we're gonna punish them. We already know we're gonna punish them. We're just gonna listen to the explanation, see how severe the punishment is gonna be, and to make it even more sweeter, we're gonna have Toya deliver the verdict.
Add Crimson Cure.
Crimson Cure, and Shay and them.
All of them will be the terrorists.
All of them will be.
But and that's the thing. And to be honest, like the Black community finds itself in a very interesting position because we're being pulled every which way for the benefit of non-Black people mainly. Right. Mm-hmm. So we're being pulled in every which way for the benefit of some Latino group or some LGBTQ group or some Black liberals or some Black conservatives. And the people that are knowingly, willingly playing this game, and even if it's for their own selfish resentment, I say that we deal with them how we got to deal with them.
Yeah, I agree.
No,
all right,
I agree.
Because everybody playing this game for a few dollars from massa or from other bitter Black women or whatever it is. And quite frankly, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I think some brothers should be kicked off on that boat too.
Oh, yes,
there's brothers that need to be kicked off on that boat. Yeah,
I didn't even bring them up, so because you know what we're gonna do with them. But I was gonna let Kevin C speak. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Real quick, just that's the one thing that actually surprised me about all of this. Is that I actually thought all Black men were on the same sheet of music only because you're still a Black man in America. I don't know why you would actually capitulate and then do things and say things that's going to sell your group out. Because at the end of the day, because here's the deal: if you're actually working for the other side and you're openly working for the other side, they don't trust you. They don't respect you. They don't trust you. They use you as far as they can use you, and then they get rid of you. And then you got no place to go. You can't go over there with them. You can't even, and you can't come back. So I don't understand why the men do it. I almost get why the women do it, because maybe they'll get something out of it. So when you get the Candace Owens and the like, okay, I get all of that. But even then, at some point, Candace Owens might actually get to the end of her usefulness. And notice,
I think eventually, eventually, she out of here. Yeah.
Well, here's the other part of this too, and I'll go ahead and pass it on to somebody else. Is that notice when they need somebody in charge of anything, all of these sellouts, the traitors, basically the turncoats and the people with the questionable behavior, they're never in charge of anything over there in any other racial group.
Ever. You're only there to chastise Black people and to reprimand Black people. That's what you're here for.
Absolutely. Yep. They don't put them in charge of anything. That's why I laugh when I hear Thomas Sowell. I'm like, wait a minute. Go back and look at all the anything that had to do with relation to economics as it relates to the latter half of the 20th century while he was doing all his economy stuff.
Nobody asked him nothing. Look, y'all see, I in my communities tab is a Glenn Lowry debate with Richard Wolff. Like nobody asks Thomas Sowell nothing except for they bring him in to crap on Black people. Right? Yeah, like that's all they like. Even Richard Wolff will reference Kamala Harris's dad because he's an economist. He works with him. Like you will see, they'll reference Black economists. They'll just never reference Thomas Sowell because who?
They know
Thomas Sowell? Right? Come on, man.
Yeah, where was he at the major points in history that all these there was an economic crisis after economic crisis after economic crisis, and where was he for all of that? They didn't ask him for any help at all.
Here's the thing. Much of the way he thinks, if we could get him to get off of Black people's dick for a second, much of the way he thinks and what he advocates for is how we got here in the first place. All that laissez-faire neoliberal economy, that's how we got here. So and if you ask Thomas Sowell to get off of Black people's dick for a second and start speaking about what's going on what's going on with the overall economy, he's gonna sound like a Reagan Republican. He's going to sound like trickle-down economics, neoliberalism is the way to go, and then you will explain to him, sir, that's how we got here? No? Okay. Right? So that's why people don't speak to this guy. Wait, say that again?
That's the question. Then the question should be, then how did we end up here, sir?
Yeah. Well, the funny thing with some of those economists is that what they will say first is woke politics. I kid you not. And they would say that before they wouldn't use the word woke, but it would essentially be woke politics even before woke became a term that they use as a pejorative. right? They would mention that, and believe it or not, they would say that we haven't doubled down enough on neoliberalism. Yeah. Oh, ask anybody on the panel. Yeah, name it. It's not bad in America. They would say the problem is that we haven't gone far enough in free market capitalism. It's too much government sanctions and too much government regulation. That's what they would say. Too much government sanctions, too much government regulation. We need to blow the economy wide open, and that's what would be the most beneficial for most people. That's what people like Thomas Sowell would say.
I wish you wouldn't say bloated because I'm feeling bloated right now.
Yeah, no. I'm saying blow the economy wide open. Like open the doors up for free trade even more than what we already have. And that would be what's most beneficial for most Americans. And when they say that, what they really mean is what's most beneficial for the handful of owners in America. That's what they really mean. But either way.
And so I just wanted to say real quick. So Kevin C, Snake Man, and Neymar, what you brothers gonna do, man? Are y'all giving trials, or are y'all just bypassing that and handling things?
You don't want to know what I would do.
That's all. That's
my because what my tribe is, if you know, because dude,
Neymar,
you don't want to know.
That what we say with that one is, if it's understood, it don't gotta be said.
All right.
Okay, that's what we say with that one.
I will tell you a part of it. First of all the ones who eaten good over generations with the stupidity. It's the same thing I have with the Nigerian elite in my country. A special police that basically his only task is to make sure that those bloodlines cease to exist forever. All the ones who are basically advertising those treachery, but doesn't eat good from it, will be relocated, you can say like a vacation, into the center of the African jungle where they can do a workshop for free.
That sounds German as hell.
do a workshop for free and do everything they want to do. But there's no water, there's no food, and
no, this sounded more North Korean than German. Now go ahead.
On a weekly basis, if accidents should happen, like you know what happens when people don't eat food, have no water and food, they will be used as fertilizer.
Now we back to sounding German.
To saturate the ground. Now to all the people would be the majority, the silent majority, who basically co-sign it, but don't benefit from it, and they don't really get money from it, but mentally they co-sign it. They will be sent into education camps.
Now we sound in Chinese. Now we sound in Chinese. Re-education camps. Oh, that's definitely Chinese and the Chinese in the West. That's what that is.
Once again, I don't talk about the white supremacy. The white supremacy so into re-education camps where they have to do a 10-year diploma to show if they understand what it is to be black.
Like I said, I'm really about because these people, y'all want this matriarchy, right? And y'all want it a particular way. I'd say we do another version of Liberia. We purchase some area in Africa. I'm sorry to the brothers and sisters in the continent, because they're going to try to leak out. So y'all make sure y'all man y'all borders. We purchase some land in Africa. We put them there and say, go ahead and make y'all do your whole matriarchy thing, funded by, I guess, the handful of men that's going to go with y'all that are perfectly okay with that and have fun. And we'll check on you in 20 years and see how it went. In 50 years, we'll see how it went. In a century, we'll see how it went.
Mr. C is the last time you did. Hold on, Mr. C is the last time this happened. It was the African Thunderdome over there. Are you insane?
Right? No, but I'm saying this time it's just going to be mainly black women and a handful of brothers that think that the matriarchy is okay. And there we go.
Hey, Mr. Z, can you imagine, Chrissy being on trial sweating bullets while we all in the benches giving her the North Korea face?
Why do you Americans always want to do trials? The only thing
this is the thing. No, you know what it is? Because I want these people to make their case Why did you sound the way? Why? Like. Here's the thing. For me, and I don't even want to do a kangaroo court. I really want Cynthia G to explain what the hell was abort black male babies about. Like, that's going to be interesting to hear her try to explain that shit.
Mr. Do you know the Dark Knight? The Dark Knight went to with Spain went to the courtroom. Dark Knight.
I don't remember the scene, but yeah. I don't remember the scene, but yeah, I did watch the movie though.
Decisions ever do that, like we can have a courtroom, we can televise it. The judge will bring forth all the allegations, then they can talk a little bit, and then they have a decision. You can your decision is be introduced to a special unit to hunt down the bloodlines, or go to the camps in the Central African jungle.
You know why? Let me say this. You know why I want there to be because I do believe in a court. The only time I believe in like extrajudicial anything is if it's immediate. If I don't stop you, you're gonna harm me or someone I love or any other person that's innocent, right? That's what I believe. Like, okay, this gotta happen now. Ain't no trial because obviously ain't no time for no trial. But I do believe in there being a trial for these type of things. And like I said, there's going to be people that, let's be very clear. Some of these people, a handful of these people that were like shallow enough, they're going to be able to weasel their way through. I know that. I'm fully prepared for the BS. Don't worry, we're going to have people watching you anyway when you weasel your way through. We're going to have people watching you on your daily basis just to make sure you don't get back on the BS. But the super egregious people like Cynthia G, oh no, they on the, bro, there's no way to defend that, you know? So, yeah.
But Mr. Steve, you didn't hear to me what I would do to the white supremacist.
Oh, no, I didn't hear, yeah.
What I do to the white supremacist, like I'm humane, like I'm not infinitely cruel. As a heads of the white supremacists can flower my garden, like flower my garden. There's no exceptions, and all the followers, like the police chiefs and that, they can build me for the rest of the life a road through the Sahara Desert back and forwards. There's a need out.
We had something similar of people walking from here to there, and it's called a Trail of Tears. We have something similar in American history. Go ahead.
Yeah, and all the lower grunts, like the hillbillies and all the ones. I would say relocation into the most fertile and prosperous desert and barren wastelands. You can even basically it's the Siberian frontier. Like so people, I don't want even to harm them. I just want to,
Do you think we should purchase some land from Russia and just send them there?
Yeah, like this is a good tantra.
You can send it to Mongolia.
A lot of
cheaper.
Because you white people hold my.
You're right.
Because you white people love land. There's a lot of desert, a lot of tundra, big land. You can have all of it.
Let's pause right here because what Nema just said was funny, and if you didn't catch it, so Mongolia, 90% of the population lives in like one spot because everything else is nothingness. So when Nema says send them to outer Mongolia,
it's a large country, but it has a small ass population of only 3 million,
and all of them pretty much live in like the capital. Like, that's it. There's nothing there. It's like nothing. Yeah.
And there's some other cities, major cities, but the thing is, like, but a lot of people still are like, it's just
Outer Mongolia
open grassland. And you have the Gobi Desert to the north.
Let me read this real quick. You guys. And what's going on, Kareen? And Kareen says, my monthly dues, LOL, big up yourself. Thank you, Kareen. Thank you very much for the super chat. Right, y'all go ahead.
You're a snake man?
One thing I don't understand, Outer Mongolia is too good. There's still some areas where grass is growing and you can raise animals.
Snake man said, I don't want no part. I don't want them to have nothing.
That prime real estate.
That's why I said the Gobi Desert.
No trees.
That's why I said the Gobi Desert.
Only ice or only sand. No trees. Nothing. They can have some prime real estate.
That's so messed up.
That's why I said. There's got to be some competition. The Gobi Desert.
Let Kev see go because Kev been trying to go for a while. Go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, so that is a pretty good question, and you know what? There's got to be some kind of punishment. And here's where you got to be careful, because I don't like being too extreme, but at the same time, you have to the first thing is it got to be excommunicado. So again, basically, everybody knows about the John Wick universe, and basically, all the services are cut off once he's excommunicado. So it's essentially that. So no help from anybody from the racial group. But then on top of that, they can't also be allowed to move around freely, because at the same time they could, now because they're excommunicado, now they go to the other side and they really flip. Now they're working hardcore, and they double and triple and quadruple their efforts. So they have to be So they have to be excommunicado, but isolated and punished.
Yeah.
Because there's something to be said for this. See, getting rid of them is actually too easy. Taking their life is too easy. There has to be something to be said for allowing somebody to live out the rest of their days, but having to think about what it is they did in order to get that punishment.
But I got an answer. In order for that punishment to fully go through, you would have to have allies in other sections, in other parts of the world or city or whatever.
No. Well, we got the power to go ahead and round them up and do what we need to do and all this other stuff, and just isolate them, but not allow them to actually operate with somebody else against you, because that's.
But the only way.
But here's the thing, Lion and Kev. Here's the amount of issue, because we have this with Chrissy in particular, right? She says herself that her stepdad will ride for her uncles will ride for her brother will ride for her, and yet you're like, so where did all you don't really deal. Let's get this right. Let's understand this correctly. You don't really deal with black men like that, except for the black men in your family, who you said all of them would ride for you. Okay, cool. You date interracially already, and you've been doing that from the beginning. All right, cool. What you're telling us is all of this resentment towards black men is, first of all, mainly off of what? Some colorism exhibited on media, and the fact that one of the brothers in this space, when he was trying to find out who you were, might have went a little too far with it. So that's your entire project is based off of media portrayals of dark-skinned black women, which is mainly white media portrayals, and the fact that one of the brothers in this space might have did a little too much.
I mean, that's fine it's not
man. But no, I'm using that. Wait. I'm gonna land in like 30 seconds. Well, 60 seconds. I'm using that to say this is why you would want to have a trial with them. This is why you would want to be excommunicado. And what Kevin C is saying, and this is why you want to isolate them. Because to be very clear, many of these women in their day-to-day personal life don't actually run into black men that are these raving colorist lunatics or these raving mean a-holes or that's calling them all type of B words and all. This is like some exaggerated BS that they're coalescing around online, right? And I just wanted to say that. Go ahead, Kev C. Landed and then line. Go ahead.
It never had anything to do with black men. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, Kev, I gotta let her go. Okay, go into detail about that real quick, Toya, and then Kev, and then Lion. Go ahead.
Everything that you just named can be traced back to black women. It never had to do with black men. That's our hatred, so-called. Never had anything to do with you guys. It's all been drummed up, just like colorism is. It's like, oh well, because I'm this color, I'm going to use this as something else I can be a victim of.
Yeah, that's true. Because look how we all talking about what's the sister name that popped up on the scene? We all drooling over her with Tiana. Tiana Paris, is that her name?
Tiana Taylor.
Tiana. Is it Tiana Taylor or Tiana Paris? The fine ass dark skinned sister.
Yeah, the one that was the one on TikTok, right?
No. The one.
She's one of the Marvels.
Tiana Taylor.
Yeah, so her. Isn't that the same one that was on They Clone Tyrone?
No, you talking about Tiana Paris. She was the actress in Chirac back in the day.
Okay, so she's fine as hell, and then the one that played the one that's on the new Marvel movie that's coming out
that's
with
the
all
same
the
person.
That's the same. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, and you see, she dark skinned, ain't she?
She is fine as hell.
Exactly. We still got Kelly Rowland name in our mouth. She dark skinned, ain't she?
Yep.
All right, Lupita. Niggas be talking about Lupita. She dark skinned. She darker than dark, ain't she? I'm just saying.
So when they keep talking about colorism, what colorism? What are you talking about?
Hey, Lion. That's why they added featureism and texturism, because they knew that they didn't really have an argument, because we find all these dark skinned women supremely attractive. So now they got to add on to it and say featureism and texturism. Well, you can't say texturism because Tiana got she got tight curl hair. She got with 4C hair. Yeah. 4C hair. So what are you talking about? So that's where featureism come in now. Well, look at her nose. Colorism. And look at her eyes. And, it's always excuses, bro. Go ahead.
Wanted to add something real quick. I just wanted to add something real quick to what Toya was saying. Yeah, not only did it not have anything to do with black men, it had everything to do with white validation and using black men to as the punching bag for being rejected for white validation.
Okay, so let's let Lion finish, and then Kev Seepers, I cut him off, and then we'll continue. Go ahead.
But it's not our fault you want Ryan Gosling, but you settle for Eminem with the blonde hair that never made it.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Let me say something to that. Lion, do you understand how accurate you are, bro? Do you understand how, bro, all these sisters drooling over Ryan Gosling, Chris Hemsworth, what's the one that plays Superman? What's his name? Oh my god, I forgot this dude name. The one that plays
Henry Cavill.
Yeah, Henry Cavill. That's the ideal white dude. But just like Lion said, they turn around and settle for let me see, what Kid Rock looking ass white dudes.
Yeah, Pete Davidson. You end up with Pete.
Yeah, Pete Davidson. Exactly.
The white dude, they'd be like, oh, I know him. Who is that?
Hey, Mr. Z.
That's the white dude they end up with.
I'm sorry, guys, because I don't mean to keep interrupting. I just wanted to add to what Lion was saying. And it all has to do with like how a lot of non-black groups use black people as they punching bag.
Yeah,
those particular type of women within our community turn around after they feel rejected, use black men as their punching bag.
I want to be very clear what you just did, that I applaud, and that we can do over here, and that they don't do over there on their side. You said those particular black women. You didn't say black women. You didn't just say women. You said those. You were very clear. We talking about you, your type, the Chrissies, the Yannies. We talking about y'all, right? And we're very clear, right? Because niggas over here for the most part still want to be with black women.
Exactly. We
just don't want to be with a-hole, mean, condescending, colorless asshole black women.
Right? I can't say whole when we got women like Toya, when we got women like Shay Sade, when we got women like the Crimson Cure, when we got all of these different women that arrive for Chantel Simone, Erica Lachey, different women like that. When we got even, I know they was beefing and all of that, but Jessica X and all of the other groups of women that are riding for black men. I can't put all our women within the same category.
That's my point. That was all I was trying to say.
Mrs. Z, don't you remember like the other day, me and you were like on this conversation talking about like how the girl that made Pretty Privilege, that video, you were like, you were like, she's not that ugly. She's not really ugly. She's all right. She ain't bad, dude. It's like we know she just needed. She was like one I love you, or hey honey, your skin is so beautiful for probably falling back with a black dude.
You're talking about Stefco. So Stefco,
exactly.
Which is the thing with Stefco and Stefco. Just first of all, she admitted that when she's in certain places in Cali, that's when it's really like she ain't getting no attention, really. So because I think she's originally from Texas, I want to say. Yeah, I want to say she said that, right?
California. So, I remember. Yeah,
y'all gotta remember, like, this is the thing. People run into blackness and then they blame black men for white supremacy in these places. All right, cool. You're mingling with non-white dudes because you want to live in certain neighborhoods. You want to be around you want to have certain experiences. Nothing wrong with that. So you end up going around the white people and then the black dudes that are essentially the exact same as you, but a dude. And then you get mad that nigga ignore you. He going after the white women just like you going after the white man. Okay, cool. Then you don't want to deal with black people in the hood or a little bit out the hood because you want certain experiences. All right, then. So you don't get to be around the black men that mess with black women. So you want, it goes back to what we were saying about breaking wolves. You want a particular type of black guy, but you want that black guy to want you even though he had experiences that may have informed him differently. That's your problem.
But
right? In other words, I'm gonna let in like 30 seconds, y'all. You want the suburban black guy who essentially is a white guy, but you want him to be attracted to black women like you. Not just black women, but black women that look like you. Then you get mad when you can't have him because you think you're better than the niggas in the hood or the niggas in the burbs whose parents were from the hood. That's only one generation out the hood. Get out of here, man. I don't want to hear those excuses, bro. Go ahead, yo.
But it's like, why? But I mean, if they want that, that's fine. They have every right to want that. But at the same time, why aren't you asking yourself, are you the best option for those men?
They don't think that far, bro.
Yeah,
they don't think that far. They don't think
about that. Somehow they're entitled to that.
Why aren't you the best option for those men? Because at the end of the day, no matter what color he is, us men want the same thing: fit, feminine, and friendly. No matter what race he is, we all want.
Somehow they're entitled to
wait, yo, Kev, I didn't cut Kev off, and then we all didn't win. Go ahead, Kev.
Oh yeah, well somehow they're entitled to those men despite their own deficiencies, despite their obvious deficiencies. And then I'll go ahead and say this. So the thing that you mentioned about Chrissy, about she's got all these black men who's in her family that's willing to ride for her. See, that's very odd to me, and it's very ironic, and probably and I know she says it all the time, but it's very unbelievable to me, because if you have that, then what you're just describing is a good set of solid black men, possibly to include your father, possibly stepfather. And when you have that network in place, the last thing you want to do is do anything to diminish that. So you're not going to degrade that group. So I'm suspect of her saying that. And then this whole thing about the colorism argument. Look, I'm going to actually concede to the fact that there are probably a few men who are absolutely colorist. Okay, there's going to be a small minority. But when you look at the overall group, when you look at the majority, that's just not that is not the whole of the group.
Exactly.
I mean, you got guys like Kodak Black. If you're listening to people like him and saying, "Oh, I'm already dark. I don't want anybody darker." Okay, well then, the reason he says stuff like that is that, one, he has celebrity status. He's got some millions, and on top of that, he's got about 30 women in the queue lined up ready to get at him. You see what I'm saying?
And Kev, imagine, Kev, real quick, how many black girls used to make fun of his skin tone? Does Chrissy want to have that conversation?
Yeah, that's probably where he got it from. That's
a whole lot.
He probably internalized that and say, look, because I was getting that when I was younger, I don't want that for me. And I don't want that for any kids that produce. And that's fine. But now that he has celebrity status, he can pick from the whole rainbow, right?
Literally.
But the majority of black men majority of black men don't even think that way. And they're not even looking at it. Look, put it to you this way. If you show up, pretty, attractive, and consistent with what it is that guy is looking for, your skin tone is not really going to matter. And then on top of that, if you're compatible with them, then they're dismissing all the other qualities that actually make you attractive to men, and just trying to get it down to texturism, colorism, featureism, and everything else. And what they do is, instead of actually improving themselves, like losing the weight, or actually being nicer women, or learning how to cook and clean and learn how to be, the feminine, wonderful ladies that they're supposed to be, it's like, you don't want me because I'm dark skinned. See, that's an easy way to discount your obvious deficiencies and transfer it to somebody else and say, look, you don't like me because of that. When literally, if you go down the list, I can actually dismiss you and eliminate you before I even get to color. Matter of fact, I don't even need colorism to eliminate you. If you show up with a kid, you're already eliminated. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let me say this real quick before you go on. Here's my mom's neighbor across the street. Her daughter is a couple years younger than me. Dark-skinned young lady, heavy set, married. Her man is is fit. He's fit, and her man make more than her. What is I don't be understanding what these people talking about. This is a shorter, heavy set young lady, dark skinned, married. But let me see. Her dad and her mom were part of her life. She's not an asshole. Maybe that's why. She's wife material. Maybe her weight, but she's wife material. Maybe that's why she's married. I'm just saying. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you just asked this question.
Mr. Z. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Kev Landon and whoever's next. Go ahead, go.
No, I'm good. I'm finished. I'll go ahead.
Okay.
But to Kev's point, real quick, I'm like, yeah, we can go down the list. All right, so she doesn't have a kid, but I'm just gonna ask one question. I'm like, so you put all this work into getting that college degree. Why didn't you attack the gym with that same veracity?
Hysterical.
Why can you? All you had to do was attack the gym with the same vigor that you attacked to attack the college to get that degree.
They don't think they have to do things to make themselves physically attractive to you. Not only that, then you get what you get. Exactly. No, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. And that's the thing. I think I don't know what it's the way we're raised to as men. A lot of things for us are very immediate and visceral, and so you don't get this time or the space to make excuses or to kind of hope that something will change without you doing something for something to change. And I don't know if it's the same for women. Like I'm not a woman.
It's not.
Right?
Thank you,
okay, Toya.
It's not. Z, do you have any daughters? No, I don't
have any kids. Okay, but I have my younger sister and older sister. But yeah.
I raised
my girlfriend, obviously.
I raised daughters and a son, right? Mm-hmm. And I helped it along a little bit because I'm gonna look out for all my kids, but you gotta look out for your daughters a little bit more. But the other part of it too is, look, women start getting attention early from boys, and they don't even have to do anything. All right, and that's for a lot of women, that's actually part of the problem, because when you again, it's like walking into the candy store and getting access to everything, and you don't have to earn it. And then when you actually do have to earn it, then what happens is then you really haven't developed the skills in order to become that well-rounded person you're supposed to be. So, and I say all of that because I did everything because even though I looked out for my daughters and did everything to set them up in life, I had to check them along the way. You see what I'm saying? And go, look, you need to be doing this. What are you doing over here? With that, that's not going to fly. And let me tell you something. When you're dealing with other men, that's not going to happen. You need to, you see what I'm saying? Like you got to check them along the way and give them a dose of reality, so that way they don't turn into these, these ridiculously, flawed women that are 40 plus years old talking about, well, I don't know how I got here. I'm like, I've been telling you your whole life how you got here. So stop it.
No, I have those conversations with my younger sister in particular. I want to say I contributed to her being married because I was very clear about how men move, think. And clearly my dad also, but my dad is older, so gave her his wisdom and his knowledge. But as her older brother, and I'm only older than her by a couple years, definitely tell her like, yo, I don't know where you think that ain't gonna fly, right? Like I'm your brother. I'm damn near obligated to deal with certain things because that's my job. These niggas out here don't got to deal with none of that, right? So like, and just being very clear with her. And so what you're saying is true, and I think that's what we run into. So when these women then have to enter the dating world and try to make it work with normal men, and I think Black Uru even said this, right? He told his daughters, "You don't believe me now, but like I am by far the nicest man you're ever gonna meet." And I think that statement right there, it's not just when you really sit down and sit with that statement, like that's a real ass statement, because other men are going to be demanding of you. And that I don't mean demanding in any type of negative sense of the word. I mean, you're going to have to do. And that's even something me and my lady are talk about. Like, no, I'm a cheap date, but I'm not a free date. I joke with her that all the time because I never ask her for even half of what I do for her. I never ask her because that's just not me. But, oh no, you're going to spend some money. Right.
Well, see, this kind of brings it full circle. This is why fathers are important in order to maintain that balance, so women don't get a big head. You know, and because I see it developing. I see a man around 15, 16, usually around the latest is 17. The young boys come sniffing around. I gotta keep some perspective on that. And even the older gentlemen, when they start trying to date your daughters in college or something like that. I got one right now looking at my youngest daughter, and I'm like, I'm not sure I like this dude. He's got a whole lot of, hurdles he's got to cross before he even gets any kind of approval from me. And I made it clear that, you might like him, but I ain't got to like him.
Yeah, shout out to you, Kev, for being a responsible dad, because I'm noticing now there's also like some women who haven't.
Say it, Lion. I already know where you're going.
That their dad don't check them.
Yep.
I can just tell their
demeanor and the way they act. Women always say, well, I didn't grow up with a father.
Dads and daughters.
Wait. Let Kev land with that. But before you go, Kev, I'm gonna cut you off real quick. And I think what Line is saying too is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Line, you're not raising spoiled brats.
No.
Because and that's another thing that we run. I done dated them. Their dad was part of their life, their entire life. Their girl dads and their dad done raised the most entitled, spoiled brat asshole ever.
Didn't give him any game on men and what we want. That's another. I think.
Oh my God!
With a lot of women who have positive relationship with their fathers, and that's great. But their fathers didn't give them any game when it comes to dealing with men. And I'm noticing it now, and I'm like, oh, God damn!
Exactly. The meanest women ever, the most entitled brats ever.
Yes,
right.
They're just as entitled as the girls who didn't have a dad.
Real quick, so let's let Kev C land, and I know Naima, you trying to go, so Kev C, go ahead, and then Naima.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize the point that's why fathers are important. So when you hear a woman go, "Well, I didn't grow up with my father, and I wasn't taught this, and all this other stuff." Now you're 26 years old, but that's not an excuse, and we can't, and that's not going to help us or help her when she's already in the middle of her early the mid 20s, because you can't keep using that as an excuse forever.
True.
Yeah, but then there's another side. We got. I'm saying we have women out here who do have positive relationships with their dads, but he didn't give them any game as to when it comes to dealing with other men.
Yep. Go ahead, Naima. Go ahead.
It doesn't get talked about.
Yeah. Bear with me, folks. I'm kind of dealing with like some upset with some rumbling in my intestines right now. I'm dealing with stomach pain, but I'm gonna try to push on through. By the way, Lion C, you were accurate, but you were a little bit off. What you meant to say is, these chicks are gunning for like a Chris Evans, but they got to settle for a Kevin Federline. You understand what I'm saying?
That was good. That was a good one.
That's more accurate. Yeah. That was more accurate.
No.
Very accurate. Pinpoint the motherfucker. Give my props, nigga.
That was pinpoint. No, say that one again. You gotta say that one again.
They basically are going for like a Chris Evans, Captain America, that is, but end up settling for Kevin Federline.
And then they get Federlined. Get Federlined.
And it's like, and you look at these chicks like for example, you look at Steph Curry, it's like you're a fool. If you just went to the gym and got a body like Bria Miles, you be in there.
But you know what?
Now we gotta get. By the way, but I'm not finished.
Real quick. Okay, Naima, let me let Toya go, and then we'll come back to you. You already know one. Go ahead, Toya.
Steph Co's biggest problem is she's not doing herself any favors. In the same way that Kim Foster understands just how mediocre looking she is, and she plays that up by doing things to enhance whatever she does have. Steph Co has repeatedly gone in front of the camera in ways that don't necessarily flatter what she brings to the table. Just like you were saying, she's one hug away from, one I love you away from, one you're gorgeous, you're pretty. She's got the bones. She's got good bones, but a lot of Black women do themselves a disservice by running away from what they are naturally beautiful for.
Yeah.
She's just lazy. That's the other thing about Steph.
So you're saying they're going after this kind of, well, the European beauty standard, but they're going after like some type of beauty that they'll never fit into that. You have to go for your strength, is what you're saying, and she's not playing up her strengths. Yeah,
exactly. Like the reason why Black women have such an ability to dodge accountability is because we engage in cosplay all the time. We're donning things that were never meant for us, and we're thinking we can rig the system. I mean, it's your basic moving the goalpost in motion.
Yeah. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Wait, real quick. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Go ahead, Naima. Go ahead, Naima. And then who's next?
First of all, I'm in pain right now, but Toya, I'm glad you're here because we do need a woman's perspective on some of these things. That helps us understand a lot of things a lot more. But at the same time, we're also understanding that, like the whole thing, like because KFC has daughters, some of y'all have daughters as well. You guys would understand that you don't want your daughter to grow up like the Disney princess. Remember, from millennials onwards, it's Disney princess because they have that sense of entitlement. It's based on the Beauty and the Beast mostly, or Sleeping Beauty, or because they want that knight in shining armor. But it's in their subconscious that way. Secondly, I remember it was like to Kenzie's point about raising his daughter and whatnot. The other, over the weekend, last Friday, I went to an electronics chain because I had to do something, right? And I met this young 21-year-old there. Beautiful thing. She was light skinned. Turns out she's mixed. Dad's Norwegian, mother's Kenyan. And obviously her parents raised her right because she's really upright, sensible. Another thing about her was like she's 5'7", so about 130, but she's got 3 older brothers. And just like her brothers, she wrestled in high school. So she knows how to handle herself. She wrestled in high school.
5'7", 130 wrestler. Go ahead.
She doesn't have any cauliflower ears, but I was kind of teasing her about that, not having cauliflower ears. But she was kind of cute. But I had to let her know I'm 40. I'm 40, gonna about be 41. And I looked at her and said, your daddy would not approve because you're talking to a dirty old man here, right? Especially one whose vitiligo's well pronounced and shit, because we were teasing each other about that. But she was upright, she was sensible, and she knew better. She was raised better. Despite the fact her father's white, she learned how to defend herself. She can still kick ass though. But but it's like that. You have to raise your kids. It's not enough to like teach them about boys and stuff. You got to teach them how to defend themselves because you put them in martial arts and such. They learn that discipline, not to fuck around. There's actions and consequences. My sister, I got a sister. She grew up with 3 brothers. My mom jokingly says she has 3.5 sons and half a daughter because my sister knew how to defend herself, having to fight with me and my brother, having to fight, her brothers sometimes. Hell, she broke a dude's nose in high school when he fucked with her. And I'm gonna tell you what happened in that situation. She broke that boy's nose in high school. That boy had to lie that a boy broke his nose. And this is an Eritrea. This is an Eritrea, folks. This is an Eritrea. So the mom shows up at the high school, asking, who bust my son's nose and everything. And then they call the name. My sister shows up and everything. And then when when the boy's mom realized, wait, you punched my son's nose? I said, yeah, because he was kept up with me and whatnot. Well, that wasn't her word. The principal had to restrain the mom from trying to beat that boy to a bloody pulp. And then she just praised my sister. That's all I'm going to say about that shit.
I want to ask Toya a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to ask Toya, to what she said about the deficiencies.
Sorry, I got me up.
Yeah. To what Toya said about Black women not want to deal with their deficiencies, I wanted to ask a question. Is it ego, is it fear, or is it both?
Good question.
Well, I think it's both, but I think that the fear is not what you think it is.
Don't forget pride.
I think the fear is dismantling what is behind that false ego. I think the fear is confronting that which remains when you remove the facade.
Oh, I see. They don't know what's there, and they're afraid there's
the facade is covering the insecurity.
Correct.
The insecurity. Yeah. And correct. The facade, there's nothing left.
Yeah.
And they don't know how to go. And they don't know where to go from there.
Yes, because a lot of what you see with Black women is feigned ego. It's peacocking. It's cosplay. It's very much the fantasy of it all. And when you really break it down, it's obvious why we avoid accountability, because it's like, well, we get to walk around and play dress up all day and call ourselves bosses and refer to ourselves as magical. Why would I why would I do anything that goes against that? Even if it is true, even if it is something that's good for me. I like it over here.
Yeah, but then your outcomes, right? So like that's all well and good, and it protects your like Nema was saying, your pride, your ego, okay, fine. But then the outcome on the other side of that. See, if you're fronting and you still get the results you want, fine. But if you're fronting and then we look at your life over 5 years, 10 years, like, and you don't got the results you want, then isn't that something like, I don't know, because for men, like the world make us count, right? The world makes you count. It makes you look at your situation and be like, oh crap, I ain't get what I wanted. Like, what we do is so overt. You know you came in first place. You know you came in second. You know you came in third. There's no misinterpreting whether you made podium or not. Like I tell you, I play racing games. Real quick, G, real quick. When I play Forza, when I play Gran Turismo, I don't get to wish myself in the second place or first place or third place. Either I got to podium or I didn't.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But that's why we gloat so hard when we come in first place, because we came in last or third or fourth so many damn times.
Right? Exactly. That's true. Go ahead, G. Go ahead. And what's going on, G? What's up with you? And by the way, thank you for the Cash App line. Go ahead.
This is what I think ends up happening with a lot of the sisters, right? Because we talking about why don't they change because of the results, and the honest truth, because we say most black women are getting held up by the black man around her, even if she doesn't want to acknowledge it. Perfect example.
Oh, you break it up a little bit, G.
But still talking.
You go ahead. We can hear you right now. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Get out as fast as you can so that we can hear you, because I think you're making a good point. Go ahead.
I've met women that have had fathers in their home, and they didn't realize they did everything they could to beat around the bush, but give their father credit for how they turned out. See what I'm saying? They'll talk all this crazy shit about their mother, and the only thing you could point out that was different to them than with everybody else that their father was in the house. It's like they fight giving their father credit for being a good man. So a lot of times these girls had fathers. They went to school and started rebelling against the shit they dad taught them so they can hang out with the hoes. They want to be accepted by the hoes even though they don't come from that background. That's what happens with a lot of black women. Shit, I've dated 2 women like that.
Can I say something?
I dated a woman.
On that?
Hold on, bro. Listen, let me tell you this. I dated a woman whose dad worked for Union Pacific. He was an executive. Like, we talking about an upward 5% $1,000 bonuses. Till this day, he was paying her car notes and all of that, right?
I met
she could not give that man credit for it. She could not give that man. She still had complaints about her father, about how he didn't show her enough attention and how he didn't make her a princess. And it was just a whole different set of things. And to the second set, what Toya was saying, why it's so easy for the women to stay in that delusion is because we saved them. The black man around black, like, I remember when I realized I was smarter than my mother. Like, I was trying to get some help in some algebra shit, and she could not do it. So, like, and then I realized, okay, she only faking like she know more than me. She really don't know shit. If it wasn't for the government, she would probably be kicked out on the streets. When I realized that as a teenager, you know what I did? I didn't start being harsher on my mother. You know what I started doing, Zoe? I started
protecting her. Yep.
I started paying the rent. Like, my mom, too stupid. She don't know what the fuck going on. And once you realize that's what happens to black boys at a certain point from the hood, you realize you're smarter than all the women in your family. Not better than them, but you're actually more intelligent. You're actually more resourceful. You're actually more everything than them in the real world. And if it wasn't for the government prop up, they would be dependent on you anyway.
Let me read this real quick. And I'll go after you. Let me read this and then I'll let you go and then I'll go after you. And Kareen says, Stefco is anti-black. Sorry, she got her black wake-up call because she wanted a white man. Oh God, that hurt, Kareen. That hurt because you know that's what it really was, right?
I gotta
answer. You know that's probably what it was. Real quick. No, we going around in the circle. But yeah, you know that's probably what it really was. God, that hurt. Because I know that's probably what it really happened. She probably was effing with Negroes, and then she messed around and got her little heart broken by enough white men. I'm almost certain it wasn't just one. And yeah, so she's being regulated back to Negrolandia, and she don't like it. Okay, who is trying to go after this?
Oh, it was me.
Go ahead, J Moore. Now J Moore was trying to go. Yeah, go ahead.
I was trying to say this to build up on what G said was like, you know, how they don't respect the father and all that other stuff. It's the same thing that's going on even in my own household. My grandfather, he's from Jamaica, right? Even my other grandfather's from St. Vincent. They both got their whole entire family from Jamaica to America and got them all their educations, like, you know, nurses and all this other stuff and everything like that. And these women still in my family still talking shit about them, saying like, oh, they ain't shit. You know, grandpa was out here, grandpa was a rolling stone wherever he put his dick was his home. I'm like, you know one thing, grandpa got you all here and y'all's talking shit. And you guys don't want to talk shit about your mother, you know, our grandmother that was sucking on the cock of you know, her cousin's man, which was my grandfather, you know, like AKA how you guys are all my auntie cousins. Y'all don't want to talk about that shit at all.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about that shit, Jay Moore. Hey, listen, hold up. I'm not interrupting. I'm adding on to what you said.
Wait, okay, this is what we're gonna do. Jay Moreland, Neymar, I'm gonna have to let G go in front of you because he just came in and he looked like he got something more pressing to say. And then Neymar, and then we'll continue the line. Go ahead, Jay Moore.
I got to drop off. You have a good one. I take care.
All right, thanks for coming up, line.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Bro.
Oh, the other thing was like what G said, when, you know, being smarter than your mother and everything like that, or all the women. Dude, I've been smarter than all the women in my family since 6, and I've been calling their asses out. But, you know, the issue I was running into is that I was the only one that was actually like, dude, do you guys not see this stuff? You not see what's going on? No, you're doing this. You're not. They beat me into believing their bullshit, basically. They outnumber me. All they ever said to me since I was a kid that I always kept hearing was like, you weren't wrong on what you said. It was just how you said it. The fuck, how am I supposed to say it then? There was never an answer.
Let me pause you real quick. Wait, G, real quick. It's being in the echo chamber, and so that's the beauty of the way I grew. So I had my dad, but I had my younger sister, and then, you know, my older sister, and my mom, clearly. But when you're in the echo chamber, you do demand, especially in the Black community, this matriarchy, you demand that the men kowtow to your emotions. You demand that the men kowtow, and they verbalize things the way you would, or at least in ways that's what's the word I'm looking for? In ways that are minimal to you. Yeah, they capitulate to you, right?
But the other thing, you know, to prove how, the way how you could prove how much they want to double down on what you just said, right? My mother, like, she's literally, you know, just moved to America and all that stuff, blah, 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 blah. But my family, all my family that's in America, they're either back in Brooklyn or somewhere down south, you know, whatever the hell, like back in the city. You know what my mother did? Where, like, instead of moving anywhere else where she had actually blood relatives, she moved from New York City all the way to Buffalo, New York, to be right on the edge of going to Toronto, like going to Canada. I was like, now when I'm old enough to think about it, I'm like, wait a minute, Mom, basically you kidnapped me to basically have my father maybe run across the whole entire state to chase after you, just so if he did chase after you, you could have an excuse to run to Canada.
Yeah.
Hey, Jay Moore, listen. My grandfather came over here from Guyana. I don't know if anybody know where Guyana is.
Yeah.
So I'm Guyanese, I'm Guyanese.
I think my uncle is Guyanese.
So this is what I'm saying. My grandfather bought 2 houses over here in America before he died. This is real shit. He owned 2 houses when he passed away in '96. In one generation, he had 5 daughters. He had 3 daughters by my grandma. He had 2 daughters by another lady. And he only had 2 sons, my youngest uncle and my oldest uncle. And I'm one of the kids of the daughters of him. But that one generation, when he died, my uncle was in prison. And the other one was on the run from the cops, right? So the women got the house. The women in one generation, they lost both the houses and all of the wealth. And their kids. Listen, and their kids ended up prison. In one generation, this is real shit. They lost both of the houses, and their children grew up in the projects. This shit was crazy. It was so wild when we traced it all back to it. Every single bad deed that got done financially in my family came from the women. But it's so many women, right? It's so many women that it's only like 6 boys left. Me, my little brother, I got 2 male cousins, but but get this, every single one of us was a homeless teenager. All of me and my male cousins, our mothers kicked us out the house as soon as they couldn't beat us up no more. As soon as we stopped letting them bully us, we all got kicked out the house at 14 and 13. Like, soon as we got bigger than our mother, we all was out on the streets. And it's so bad now. Our sisters and our cousins, all of their boys that's 14, they're kicking them out the house. And we having to take them in, like, hey, come over here, little cuz. Like, we got to bring our little cousins in because the women in my family, as soon as the boys get big enough that where they can't bully them, they kick them out the house.
That's exactly what happened to me. Real
quick, y'all.
Back it up.
And so that story, right? Okay, so I have a situation where I know someone whose aunt lost the mother's house. Similar thing, and here's the thing: the house was paid off. The house that you just had to keep up with the taxes. She couldn't even keep up with the taxes. Lost the house.
Both the houses were owned. That's the same thing with my grandpa.
So same thing. So both of the houses were paid off, and they couldn't keep. Understand what me and G are telling y'all. These women ain't even losing houses off of the mortgage. They losing houses off of the taxes. Do y'all understand how much smaller the taxes are than the home? Yeah, the upkeep. But that's just crazy. That's crazy talk. What I'm telling y'all.
So that's not crazy. These women get evicted with $50 rent.
Yeah,
they're getting evicted out of Section 8 houses with $50 rent. That's a fact.
That's
insane. I'm basically on a mission. I gotta go and basically go back to Brooklyn and stuff and go talk to my grandfather because I'm like, look, I'm gonna go. Like, luckily the house that he owns in Brooklyn and stuff, like part of it he gave the lower houses to my cousins, his grandsons, two of his grandsons. I'm about to go back to Brooklyn and go ask him, like, dude, can you give me some land back in Jamaica? Help me get some land back in Jamaica because I'm like, I refuse to let the women actually take control of all this stuff because it's all going to go to hell. Because that's another thing. All these women in my family talking all this stuff about all of my baby mamas. I'm like, how the hell are you going to talk shit when you're all baby mamas? Like, and especially some of your 2-time baby mamas. How you going to even talk shit about grandpa? What paid for y'all to get from Jamaica to come over here?
What they said, 70, not 70 something, 63 or 67% of single mothers are single mothers to more than one dude.
Yeah, my mother got
anything like my family, Jay Moore. I'm sorry. If they anything like my family, Jay Moore, hold on. The only people that's not on the system's goal are the males.
Yeah.
All the women, if they don't get full assistance, all of the women are getting some form of government assistance. None of the boys are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? None of the boys, none of the males, none of us as males, we're all independent out here on our own. But our sisters, our cousins, our aunties, everything, they all on the government door.
Yeah. G, let me read this and then real quick, y'all. Let me read this and then I'm gonna let Naima go and then Jay Moore, you could continue. And Trail Billy says, I had friends at 12 whose mom would lock them out at night if they didn't come home with rent at 12. Let's go through this. 12, that you can't have a legal job at 12, right?
I left my you got to remember, Z, I left my mama's house at 12 too.
So in other words, what is your mom actually asking you to do to bring home rent money? We already know. Y'all don't got to say it. So
sell dope, nigga.
You see what
you got no pack?
Dude, dirt.
Wow.
Nigga, listen, I came home before. No bullshit. I used to be ashamed to tell people this. I came home before.
And after G, name you go.
I came home. If you got to be a hood nigga to understand what I'm saying right now, any nigga from the hood gonna know exactly what I mean. When they be like, I would come in the house, they would be like, nigga, it's the first. Why ain't you on? Like, you haven't got on yet. It's the first. Every nigga in the hood know what getting on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, me personally. Oh, by the way, I got to answer Terrell Bentley's chat question because remember what I said about the K-Fed reference?
Yes.
Best case scenario, the dancer K-Fed. Worst case scenario, the more likely scenario would be the fat K-Fed. The one where he looks like a pregnant fat dude. Yeah, you ever seen that picture with the pot belly?
Yeah.
How are you skinny but got a gut like that? Looking like the trans dude who got pregnant. What the hell? He does. Find the lie. Find the lie.
Hey, but I'm living good though. I'm living good.
Yeah, off your ex-wife's alimony. She got custody of kids, but she went berserk.
And don't forget. Remember, there's multiple reasons why black men say Kevin Federline. Why do black men say Kevin Federline?
Because he got
he's
that
the ultimate
check.
baby daddy. He was the ultimate. He got the check. he had custody of the boys.
No. See, you're still focusing on one of the women. Once again, why do we call him Kevin? Why do we talk about K-Fed the way we do? Black men in particular.
Twice, boy.
Thank you. And he did it to who
That nigga did it twice.
G, he did it to who first?
Man, you already know what's up.
Homegirl from Moesha.
K-Fed is the GOAT.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about her. Forgot about that.
Yeah, he did it to her first, and Britney Spears. This is the prime example that it's a woman thing, right? He did it to her first. Then Britney Spears thought he was going to be different with her. You thought wrong, man.
And she kind of white trash when you think about it.
And then he settled down with a lily white woman with blonde hair, and they have all them kids together.
You see what I'm saying?
Anyway.
Play. Hey, you got to play the game how you got to play the game. And,
hey. I know, but here's the thing I realized. I mean, the way black women want black men in their lives. I'm sorry, Z, but I gotta toss you in the trunk because you gotta go down memory lane because I don't trust you with the keys. Go back to 06.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember, Khalees had an album called "Khalees Was Here." She had a song called "Bossy."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So So black women want black men the way Khalees needed. Too short. You know, you're in the background. You only featured, but she's got the main stage. Or just like go back to 97. Maya and Cisco, anybody? It's all about who? It's all about who. So the thing is like, but the thing is like, you know, like Jay Moore said about his family and everything. Jay Moore, you know, Caribbean folks, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, as Jay, or G for that matter, or even Kareem. Caribbean folks, there's a parallel between them and ADOS folks, because you understand that there's a parallel because the single mother epidemic, it's a matriarchy.
And the content for Caribbean folk are ADOS, but never mind.
In a different way. No, when we say ADOS is American descent of slave, it's a very specific like lineage claim. It really has to do with reparations, but we are right and Nema is right where there's a whole lot of cross pollination and a whole lot of like it wasn't just a static thing, but I understand the argument ADOS is making, especially for reparations. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
My thing is what I'm saying about the social structures, because single motherhood is a common thing among Afro-Caribbean folks, just like Afro-Latinos, I think.
Same thing. Yep, that's true. Yep.
My grandmother, after she could, this is my grandmother on my dad's side. After like, I don't know, because like in the 1950s in Ethiopia, Eritrea, divorce got kind of common. My grandmother, when she had my dad, she was basically a single mother, but this is what she did. And this is 1960s, folks. 1950s, 1960s, folks. She put my dad in boarding school. My and his two cousins who God rest their souls. Hell, in fact, I lost my dad last month. Excuse me. They all were put in Catholic boarding schools in Eritrea, and the moms decided they had to go work, and some of them had to go work overseas as domestics in the 60s. So they did everything they could, you know, to feed and clothe for their kids, but that didn't mean Grandpa wasn't around. Grandpa was around. Grandpa was doing what he did to feed, because back then, you know, a man was supposed to clothe and provide for his kids. And my grandfather did what he did just to make sure my dad was okay, because he did the bulk of it. But he also had a marriage and kids from a different wife. And what you guys are dealing with, you know, the contempt that black women have for black men, a lot of it has to do with, like Toya said, with their own internal, but also, you know, the history of legacy of slavery in a sense. And they forget that even though black men are trying to do the right thing, it's still not enough.
Yeah, because we're not white men.
And just like Jay Moore's. Yeah. Hell, look at me. If I showed you my face, Z, because I told you how many times about my vitiligo and shit, it's really pronounced across my face.
Yeah.
I'm turning white. Even if I was trying to do the right thing, they'd still shit on me for being black. Because, like, even though you're turning white, you're not a white dude. I said, what else is new? I don't want this. I don't want
You know what? I don't even think it's that deep.
Hey,
can I hop in, Mr. Z?
Name us.
Go ahead. Real quick. Let's let Big Kev go, and then I think whoever was saying to name it. But go ahead, Big Kev.
I was gonna say something after Billy.
Okay.
Yeah. So
okay. Yeah. Let Kev go, and then Jay Moore. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what everybody's talking about again, it's like, and it's sad when like the immigrant families are going through the same thing that people up here are going through. When it comes to like the gynocracy and whatnot. But again, it shows you it's like, and going back to what Charles Irving's point is that again, it's like this is what happens when you believe in the narrative that blind deferment to your female counterparts is going to be this magic pill that's going to save everyone. It's like you have to be practical. There's a reason why sustainable societies invest in their boys and their men, because they know that the young men are the engine of society. And if you starve that engine, the whole car's going to die,
Yep.
But I think it's like I was saying before, Mr. Z, the reason why and to what Toya is talking about, the reason why so many so-called black women are coddled, both by the outside and the inside. The people on the outside, they do it as a way of stirring up hostility and resentment towards so-called black men. Basically, they see most so-called black women as like useful idiots to wage class warfare on so-called black men.
Yes.
Especially the straight ones. And then we do it within the so-called community because, number one, it gives us a false sense of moral supremacy, thinking that we if we put women up on a pedestal, that somehow makes us like a better person than what we really are. And then number two is because it allows us to conceal the fuckery that we've been on personally. This is why you see people that you're constantly seeing a same pattern of people who aggressively pander to women find out that they've committed like fraud, like affinity fraud, or they've been abusive and predatory towards women in their personal lives, or like they're like stomped down hypocrites.
Why are you talking about Lizzo like that anyway?
But okay, you'll see it with Derek Jackson.
Mr. Z, the reason he's quiet is because he's in a yoga studio.
That's the reason why you keep seeing that same pattern. And I think the reason why people don't is not that we can't let it go, Mr. Z, is that a lot of people don't want to let go because again, it's that
I don't believe it's that deep.
supremacy.
I don't even think it's that deep.
Let's do this. J Moore, G, then Nemo. Go ahead.
Yeah. Because somebody wants to say something to me.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that I think the main thing is like what's what Mrs. Z said. Like that one chick that said, "I miss the days when they would just die so we could get the check and all that stuff." Right?
I'm never gonna forget. I read that. I think I saw it was Dr. T who posted it, and he posted. I want to say he posted on his Twitter or his community tab on YouTube years ago. This had to be like 3-4 years ago at this point. And when I saw it, I was like, "What, bro?" I was like, "Yo, she really said it."
But it makes sense as soon as you hear it. It makes sense.
Yeah.
But the sad part
bolder
is
than that though.
They read it or you hear it, it made sense. There's a lot of things clicked in. It's like a puzzle piece that was missing. And that's the one thing I was realizing. A lot of these chicks wish they didn't have a father with them, so they could have this lie go on. But the sad part is that they have a father, and so that was there for them. So the main thing, they want their father, like my grandfather. I low-key think they want him to die so their lie could live on forever and become fact. Become legend. That's what they want. They want to say like he was never there. I'm like, bitch, how the fuck you got into America?
Yeah.
And then like another thing too is they all got they all got this hatred. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. So I was gonna say they all.
I've been trying to
go ahead.
I just want to say this because I gotta drop and go to.
Better use in the office. So if he cut in, you guys let him go. Go ahead, Bellew.
So
and Toyo too. Toyo's in the office too. Go ahead.
I feel like we're dancing all around it. All you guys are making some really great points, but it really comes back to how men underneath this current social structure are viewed, which is you are a resource. And I don't mean a human resource. I mean, not like, hey, at the job, you're a valuable person in the company. I mean a resource, like a piece of coal or metal slag or something like that. You are a tool for them to use and discard, and you have to confront that to really start to unpack a lot of this shit, because what it really is coming down to, basically, it is exactly as Jay Moore said. I'm with you and I'm using you for your utility. And once that utility is gone, fuck you. I throw you in the trash.
Put it this way.
I don't think.
No,
I
it's
don't
like a
even think
horse.
it's
Like,
that
you
deep.
know,
Hold on.
real quick, y'all, because J Moore finish up because I remember we got to get G and then name it because we finish in the circle. You guys go ahead, J Moore, land up.
It was just like, you know, they look like what he said, better you said. It's just like, dude, they look at us like a horse, you know, like that favorite horse. Like, look at Les. She got me through 100 miles through all this stuff, you know, got me through the snow, you know, got me through everything. But then when, you know, the horse breaks a leg, I guess we're going to eat her tonight. That's how they treat us. We live to get the use. They get the use out
I
of it.
think you're being a little too kind, J Moore. I think they plot on the horse before they even break a leg.
Yeah, I know. They already been plotting like, ooh, we're going to have some the horse steak, horse chops, horse everything today.
I don't listen.
But
I'm gonna be real.
and you just see and then you see them while you're on that journey. They've been having a knife like sharpening up and a fork, just like, just wait till you die. I can't wait to eat you. Like that's how they doing it. So you try to work hard. So you just try to work hard as a black man to prove that your worthiness. But either at the end of the day, at the end of that road, as soon as your leg break, you're going to be there alone.
And this is why I always crack up when they like we know that men earn more than women. So whenever they act like we're the ones living off of them, I'm always like, who are these niggas that's living off of y'all? I'm not saying there's no pookies, but I'm like, how do y'all keep on running into the same pookie? Because from my last time I checked, black men still earn more than black women. Go ahead, G.
But this is the thing, we giving them too much credit, man. We done went over this a couple of times, so they not thinking about resources or none of that shit, bro. Their mind doesn't work like that. That's how we think as men, right? We looking for a woman to be a resource, to be a helper. That's not
you saying
how
we're making sense of crazy?
An asset.
Yeah, that's not what's going on is, right? These women, right, have been raised by hoes. They only know the reason that they equate that we take care of niggas because them are the niggas that they pick. You get what I'm saying? They are whores. We know that men make more money than women.
Yeah.
The most black men out earn his woman by $10 or more, maybe $5 to $10. Like, it is, nigga, you can have a felony, be a whatever. You gonna earn more than your female. What's going on with these females is that the niggas that they see their mamas and grandpas is compromised.
See, you gotta go. G, you gotta go back at least 20 seconds, but you cut out for a little minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying what's going on is the niggas that you see, the reason that they make this because they only pick compromised men. Black women are scared of productive, strong men. They don't know it's the production and the order that's making them scared. They're used to dealing with a nigga that gotta come live with them. They used to dealing with a nigga who don't got no job. They used to, because them is the only niggas that will fuck with their mamas. You get what I'm saying? A nigga with a job is not about to come in there and take care of 5 fucking kids by 3 niggas. He about to come over there and fuck, give her that money and leave. That's all he's about to do. We, as young niggas, we watched it happen to our mamas. We just didn't really understand what was going on until we started fucking too. We didn't know who all them stray uncles was and Mr. Bill, Mr. Tom. We didn't know what that shit was. These bitches, they honestly, we giving them credit. It's not that they don't want to have a nigga. They actually don't know how to keep a nigga. They don't know what makes a nigga happy. All they know how to do is you know what they do know? They know they throat gotta be long because niggas got long dicks. And they know they gotta be able to fuck. That's all they know.
Don't forget, we're all island dudes. Me, you, and Mr. Z, we're all island dudes. We all got that grandma that got like 10 kids from 10 different, what's it called, men.
Come on, man.
Excuse me, sir. It is 3 different sets of kids from 3 different dudes. Excuse me, sir.
3-4 different last names. You don't know nigga, we got cousins. You know we from South America.
My grandmother got 3 sets of twins from 3 different dudes.
But you know,
that's different, nigga.
This is how you really fucked up. Hold on. This is how you really fucked up if you Afro-Latino or Caribbean. One of your parents is probably ADOS. So you probably got one parent that's Jamaican, Guyanese, Saint Barney, and Bahamian, and one of your parents is from New York. One of your parents is from Mississippi. One of your parents is from Louisiana. Like perfect example. My dad is from Mississippi and my mom is Guyanese.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You know, so if me and my lady have kids and get married, which it's looking like it's gonna be, that's gonna be my children's story. But me, both of my
my
parents,
mom's from Florida.
yeah. And so that's gonna be their story. But for me, both parents are from the Caribbean, from Haiti. Well, mom is Bahamas, but by way of Haiti. Either way, but that's funny. That's so funny what Jay Moore just said, because hey, for real, like Grams on mom's side definitely was out here. Like she was
But
definitely.
this is the thing though. This is the thing though. But this the thing though, y'all. That's the Ado situation too.
Yeah,
it's all black women in the Americas. Yeah. It's all black women in the Americas situation. Because
that's
my
true.
grandmother.
Because Brazil is similar.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I don't know my grandfather's mother. I know my grandfather's name because of my uncle on my paternal side. He told me the truth of what happened in the family. Like, hell no, our grandpa is not African American. He's from Guyana. My mom and them didn't even tell me that shit.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? They was so nigga cultured out. They so, project cultured out. They don't even embrace their Afro-Latino heritage like that. You know what I'm saying? We still got the cousins. Well, we technically Latino.
Yeah, I know you guys are. I know. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, dude. Because you're forgetting something. Two countries in particular. I mean, three actually. Guyana. Next to Guyana is a place called Suriname. Suriname was colonized by the Dutch, right?
Yeah. Guyana was colonized by the English.
Yeah. Guyana was, and so was Belize in Central America. They don't consider themselves part of the. They don't consider themselves Latino. They identify more with the Caribbeans because they're part of the Commonwealth.
Yeah,
that's a deal with them. But I get it. Same thing with.
But they both are. It's like culturally and like okay, technically, Britain is not part of the European continent, but it's European.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. If you're Guyanese, it depends on if you're West Indian or not. Like if you got that West Indian cut, they consider themselves Caribbean. If you black, we consider ourselves Latino. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, it depends. Well, some of the black people still consider themselves Caribbean. It depends on if you got Caribbean roots. Like if your parents or something is from one of those islands, or your grandfather got to work in the Panama Canal, or that's how that's how my grandpa got to America.
Yeah. Indigo Flow says that's a very transatlantic phenomenon. Yeah, like Graham's got like 2, 3, 4, 5 kids from 2, 3, 4, 5 different dudes. Yeah.
That's why I say we thinking
like
about it.
It's so bad over here.
Among us, it's more like among certain groups also, it's like grandpa had kids from 4 or 5 different women.
Well, we have that too.
No, but
it's more.
grandpa.
But real quick, Jay Moore. But in America, you got to remember, black women in America are the one group. At least I'm saying in America, not the Americas, but in America, black women have more children than their male counterparts, and it's the one group in America where the women have more children than their male counterparts. Nobody in Black America likes to talk about that because it looks real ugly. It's gonna get real ugly real fast when we start talking about the fact
you
that
don't say nothing about your light-skinned cousin. She Indian,
right?
That's kind of weird.
That's true.
That's the part I always got confused. Like,
and that's why, Damon, if you ever look at like grandma's children in a Black American family or even a Caribbean family, right? In an Afro-Latino family, in a Latino family, every across the Americas, you look at grandma's children, especially if grandma had like 3 different husbands or boyfriends, 4 different boyfriends or husbands, the kids be looking different like a fuck. You got one damn there white passing Logic looking, the rapper Logic looking child. Then you got one that look like Wesley Snipes. Then you got the Mariah Carey looking one. Then you got the Drake looking one. Right? It's crazy. Go ahead.
We don't talk about the light skin.
Wait up. Hold on.
Go ahead, Emma. Go ahead.
In my own family, you can see it. We it's common among us, but it's more like from 2 parents, you will have 3, 4 different kids of various shades because the parents are like one, like my mom is light skinned, my dad was dark skinned, and I'm medium brown, but I'm turning white. My brother is kind of like lighter than me. My sister's light skinned. My youngest brother, he's a couple shades darker than me,
it's a complete smorgasbord. I mean, my grandma on my dad's side is dark skinned, my grandma on my mom's side is light skinned, and it is what it is. So we understand the colorism thing, but it's all from. But we all come from one different
colors. But the difference is our grandma was out here sucking on multiple different cocks and acting like she did it.
Y'all not get killed for that.
Name it. Real quick, let's listen to what G got to say because he got a response to what you just said. Go ahead, G.
Listen though, y'all don't look different because y'all look different because of genetic variation. Nigga, we look different because we not related to each other at all.
We all related by grandma, but we not related in the other way.
Halfway related.
We not related at all. That's what I'm saying. So in one generation, nigga, we not cousins no more, nigga. Me and my brother are not brothers for real. We have brothers. When he breed and I breed, our kids are not getting closer. They're getting farther away in relation to each other.
Yeah.
We are the only kinship we have is through our mother. Technically, we're two different bloodline of men. His dad is from Oklahoma. My dad is from Mississippi. You see what I'm saying? We come from two different stocks of people. His dad is half Native American.
Right,
yeah, look, his dad is half Native American. My dad is a Creole from Mississippi. My dad 5'7". His dad 6'2". So how you think me and my brother look? I'm 5'10". My brother, I'm 5'10", dark skin. My brother is 6'1", light brown skin. We have two different textures of hair. We have two different textures of hair.
Different daddies.
All of that. We have two different body builds. All that. If you looked at us, you would never know we were brothers.
It's funny you say that. So
with me, as soon as I picked them up from school, that's what happened. Like, are you really their brother? I'm like, yeah.
So what G is saying is so true because one of my coworkers now, him and his younger brother look like his younger brother got more of like the Snoop look, right? Snoop the rapper, and he looks more like Black Jesus, Sling Johnson. He looks more like Sling Johnson, and his brother looked more like Snoop Dogg, right? Like it's because their mom was different fathers, but at the end of the day, so what G said is definitely true. It's the genetic variation is different, but
stop beating around the bush. We the kids of hoes, man. Like we don't accept it. We the kids. Like before, we didn't know, so we didn't have no language. But when it's out blatant in your face, and you the kid of hoes. Like when I was young, I read Great Expectations and shit, right? By Lewis Carroll or whatever, like the old book Great Expectations.
Yep.
Like it wasn't by Lewis Carroll. It was by one of those old contemporary English writers, though. And the main character in the story name is Pip. But what nobody wanted to tell Pip is that his mama was a hoe. You know what I'm saying? So his whole time he got a rich benefactor. They paid for him to become a lawyer. They paid for him to get inside the aristocracy of the Britain and all that shit. And it came out in the end like, no, your mama was the hoe, and you the bastard kid of some count removed that was on a summer vacation that was just hitting your mom behind the barn. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what nobody want to tell black men who we are. Like, nobody want to tell black men like...
Toya said it's Charles Dickens.
Yeah, Charles Dickens. So in the Great Expectations, you see everything that's going on in our community. This shit happened in the white community before. What we forgetting is the white community has been through this. They
go through it now. But Gerald R. Ford, that's his. If I'm not mistaken, that's his stepdad's name. Gerald R. Ford, if I'm not mistaken, the president was taken care of by his stepdad. And I mean, who was I just about to meet? Same thing with Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos, same situation. I think, what you say, Bill Clinton, like, same thing in the white community. The white community, they go through it too. Yeah, they go through it too.
They took their stepfather's last names as babies.
Yeah. Yep. But this is the thing, Nayla. They know they did this shit on purpose, bro. They knew what was going to happen, man. In the first industrial wave, right, they had the same issue. A bunch of single women having fucking kids, and it gave birth to Annie and shit. What do you think you're seeing in the play Annie? A fucking orphanage full of redhead girls and shit. You see what I'm saying? What do you think you're paying attention to? The same thing when you see those movies and it'd be like all these little white kids in big ass coats and shit, sweeping chimneys. Them is orphans.
Yeah. Yep.
Mary
You see what I'm
Poppins.
saying? Like them is
Wow, that
orphans.
actually makes sense. I never knew
This
that.
is exactly. This is what's going on in our community. They knew that
I've read the
bunch of
book
single
and
mothers. You go listen though. Go ahead.
Just hear me out for a minute, because Talia brought up Charles Dickinson. I have read the book and I've watched the movie of Oliver Twist, so I get what you're coming at.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I get what you mean about the orphans and kid. There was also
And that's what I'm saying.
Kid.
Like the issues that we having, like with the gangs, the drugs, they knew this shit. This is urbanization. This is not. They knew this shit was going to happen. They knew they knew if you let females run around and go off of their feelings and fuck all willy nilly, that they gonna make a bunch of fucking kids that nobody responsible for. We see this shit in Slumdog Millionaire with Jamal and them. Them niggas
the Bible.
Like nigga, we see this shit.
No, his parents were together, but the thing was they were in poverty in Mumbai, India. That's a little different.
But this is what I'm saying. Remember when Jamal and them ran away? Who was all them kids that they met when they ran away? India has this problem. Asia has this
Not
problem.
only that, what's the wait, yo, the joint in Brazil, was it City of God? City of God.
City of God.
City of God. City of God. City of God. Like I've never been to Brazil. Mrs. Z is just telling you what I've seen in documentaries, bruh.
I saw the movie and the documentary.
Brazil. Like I think Brazil might be the only place on the planet. Really, South Africa is running a close second though. It's Brazil, South Africa, and like I want to stress what G is saying, bro. This is what I try to tell ADOS brothers and sisters. Yeah, the shit's crazy here, but I promise you, in other places on the planet, oh my God. Bahamas, don't let those resorts fool you. Bahamas right now, Jamaica, Brazil, Haiti, even, but
Trinidad,
Trinidad, and when we say everything, we're not just talking about the baby mama shit. We talking about the gang violence, gun violence. Shit, you ain't seen gun violence yet. Poverty,
my uncle's cousin got sold off in the black market for her organs. Like they found her body living in Jamaica in the bushes, like with all of her organs. And they sold that shit.
I'll give you examples of that too in Africa. Like, you want to talk about gun violence? Look at Somalia until they were able to stabilize that shit.
Yeah, but
clan violence.
Yeah, it is bad, and and pretty much it is like G was saying, it is urbanization, and then it's not creating, because there is a way to bolster your society while you're walking into that urbanization, while you're walking into that. The thing is, the social designers, the technocrats, et cetera, said, fuck it, right? So you just watch this shit, and excuse me, real quick, they use the undesired communities to test this shit on. And in America, which is the undesired communities, right? Black people, indigenous, but they didn't murk off damn near all the indigenous and the Latinos. So they use that, but it's mainly black people. They test this shit out in our community, and then they mitigate for the fallout in the white society. So it doesn't mean it's not going to happen in white society. It just means they mitigate for it in white society.
Yeah.
Right. So but in the black community,
here's an example I can give. Here's one.
Y'all, real quick, Nema, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and go ahead, Nema.
Being a hip hop head and everything. Who remembers Shine when he had that song with Barrington Levy?
Yeah. That's one of my favorite songs. Yeah.
Bad Boys. Yeah.
The Bad Boy track. Remember where they were? The video where it was shot at?
But listen though, Nema, that's our. But this is what I'm saying, Nema. That's our actual we them little boys that was in the streets with the guns. I'm not speaking on nobody on the panel. I really come from that shit. And what it is Animal Farm. If you ever read Animal Farm, this is what happened. You got a bunch of little boys outside. Yeah, we was all friends at one point.
Lord of the Flies.
Literally, this is what happened to us in my city.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Nema actually right. It's not Animal Farm. It's Lord of the Flies. Lord of the Flies. Yeah.
This is what really happened in our hoods, right? We was all friends as little niggas. As we started getting older, fights turned bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it turned into pick your side, niggas. And then it turned into I stole a gun from my uncle, the next time one of these niggas try to bully me, I'm gonna splatter him. And the next thing you know, your best friend that got killed, and all you want is retaliation. And you got these cruise little boys with their mamas is out doing dicks. We don't even really, half of us don't know who our daddy is. And we out here in the motherfucking Lord of the Flies situation in the ghetto, where half of us is homeless, and the ones who not homeless, the only thing we can do is to prey on the little boys who got shit. We don't got nothing. We know the only place that they go from here. Yeah, and if we go to jail, they sending us.
Or you're gonna be a perpetrator.
And when the authorities get us, they send us to jail with the big boys. You know what I'm saying? So we started forming. So yeah, we already gang members because we know we going to jail. We know immediately, like, nigga, we out here, we on the streets. When you go to jail, you have to be part of a gang. This is how we all end up being gang members when we young as fuck. Because we on the streets.
If you don't join, you're gonna get taken out. You're gonna get turned out.
I wanted
it ain't no join
real quick.
It ain't, but listen, let me explain it to you.
Real quick. We're gonna end out in a minute, you guys. So let's Mrs. Z got stuff to do. I got a life. So we're gonna let G finish up. Then I know 18 letter was trying to say something, and then no, that's already paid. Go ahead.
But this is where it's so fucked up in places like the Caribbean and the Americas, Nema, is that the government is stable, right? So this shit is actually on purpose. So, like, y'all had to join gangs. Nigga, we was born in the motherfuckers. Like, our uncles was gang members. Our cousins is gang members already. So when we coming up and we get on the streets with our cousins and uncles, when we get on the streets with our cousins and uncles, we already automatically in the game. It ain't even no look at us like, nigga, once they put you in the system, nigga, you from over south. You from the west side. What part of the west side you from? You from Berry Hill? If you from DC, you from Southeast?
What's that?
You from Berry Far? You from New York? You from New York, nigga? You from 9 Trey? You from Marcy? Where you from? You from Queensbridge? Like, you already from the hood. You feel me? Like, you never picked it. It was already done for you.
So essentially, you're already affiliated, or you're already in, even when you're not in, just because of where you're from.
Exactly. You might as well get down. You might as well get down and do that shit. If not, you're gonna be a victim. Like, you're gonna be the victim.
I'm glad. I will say this: you have that kind of like poverty kind of thing, like in Ethiopia and shit in Eritrea. Kind of, but fortunately for us, it was more tapped down because a lot of us, because you don't see a lot of violence in our places. But then again, a lot of us are just trying to escape. You know what I'm saying?
No, nigga, we had shit like
no,
wait. We had niggas that was prepared. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but for us, escape. We are trying to escape our situations, and fortunately for many of us, that means having to trust human traffickers to get to where we need to get to be. And unfortunately, a lot of us were just getting used as cannon fodder, especially like in Libya and whatnot. And those of us who try to get to Israel, a lot of them were held hostage. And if like I said, they would do like Jay Moore said about it, he lost one of his relatives organ harvesting. Mm-hmm. They'll do that to some of us if we don't pay up. They'll make money out of us dead, then they will if they can't make money out of us alive.
Either dead or alive, yeah.
Dead or alive. So I get where G's coming from. I understand that. But a lot of folks in Africa may not necessarily get what you guys are coming from, and vice versa. But at least we're having these kinds of conversations, So I get it. You guys have been really fucked up like that. But then again, you guys are like what? The canary in the coal mine. Because like what does they say? If white people sneeze, black people usually have the flu.
Yeah. We know it's a dire situation, and I would say this though, and what makes our situation even more dire is kind of globalization in a weird way. Why do I mention that? Yeah. It's because the elites get to not be tied to you, right? We for a second in American history, the elites knew that they couldn't leave the poor destitute to a certain extent because they needed the poor. Mm-hmm. But now that they get to move their money around and into different markets around the planet, they don't necessarily need to be tied to the poor, right? So whatever happened to you now, right? Because I'm living in my gated community. I'm living in my gated community, or my children are going to some exclusive private school, like what Exeter or whatever, like that. Super exclusive school. My kids are on the track to be the next generation of leadership and rulership in this society, right? So I don't really care what happened to you and yours. Now I might
don't send you overseas.
Wait, real quick.
The kids are sometimes sent overseas.
I'll donate a little bit of money to this. I'll donate a little. I'll pretend like I give a F, right? But really, everything is made for me, right? Everything is made for me. Everything is made up for my children. We'll be good. And yeah, right. So the philanthropy is really about like obscuring the BS and the injustices of the injustice in the system. But that's what's going on. So like that's what's going on in America. That's what's going on across a lot of the Caribbean, even in South America. These people hoarding the money, stealing, laundering stuff, and sending their kids back to Europe, back to America to be educated. And then when the kid come back, they're going to be in position of leadership and rulership. How that ties in to, you know, the women on the women and how they're running things on the bottom. You don't really got to care, because you don't really care about nuclear families, because shit, your family going to be straight. Your son is going to be okay. You got to make sure of it. Your son is not going to get some weirdo chick pregnant, because you got to make sure of it. And if he does, guess what's going to happen to her and that kid, right? So, you know, stuff like that. But go ahead.
Where it get even worse.
I need to add this importantly. It's not just the politicians and the well-off. Do not forget the military.
Oh yeah.
Because some of them have children who are working their way up those ranks.
Yeah, and same thing. You're right.
And a lot of people will try to use the military as a way out. And if they can get to a commissioned position, become a commissioned officer, in some cases, they will do what they can to move their way up. And in some cases, if they're lucky or fortunate, they will be sent to the West for further military training.
Yeah,
One prime example I can give you was the late King Hussein of Jordan. He was he was trained in the British Military Academy. You have, the former members of the Derg regime. That was the military junta that ruled Ethiopia. A lot of them spent time in the U.S. as being trained as officers. And a couple even spent time as members of the military attaché.
We really have to do a investigation of all these people that are trained in military institutions in the West, and then they go back home and become the worst people on the face of the earth as leaders. But let's continue. Let me let other people go, because everybody. Go ahead. I think somebody was trying to say something. We're about to close out, everyone. Go ahead, AT.
I was going to say something. I wanted to ask you a question really quick, Mr. Z. What do you? How many? What is the percentage of women do you think that's in that divestment space that doesn't necessarily agree, but they scared to speak up? Like, nah, I was down with it for a minute, but now I'm seeing that this shit is kind of. I
think there's some. I think just like how FD signifier says, the men come over here when they get their heart broken or when they socially awkward or whatever, and then they grow up and they get out of here. I think that applies to the women way more than what he's saying about us, right? So I think like we were saying about Ostefco, I think most of these women are one hug, one kiss, one good good situation away. We'll say that, away from kind of leaving that. And not even that. I think if they come across somebody like Zeba that they find physically attractive, and they'll be like, "Are you listening to this? Do you understand what this really means? Do you know what this look like in the long run?" And have someone slowly, a man, really get them to understand, like, you know, we don't think like that, right? Like, even white, you want me to bring in my white friends? You know, white men ain't going for none of this that y'all talking about, right? Like, if you have a man that walks a woman through, I think they don't listen to Chrissy. So I would say I still put it at a minority, maybe 25%, but I think most of the people that listen to Chrissy and Yanni and all the rest of them, Paris Milan and all the rest of them, they need that. They need that energy off, right? They're single, they're lonely, even if they got a man, right? They don't like the situation, because most of us are not ballers. Most men, period, in America, like I said before, there's data that shows 2/3 of men in America never earn more than $65,000 a year. 2/3, right? So whatever Chrissy talking about, it don't matter. It don't matter if she go to the white man. 2/3 of men in America never earn more than $65,000 in their life. Right? So Yanni, Chrissy, Paris, all of them could talk whatever they want. Exodus, they could keep on talking this hypergamy lifestyle crap all they want, leveling up all they want. The issue is that the women got to come out here in the real world and deal with men. Screw just black men, fine. Y'all don't care about black men, fine. So when it comes to the divestment space, I think a lot of women want to hear that. Black women want to hear that. That's why you see Princella blowing up, right? They need to hear we're the queens of the universe and we're the ones who really feel it. Men don't know love, and they need to hear that. They need to hear, because in their minds, if you really love me, you'll be willing to die so I can have this Louis bag. If you really loved me, you'll be willing to kill yourself for these red bottoms. If you really loved me, you'll be willing to kill yourself so I could drive around in a nice Benz, so I could show off to the rest of my friends, right?
That's
so
what this the thing. See, black women don't even understand. Yeah, listen, we be talking too intelligent to them. They don't know shit about no money. They don't got no fucking money. If we don't got no money, how the fuck do they got some money?
Yeah, but yeah, that's the whole thing.
No money.
So that's the whole thing, and that's why they're looking at you like you're supposed to be paymaster. Let's be very clear. The handful of women that's actually kicking ass financially have been doing way too much talking. Because they talking like women are kicking ass financially. No, you're kicking ass financially. Most women out here are one paycheck away from being kicked out of their house or their apartment.
Right.
Right.
But
and
even them women, so like even the women like we know that get the YouTube money and shit. I would honestly say they broker than the average of us. Even though they make all that money, they spend all that shit. They listen. Women do not save money, man. I don't know where this weird idea that women save money coming from. They do not save money.
That's what I'm saying, G. It's a handful, and I'm not just talking about content creators. It's a handful of women that are kicking out. What's the one that wrote the book Lean In? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Sheryl Sandberg. Yes, Sheryl Sandberg. So there's a handful of those women, or the Elizabeth Holmes chick that scammed their asses out of billions of dollars. There's a handful of those women, and what ends up happening is women like that, like Ebony K. Williams, they get to have the microphone, and then Oprah, Ebony K. Williams, Sheryl Sandberg, Elizabeth Holmes, we put the microphone in front of them. And then people think that women out here kicking ass. Like, no, they not. Even some of your college educated sisters, they doing ish, but they still not even balling. So when these people then end up talking, it's like, oh yeah, they're outpacing the men, and now they got men sleeping on their couch. Like the brothers were saying earlier, yeah, Pookie is sleeping on her couch because any man that earns just about as much of her or more ain't trying to deal with her shit. Yeah. So it skews the numbers.
Hey, hold on 1 second, Gene. Let me finish up real quick, bro.
Go ahead, big bro.
I was gonna ask you too, Mr. Z. What did you think about gender warlords video? Because we were speaking about colorism earlier when he put out the things that some of these women was saying online about dark-skinned black men. Oh, they look like monkeys. And
I haven't seen that. Okay, I gotta check that out. I haven't seen that one. No. Okay, I'll check that out. I might do a live on that later. But yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, there's simple. Just based off of what you said. Look, we already know who the real colorists are in the black community. Even Chrissy got to grapple with this, right? She's still focusing on the supposed millions of colorist black men, but she know it's really the sisters. She know it's really the black women, and she know it's even dark-skinned black women that be on some colorist shit. She knows. By the way, all of these people know. All of these people know what it really is, but they're already making their money. They got their YouTube fame, and sometimes for a couple of them, it's not even about the money as much as about the ego boost from hearing a random black woman. Oh, you saved my life! I'm so glad that you're making this content. Or you give me something to think about. So between the money and that ego boost of logging in and having someone send you an email or whatever, like. They're not gonna give this up. So even if they know they're on the wrong road now, even if they know they're full of crap, they're gonna continue on this, right? And you see that with Yanni, bro. Yanni ain't happy, bro. Don't let nobody fool you.
And the funny thing is too with Yanni, She wasn't. She played the middle ground for a long time. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah. No, I remember
for a long time, and then she started flipping on the deep end. And another,
but think about it. She's earning a whole lot of money, and the only thing missing from her life is a fucking man. That shit's driving her crazy.
And another thing too, remember when Paris Milan and Chrissy used to beef back in the day?
Yeah, I remember.
I heard the videos where her and Chrissy talks behind the scenes now. Her and Chrissy actually talks behind the scenes.
Yeah. So that, but remember that, and that's why both of them are making this lifestyle content shit, because you can only get so much juice out of black men ain't niche, colorism. That they still gonna bring it up, but really now, and then remember they're also making stuff for Patreon. So really they're on some hypergamy, dark feminine energy bullshit, right? Which, by the way, for all the brothers listening, whenever you hear women start talking about dark feminine energy, understand what that really is manipulating you shit and being assholes. Being that dark feminine energy shit is being one of these, being assholes, and all of the borderline what's this thing I'm trying to say? This African spirituality, and really it's not. They're bastardizing all the African spiritualities. That shit, and then of course, like I said, manipulating you. Dark feminine energy is about manipulating you, gaslighting you, and to being a paymaster. Don't fall for that shit. Anyway, go ahead.
It's just like body positivity is fat bitches not liking fat niggas.
Hey, and body positivity, even though you're a heavy set, and me and my lady were talking about this, because like I told y'all, I gave her a couple $2 to go shopping. Obviously I was with her, and we walked into a store, and we were looking at the jeans, and she was saying like, yo, like like the thing with when they say these like this thick fit thing is really not thick, it's heavy set. And I was like, yeah, they doing that for y'all ego. And like Mr. Z be telling this girl straight up, like, I am who I say I am. I really sound like this, like outside off the internet. And I was just like, yeah, they doing that for y'all ego. Of course, they're not gonna say heavy set or for bigger. What they say is plus size women, and then when they want to say heavy set, they say thick.
So I ain't gonna lie, bro. I used to give fat bitches a chance, man, because I used to think that they was nice people. So I really started talking to these bitches. Like I used to think, like, man, the fat girl's so nice, she's so cool. So I used to fuck fat bitches and give them a chance and shit. And then I started really trying to talk to them. They way angriest, more shallow.
Exactly. Angry, resentful, shallow. Yep.
And when they get to reject somebody, oh my god, they try to embarrass a nigga the most. Man, I remember I had bought this girl a bottle for her birthday. I was with her. This is some crazy shit. I'm just on my regular hood nigga, show off shit because I got a little bit of money in my pocket. I was with this whole other chick, and she was with her friend, this big 300-pound bitch, man. But it was her birthday, so I bought.
She had the offensive line.
Man, that bitch was a defensive end. Nigga, that bitch played strong side D end. But I'm saying that didn't bother me.
Let him land, please. Let him land. Go ahead.
Listen, that never bothered me before. You know what I'm saying? Like the weight and shit, because your boy, God bless the nigga with a nigga shit, so ain't nothing too big for me. So I never really thought about nothing like that, right? But I bought the girl a bottle when I'm with a whole nother chick, right? So the next weekend I'm out with the guys and shit. We moving downtown, we walking downtown, and I see the bitch, and I'm like, hey, how you doing today? Your name is woo. Remember, I bought this bitch a bottle for her birthday. I didn't even know her. This bitch gonna play me like, who is you? Everybody giggled and shit. You know what I'm saying? My homegirl was like, not you trying to holler at an obese bitch. I'm like, man, this is wild. Listen, bro, I'll be standing on their big asses now. If you want me to come over, it gotta be some throat and some jaw action, bitch.
Let me do this. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and then let me read this. D says we don't mind so-called dating down. And truly, black men, bro. Oh, that's something I'm actually gonna do a video about that. Actually, I'm gonna
Where are the kings of dating down?
Wait. I gotta make this video because there's a video circulating where the sister where it's like when they say what you bring to the table, and this sister with some huge ass jugs puts her breasts on the table, right? And then there's another sister, she's a little cute dark skinned sister, and she got the BDBs, and she try to put them on the table, and she just trying to put them, and it's like, and you go through the comments, it's nothing but brothers praising her and being like, yo, you're attractive too, and like, brother, I hit both, and all I remember thinking to myself the first time I saw it is, brothers like everything. Black men like, real quick, y'all, real quick. Black men like everything. That's why I get so annoyed when sisters start talking they shit, because they're not attractive to who they want to be attractive to. But black men like everything. We'll wife everything. We'll pipe everything. We'll have kids with everything, and we'll stay. Just don't be an asshole, right? Like, bro, like that for real. Jamaicans really pipe everything, but they might be the most egalitarian fucking.
You see our dances, we jump off of skyscrapers into it.
They're not worse than Nigerians, nigga.
But no, I'm saying that for a reason. Like, really, and that's why you get annoyed, because this is a slim, dark-skinned sister with the little A cups, bro, like trading bra size breasts, right? And but it didn't matter because she had a cute face, and the brothers are praising her and bigging her up in the comments. And all I remember telling myself is like, so what the fuck are all these other women talking about when it comes to this? Like, oh, niggas only want this, and if you don't got this shit, then they're not checking, bro. I done seen niggas wife up every type of shape of black woman humanly possible.
So you know what they saying? Big Dick Rodney don't like me like he like Quintera. Nigga, Big Dick Rodney don't like me like he like Keisha big booty ass.
Yeah.
I don't got the booty Keisha got. My hips ain't shaped like Keisha's. I ain't got big lips. You know, as black men, we attracted to certain things. You know, niggas like big thighs, big lips, and big hips. That's what we like. Like every black man on the earth like big lips, big thighs, and big hips. That's just a shit that black men like. Even when we see it on white girls, we like it. We see it on Hispanic girls.
But this is the thing. But and you're right. But even when the sisters don't fit into that, niggas will still fuck with you. And like that's the thing that always get me. It's like what it really is what I want is not necessarily attracted to me, and so black men have an issue with this. And it's like, no, bro, I didn't see.
Y'all are missing it.
Go.
You know what y'all
G, let Toya go, and then you go, and then we'll close that, bro. Go.
We don't fuck with ourselves.
There we go.
Like,
it really is the mirror.
The larger part of this conversation is you're talking about women who don't fuck with themselves. So how can you? If you've got a cacophony of men in people's comments telling them what attributes about them really are things that they can play up or use to their advantage, it's like what I said about Stefko. She's not doing herself any favors. But the men are here to tell you exactly how to do it. But you're too busy listening to the echo chamber of women who are saying, yes, queen, twerk.
Yeah.
It's gotten so bad now. You got, like, I remember you'll have men willing to give women compliments on social media. They don't respond to them compliments. They only respond to women giving them other compliments. I'm like,
hey, what I said is political lesbianism on the way to you.
Z, I ain't gonna lie, though. I'm brainwashed. I can't do a size 6 or 8. I need a size 14 around this bitch. I done got brainwashed. I need a 190, 200 pounder. That's just what I like now, bro.
I know I
tried to mess with slimmer
chicks. I know.
Yeah, I done tried to mess with slimmer chicks, man, but I'm just like my hands is
I've dated. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all know Mr. Z used to be white collar. I am a reformed dandy, but I've dated literally, and Toya's gonna laugh when I say this, from 00 to 16.
Oh, nigga, you still small, nigga. You gotta get up to 24.
I've dated 00 to 16.
You ain't never rode on. Hey, Zo, you Haitian ass nigga. You ain't never rode on Dubs before.
No. I ain't go to 20s. I ain't go to 20s.
I thought you was Haitian, nigga. You ain't had no dunk.
That is a wide range.
That's Jamaican, dude. You need to understand. That's us over here. Don't misconstrue.
Oh, that's the Jamaicans riding in the dunks?
Yeah, that's us.
I know my Jamaican niggas. I know my Jamaican niggas riding on dunks.
No, Jamaicans, no. Jamaicans go to
Dude, you see our
Twins
dances?
easy.
No, you see our dances. We be picking up big chicks all the time, slamming them onto us,
Hey,
having them jump off a damn chair.
He's
and
not
fucking land
lying.
on us.
He's
Dude,
not
that was my
lying.
shit.
Listen,
I used to go.
I'm
not even joking. When I went to a club, I used to just say, "I'm going for the biggest bitch." Every time I went to a club, I'm like, "I'm going for the big bitch." I go.
Oh, you like me then,
pick her ass up and slam her on the ground. No, I love skinny. No, don't get it twisted. I love skinny chicks. It's just my way how I do the club is like I go with the big chicks to show the little girls like how much I can handle. So I slowly go from the biggest to the medium to the small, so I can get the chick I want. And by the time I do, I show all my strength. Exactly. You should get it. It works.
Now me, I'm a project nigga. I'm debaucherous. I just like walking up to big bitches and letting them know I'm a crush.
As long as she's a healthy big,
that's what the big girls want.
And then this is the thing.
Bro.
For me too, it's not only like I said 00 to 16, but also skin tone, bro. When I tell you I don't give a fuck about no goddamn black woman's skin tone, that shit be so annoying when they emphasize, bro. Like, and for me, like, I'm kind of weird. I tend, like, when it's darker skin, I tend to go more slim, and then light skin, I tend to be more thick with it. Like, that's what I prefer. But when it comes to skin tone, just skin tone, bro, and that's why, like, and for most of my friends, not even most, I have one friend that's like got a thing for Latinas, but outside of that, everybody's like black women. And so when I hear the Chrissy speak, I'm like, who the fuck are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
For the most part, even if black men leave out of the group, they always go. Let's say they go with Latino. They going for most women with color,
bro.
Like, for the most part, if they trying to find Latino women that have heavy African ancestry or partial African ancestry, anything like, and that's the thing that gets me what they saying. Speaking, because I just wanted to add this to Mr. Z. I know you got to get ready to go, brother. And I don't know if I wanted to say it backstage or not, but a certain content creator that's an OG. I watched a couple of his videos. Of course, got connections to Chrissy.
I already know. Yep, I already know.
I don't know where he's going with a lot of it. Like, I'm like, have you been not paying attention to the content of what some of these women are saying? Because, like, I watched one video in particular. He was like, "No, we need to defend our women," and I'm like, "No. These ain't our women. not these in particular that we talk." I'm like, I don't like when you said he was trying to give Chrissy an out. I'm like, no, this is serious.
Look, but remember, he the one who brought her in here, so yeah. And I don't think he gets where she is now. When you hear him speak, like this is the thing. He has some tendencies too, but when you hear him speak, he's very like, okay, this begets this. This is how this goes. And the man, logic. He tries to bring logic to the table, right? She don't give a fuck about none of that shit, and that's why I get so annoyed. I'm like, nigga, do you understand who you talking about?
Right.
I'm trying not to. I really want to say the B word. Look, this chick don't care, bro. This chick don't give no. She don't care about what you talk, bro. She's on this hypergamy shit now, so it's like, fuck you, pay me. That's what she on right now, and that's what her subscribers are on right now. So whenever these niggas talk, it's like they think you can rationalize with these women. Like we said, they're about power, they're about money. Screw everything else. There is no lovey-dovey this and that, and all these men think they want that until you run into that. I worked with women like that, nigga. No, the reason why all those women were divorced as fuck or didn't have a man is because that shit don't actually work.
Exactly.
When you have a man that's on, when you have a woman that's on you, some fuck you, pay me. I'm all about my status. I'm all about my money. I'm all about this lifestyle. That shit don't actually work. And by the way, it wasn't just black women that was divorced. Them white women, the handful of Latina women, all them attorneys divorced like a fuck or not, no man.
Right.
That shit's not sustainable, bro. So when Chrissy come around here with her hypergamy and leveling up, that shit sound nice. Okay, fine, you do get the white dude. That nigga out the door. Either you're gonna get used to him cheating on your ass with every which woman, or he gonna be with you for 5-10 years and be out the door. Ask me how I know.
Is Chrissy the fat bald headed one? One of them is like bigger and bald headed. Which one is that?
Wait. When you say bald headed, you mean she has a shorter haircut? Is she browner skin or caramel?
Haircut.
What skin tone?
Brown skin.
He talking about Yanni. He's talking about Yanni. You talking about real talk with Yanni. She don't got a bald haircut. She got a shorter haircut. But that's funny that you said that. It's hysterical.
She got that Tony Braxton
I wanted
in the
to,
early 90s.
Yeah.
Is that the one that be talking about the colorism all the time?
No, Chrissy's the colorism queen. Yeah, that's the one. Her channel is Chrissy's Way. Yeah, that's the one that don't show her up. Yeah, that's the one.
I think that's the one who do this. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
we in and out in 5 minutes. It's 1:30 over here on the East Coast. 1:35. We out the door. All right, go ahead, everybody. Go ahead, get y'all comments in.
It's 3 last things I wanted to say. Right, it was one of them was like this: the dark skinned woman thing. Like I have this a cousin of mine. Right, she's dark. She's a dark skinned woman. She used to bully the shit out of me because I was dark skinned and all this other stuff, right? And now years later, every time she introduced me to her friends and all this other stuff like that, and she always pointed like, he's the only one that actually made me realize how beautiful my skin was and all this other shit. I'm like, you bitch, you were trying to make me, you made me have some type of issues with me to a certain degree, but because I like black, like he was the only one that actually loved dark skinned women. He always loved dark skinned women. That's his preference. I'm like, so. What? Okay, fuck you. But then the other one,
hey, Jay Moore, you endured her bullshit. That's what she's saying. You endured, and it made her love herself. Stepping on you made her love herself. Go ahead.
And I was like, that's why I used to roast the fuck out of her back. But it was just like the other one is just like the whole what was it called? When G brought up the whole our mothers are hoes, we were raised by hoes, and I'm like, you know what? He's goddamn right, because one thing I realized, these women love to project. And the one thing they like to project is like, oh, these men are hoes. These men are out here fucking all these women and all this other sluts and all this stuff. And then, comes to find out, my mother was saying all that shit. But you know what? I found out that she was fucking a gigolo. So I was like, oh, you a lying bitch. And the last thing I was bringing up is the whole, the coon thing. Like what's it called? What would you do with the coons and stuff like that? Hey man, I take what's it called? A lot of pieces from everybody, like Vlad the Impaler, Charles the Great, Mao, North Korea, Kim Jong-un, what's it called? I take every. Even Nazism, I take all the stuff, even from Hitler and all that stuff. They all were greats and legends at certain things which you should do to a traitor. And I learned. And I got learned because I was raised in the comment slide
for channel purposes. We do not endorse the how does it go again? We do not approve or endorse.
We do not approve the messages from the individual on his own.
Mr. G's channel needs a disclaimer.
I'm gonna say this really quickly. I was just gonna say this really quickly. So, oh man, I didn't forget what I was gonna say.
No, look at you.
Like the whole thing, like man, like I think this conversation has really evolved into us going down this rabbit hole. I'm talking about the years of all of us being on here to see. It's simply what Toya said, and then you have women that simply don't like themselves and they hate themselves, and they've been projecting, and they use black men as a way to. They've even made it to the point where they tried to destroy black men's reputation, where other women don't.
Yeah, of course. Of course. You're a black man. You're not a white man. Are you deserving of love?
Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's the thing that has gotten me. And as far as like just the whole neo-Nazi language, and that's why I'm so glad that you covered Chrissy, Mrs. Z, because she's been one of the most evilest out of them all. I've been saying that from the beginning.
That is one of the most resentful sisters. If there's a such thing as resentful sister, I think there's a couple of them you could tell. But Yanni, I don't really put in that box. Yanni just a lonely bitch. Chrissy, it's Chrissy, it's Lexus Exodus, it's Mahogany Pink, and Cynthia G. Those Divested Zealot, all of them, yeah, too, but their channels are not as big. Lexus Exodus channel is not as big either, but still. Even Crystalline Karazin, to me, she helped us start it off, and she's full of crap. But there's a certain level of vitriol that she don't even get up to.
Yeah.
But Cynthia
well,
G,
do you remember,
Lexus Exodus, shit.
Do you remember when Crystal and Karen? I don't know if she was just being fake, but she actually made a video making fun of Kevin Samuels' deletion. She actually made a video making fun of it. She deleted it.
I saw it before she did. I saw it before she did, and even with that, like, plus she was low key apologizing for going on the channel in the first place, and blah blah blah. And she thought they could have a conversation, but then she had a second thought.
No, you didn't see the one when she was like, "Well, maybe if you would have followed this advice, you'll still be alive, Kevin." You ain't see that?
Oh yeah. I saw that one too. I saw that one too.
Statements, though.
Go ahead.
All right, hold on 1 second, brother. I was just gonna say really quickly. Also, like, because the reason with Chrissy is that she's one of the most. She's mentally sharp. Those the people that you put in the category of evil. People that know
they know better.
They know better. That's why she deletes a lot of her comments. She's the originator of doing the late night streams at random times, so people won't be able to catch it and delete it. She was the originator.
Paris started following that. Paris do that shit too.
Because they buddies, they homegirls. So that's the thing with her, man. And she has been one of them, and she knows her audience is not that bright. I remember one time she said something about when she got into it with divested Zell, and she was like, "Yeah, it's time for us ladies to start divesting away from stupid women." Stupid black women. That's how I know.
If you let Chrissy talk, it's gonna be her and 10 other women on an island, because they're just gonna keep on separating and then worshiping at the altar of white man peen, and it's only gonna be about 10 of them, 15 of them on the island, like worshiping at the white man's penis. Because this whole even she said, I don't even like some of you niggas. Let me say it again. And when she said, I was like, bro, what is wrong with you? Have a problem. You have and I said, like, whoever your brother is, your dad is, they need to have you committed. They need to check you. You have a problem.
You know her sister is married to a white guy.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah,
she used to say it all of the time. And of course,
so what is her issue? Wait. So one of her sisters is married to a white guy. Her brother has kids from a white woman or something like that. Yeah. Right. Her brother has kids from a white woman. And she even stated that she started off her dating life dating non-black men. So she's not even on some loyal to black men thing. So what's your problem?
I don't know.
You got two siblings that have children or that are in relationship with non-black people, and then you yourself have never been exclusively about black men. So what the fuck? What is your problem, lady?
That it has nothing to do with y'all.
Yeah, true.
You're right.
And that's the thing, bro.
You know, one other thing I kind of want to point out.
Statement. Hold on. I was just gonna say this is my ending statement. Man. I just think in all these years we've been here that the black manosphere accomplished the goal. I think people already knew what it was, it's just the internet let it get out in the open.
Yes.
Because there's a reason why there's so many white girls that's married to Tyrone.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? And there's not a bunch of Chads married to Keisha. Like, there's a reason why. See, the internet, like, what women tend to do is they tend to live inside these little fantasy worlds where they ignore the shit going on around them. That's how they could be getting evicted, but act like everything is okay, or get on the internet and act like they buying Louis Vuitton, knowing damn well they about to get evicted in a week.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? So what I think is that the world is finally seeing, like, okay, the world already knew that America was racist against black men. I think now they kind of like, okay, this shit is so blatant now that we cannot ignore that these niggas is kind of cool. Like, even though all the shit we done did to these niggas, we done hung these niggas, we done kept them from getting the best jobs, we done did all the shit we can do to suppress them. They still keep pushing forward. They still keep making the way happen. And for the most part, these niggas ain't even trying to attack us for it. And then you look on the other end of the people that's getting the assistance, the benefits, the housing, the education. They all going batshit fucking crazy. And it's like, what the fuck is y'all going crazy for when it's your men or the one who don't have shit? So what are you guys really complaining about?
You know what it is, G? It's because the ones where the white man did that purposely to fuck over the black family to keep black people from prospering. That was his whole point in the beginning. Because when you look at it, Mrs. E, and you know this because you know everybody on here knows history well. Who was the first people that they got to hate black people? Who was the first people that the white elite convinced to hate black people?
Poor whites.
Poor whites, right. And then after that, black women. And then, of course, other groups, they join in when they get here. Some of those groups already, they have their anti-blackness that they're bringing with them. And then you have certain other groups from the continent who decide that they just want to separate because everything is built off of fucking lies. Everything is built off, you lie to this group, cause a separation, give this group a little bit of crumbs, cause more separation, put a lot of millions of dollars of marketing behind the lies, constantly push it out there for it to get into people's subconscious. This is what they did on the continent. This is what they did to Native Americans, and this is what they're doing here in the United States. And can you imagine back then too? It was Native Americans that sided with these people, or some of them that might have took on their ways. Only in the end to see today that out of all of those groups that was warring with each other here in the States, or maybe in South America or in the Caribbean. All of those groups that was warring with each other, ain't nobody around no more.
Yeah.
You fast forward it. You fast forward.
And that's what I want. Look, I'm not about helping black women in their suicidal attempts at ending the black community because they're not happy with their individual intimate outcome. I want to be very clear what this is. They're not happy with, like Toya said, they ain't happy with what they see in the mirror. This is true. And they're not happy with their intimate outcomes with any man. Let's be very clear. They ain't happy with the white man too because the white man refuses to make them a white woman. So I'm not about ending the black community because she want to end it because she ain't happy. Go take that over there with the white dude that you worship, and see if and try to figure something out with him. Maybe you could have your tragic mulatto babies with this motherfucker. But outside of that, I don't want no part. I don't want no parts of these people. Chrissy in particular, the Chrissies of the world are a plague.
Yes,
right.
And I knew she was the worst of the worst when Jessica X was did that video, when she was reviewing her video, when she said she was asking and she mentioned that she had an older black man that was her mentor, Chrissy. This if anybody remember back in the day, and she said she would ask this older black man, how come the educated lames didn't promote themselves? And Jessica X was tearing that video up bit by bit and examining her flaws and her logic. Chrissy got wind of this based off her subscribers who ran and told her Jessica X is doing a live on you reviewing your video, and she turned around and she deleted that video on the spot.
And there you go. And that's the issue. And that's the and that's such a disingenuous question. Yeah. Why didn't the educated lames promote themselves? Wait a minute. Do you understand what country you live in? That and this is the problem with black women not being black men, right? I don't want y'all to, but it's this idea that men just are, just men just do. You don't. So women need systems. Women need systems. Women need a leg up. Women need help. And this is kind of what Paris was kind of getting to when she tried to throw that in my face, right? But I'm a black woman, so women need these legs up. Men just do it. Just lift yourself up by your bootstraps. You're a man, right? And that sounds nice until you realize that shit ain't even working for white men right now.
Right.
Right. So
you know what, Mrs. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, you know what, Mrs. Z? White man. It never worked. White men always been in the system. They've never strapped nothing. Yeah.
You know one thing, Mrs. Z, more this conversation go on, this one question that keep popping up in my head, and I want to ask y'all, go through it with me. It's this. It's basically the black community or black men is really at a precipice or at the corner to decide which direction to go. Either you marry Hillary Clinton or you marry Michelle Obama. Which one do you choose? Because it's when I ask that question in my head, I'm like, who would I rather pick? Michelle Obama or Hillary Clinton? I'm like, Hillary Clinton.
because at least this bitch, I know, like, even if I do something wrong, she ain't gonna do something that's completely off the walls and go like, you know, what was it called, backstab me. But Michelle Obama, I feel like she's been waiting for the chance for like, oh, please find this nigga with another bitch so I can say this nigga ain't shit online, like even more on TV.
No, you know what it is?
I would say both of them. That's a horrible choice to make, bro. But I would maybe
that's
go
what we're
with
stuck with here.
Yeah.
Two horrible choices.
No, wait. I'll just say this really quickly. It's a sad day in hell when the women of these other groups don't have as much vitriol for black men as their own women in their own group.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about Hillary.
When you break it down, like everybody, just go watch those videos where where you have a young man that's asking these other young kids in his generation, why do you date outside of your group? These boys, they can't have an educated conversation about the things that we're all up here talking about. They just say out their mouths. They treat us nicer. They treat us better.
And I want to be very clear. What you're saying, 18th. This needs to be emphasized. Men we have a bunch of elders in here who got sons in the dating age from about 16 on up. And whenever you ask, and even the middle schoolers, the boys that don't even know each other, are all saying the same thing. The black girls are mean. All these boys who do not, you got niggas from the East Coast to the West Coast, from the South to the Northeast. All of them are saying the same thing. The black girls are mean. Now, you juxtapose that to that black girl, now she in high school, now she in college, cried in her car that the black boys ain't checking. But what are you checking other black girls? Are you checking yourself? Have you considered how you talk, how you speak about black men? Have you considered some of the weirdo feminist and patriarchal ideas that you want to meld into one? Have you considered that? Probably not. Most likely not. I'm almost certain not. So we have that. The boys are telling you why they're not dating some of the sisters when they come of dating age, and they're telling you because they're mean. They're telling you they're mean.
Not only is they mean, so they ignorant too. They mean and they stupid. On top of that, not only are you mean, you don't actually know nothing.
Mean is nothing worse than a mean, stupid person.
Yeah.
Let me read this real quick. Detroit says here there's a Hispanic man who exposed I know you meant to say who exposed Divested Zealot on Twitter and doxed her. Wow. He listened through the entire conversation about killing all black men on YouTube rhetoric. Hispanic dude had her address and employee. Wow.
Oh, I need to find him. Because I need to report that. Yeah.
That's the thing. So I don't think we should marry neither. The brother asked, I think we should just do what we do. Like,
you were still thinking about that question?
I don't know about y'all.
I told you that was a deep question.
Hey, I don't know about y'all, but for real, I'm out here fucking. Like, I'm out here having a field day with these hoes. Like, you know what I'm saying? I love black women. Was like a divester from black women and shit. Like, I always been fucking these hoes.
Let me real quick, G. Let me tell you what Indigo Flow said. Indigo said earlier, where is it? If I can even find it, Indigo was like, G ain't shit, and he know it, and I love him for it.
Oh, facts.
No. This is the here go comment right here. G is the epitome of ain't shitness, and I love him for it.
We all do. We all love G for it. Myself included.
Right.
Listen,
exactly.
It's the honesty for me. It's the honesty.
I used to try to be like when I used to try to be a good nigga, right? They fucking hated me. Like my street
I believe them too.
On the streets. Listen, on the streets they call me K9 and shit, like the homeboys and shit. When I first changed my life and started having a career and going to work and
nigga
shit,
just sound like a church nigga. Go ahead.
Man, bitches was hating me. Soon as I turned back into K9, man, my dick hurt. I can't do nothing.
What did you say?
I'm telling you, bro. Listen, I'll be walking. Listen, this is no lie, man. On my mother, I'll be walking up to women like in the club and shit. Like, man, I'll punish you. And they smile. I'm like, man, I will show you numbers. This is how I'm talking. I know they hoes. Like, I embrace the wholeness. I just walk up on a big booty bitch like, I'll pound your shit. Look, I'm telling you the truth, bro. Like this shit, I be having my goals in and shit. You know what I'm saying? They be seeing me like, oh, this nigga got his goals in. They see the bussy and shit. I be walking dead up on tour like, bitch, I want to wrestle with you. They be looking at me like, oh, you is a cocky nigga. Like, yeah, bitch, I'll punish. I be telling them straight up, I'll stand up for your shit. And they start giggling. Like, oh my god, like this shit's so easy. I'll leave it like it is to me. We gonna fuck all these hoes.
That's crazy because like on the opposite end is me and my fitted ass clothes, and the hood sisters be giving me looks too, and it's because I'm the closest to white that they could get. Yeah.
Listen,
at least they think so, right?
Bro. Just try it, though.
Nah,
Next time
bro. First of all, I can't. I'm in a relationship.
Man, listen, just I'm testing in it. Walk up to her ass like, nigga, I'll crush you. I'll show you no mercy. She gonna look at you like, well, like, I'll punish you. Oh my mama.
And the funny thing is, my girl will probably let me go just to get a kick out of the shit.
Nate, black women is into that shit.
And you know
I be telling black women like, listen, I'll be in the club. Listen, I'll be in the club like, you want to hold it? I'll let you hold it right now. They be like, for real? I'm like, yeah, I'll pull it out right now. They be like, pull it out.
I believe that shit. Go ahead.
You know, I wanted to add too on that subject when we were speaking about coons a little earlier. Now I agree with certain things that the dude say, but he be on some coonish time. The guy Anton Daniels, which Kevin C had an interaction on his channel. The funny thing about people that preach like black men,
don't let Charles hear you say that. Charles don't feel with that nigga at all. He come off too much like a southern version of Diddy to me, like a what's his name called him? Jamie Foxx said juicy mouthed. Like nigga, you're just doing too much. Nigga. You know
what's funny? Funny about that, right? Because he like the thing that get me with some of these Republican pull yourself up by your bootstraps black men. I'm like, okay, if race don't matter, why y'all ain't over there getting money with them? If race don't matter, show me the coalition of you working with,
because the game is to sell you that race don't matter, not to sell it to white folks.
Exactly.
Right? Like you can't go make no money with them because unless they put you on the team to sell that shit, that's what you're relegated to telling other Negroes that shit.
I'm like you stuck over here. All of that bullshit that you talking, you stuck over here because
by the way, that's the same thing I think about Chrissy them. Like, stop. Go tell the white man how much you worship him. Stop coming over here and telling niggas. Well, you know what? They don't tell niggas we ain't shit. They don't come to the Black Manosphere. I'll give them that. They stay over there with the women telling the women we ain't shit. Go say it to white women. White women will laugh you out the womb. Bitch, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't care. I'm gonna still go suck your man dick.
since I'm the neighborhood fuck nigga, give me an hour and a half with Chrissy on a Thursday night. That bitch should be black as fuck. That's all Chrissy need, man. Chrissy need one of you. Chrissy need one of you motherfuckers.
She ain't dumb, bro.
Yes, she going.
She not dumb.
She dumb, bro. She just talking.
No. Listen.
Soon as one of you Haitian niggas get that bitch and fuck the shit out of her, she gonna want to be Haitian.
Nah.
Look.
Chrissy is
Chrissy, no. Here's the thing. No. All jokes aside, Chrissy is not. That was funny. 18. That was fucking funny. No, Rita, you didn't be the little Asian looking, little indigenous Asian looking lady from Power Rangers. What was her background? Was she Asian or indigenous? I don't even know.
She was Japanese.
Okay, so she was East Asian. Okay, so she was Asian. Okay, that was funny. No, but here's the thing. Chrissy's not dumb. She really isn't. So these brothers are right. She's not dumb. The thing with Chrissy is, this is her thing. Like she came in the game with Sarge. She did her DDS magazine, Dark Skin magazine thing. Now she's still doing the black men ain't ish because they colorists and they haven't built Wakanda in 50 years since Jim Crow, which is insane to think about. But now she's doing the hypergamy, level up, black women in luxury type thing. So she's not dumb. She's just going to where the market is. And right now, the market is black women wanting to be white women, upper middle class white women in lifestyle. And so that's where she making her money. Same thing with Paris.
Another thing too, we forgot about with Chrissy. First and foremost, with DDS magazine, she admitted on her streams back in the day that black men did support her.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And then she's responsible for kind of kicking off this whole biracial versus black women war on YouTube. Yep. She's responsible for that. Remember, her point was before she went to the anti-black man, she always their preferences, biracial women, all of this. Like, oh man, she's responsible for a whole lot of throwing rocks and hiding her hands. And on top, the thing that irks me the most is that she's so cocky to be such a damn coward, man. That's the thing that hurts me.
That's the thing. Toya something. Listen, I want y'all. The brothers talking shit like in the chat. They ain't talking shit. They saying the sex won't matter. Do y'all really know black women, bro? Like, do y'all really understand that 95% of the shit that they do is sexually motivated or has something to do with sex or a relationship or attraction?
Good point.
I mean, listen, but you got these women. Man, I mean, even she said she'll still sleep with black men, so that don't mean nothing.
Of course she listen. They just talking shit. What they saying is, I can't find a simp ass nigga to simp for me that look like Boris Kojo. They
Hysterical.
want a nigga that look like Boris Kojo
and die early to get the retirement.
Morris Chestnut. They want that nigga to look like Morris Chestnut, 6'4", handsome, square jaw, to be in love with them and only them, even though they 5'3", 226 pounds of dumping. That's what they want, man.
It's only funny because it's true,
bro. When you get them women, like I've had women talk to that shit to them. Listen, when you get the fucking them right and being with them, when you take that shit out their life, they will beg.
Oh man, but
they will beg you for that
shit. Look, y'all, I have to go, and plus I done pressed the wrong button on the screen, so now I gotta restart the whole damn phone now. So we're gonna close out. I don't even know what the link for the damn thing is. I don't even know what I pressed. I don't know. Anyway, so we're gonna I don't even know if y'all can hear me right now. I think y'all still can. Okay. All right, so we'll close out here. So we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease.
Toya, if I'm telling the truth, though.
But Toya actually, that's a good question. Toya, how much of what G just said is foolishness, and how much of this is something that's actually?
I don't think it's accurate at all.
It's true.
It's something, that's what I because now something, that look, man, look, I'm definitely good.
This is no pause, no homo. This is shit you find out when you got a big dick. Like if you ain't got a big dick, you would never know this shit. Like no homo and pause, like real life shit. If you been blessed with one of them 10 pieces, and you get that to a black bitch, she will try to kill you, nigga.
Hey, I'm not. Look, Mr. Z has experiences, right? Mr. Z has experiences. Look, you can't. Anyway, we'll just get in there right there.
I made too many women crazy in my past.
I'm just gonna end it right there. Look, I'll just end it. So we'll pause right there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. I stayed here entirely too damn long, but it was a good conversation. And we'll end it right here. Y'all like this stream on the way out. And share and whatnot. Thank you, Button, for the replay squad. And everyone. So y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, for the love of God. I just checked the next Republic.
What?
Hey, Mr. Z, you all right, brother?
Yeah, did you cut off? Are you good?
He really had to go. We kept him way too long.
No. I don't know what's going on, but y'all can't hear me, I guess.
Well, we can hear you now. Yeah, we can.
Okay. Yeah, no. So I pressed the wrong thing, and something's going on with the phone. But anyway, all right. So we'll end it right here. And my phone's like, listen. But anyway, y'all have a great rest of y'all day. All right, everybody. Mr. Z out.
Peace. You guys stay blessed and stay safe out here.
Hey, did he end it? No,
He did.
he's
He ended
still
it. He's
alive.
gone.
No, it's still live.
Oh crap!
It's still live. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God.
Is he coming back on?
No, he's not gonna come back on. He has stuff to do. So
how do we end it? Or does it keep on going like this?
He was supposed to close it out before he left. But,
yeah, it'll eventually end out.
Yeah, it should.
Right,
But
nice
yeah,
talking
I'm
to you,
like,
brothers. I'm gone, man. I've been trying to tell y'all, y'all doing too much talking with a lot of y'all women. You need to just beat her shit up and tell her to shut up sometimes.
Everybody can't be you, G. You got to remember that. Everybody don't have the
swear,
same energy.
I don't even want to touch some of these women you hear online, man. I don't even want to touch them women, bro. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't want to lay down with nothing that hate me.
I know.
Same here. And like I said, that question I asked before about who would you rather be with, Hillary or Michelle? And I'm still teetering towards Hillary.
But what do you think, Toya, as far as some of this content that, like, even with Mrs. E reviewing Chrissy's content, I know you had a chance to listen to some of it. Can you stomach it? Do you have to turn it off at a certain time, or are you able to listen all the way through?
I can't stomach it.
Yeah.
I can't. I really can't. And to be honest with you, I'd much rather listen to something that's more constructive in my life than to waste my time listening to rhetoric that I can't get with.
Yeah, you're right about that. Because for a minute, I used to listen because I used to be thinking.
Oh, yeah. So you two, you guys have a great day. I'm out of here. You guys
all right,
take
it easy, J-Mar.
You too, Toy, and you too, Robert. Stay blessed out here.
All right, take it easy, brother. Have a good one. Because I used to be thinking to myself, I'm like I used to be thinking like maybe they had some legitimate arguments. This was when we were earlier into the conversation, you know, in YouTube, let's say about three or 4 years back. So I'm thinking to myself, maybe they have some legitimate arguments. But as time has progressed and we've got more sound-minded sisters like yourself, Shay Sade, different people like that, I'm like, so most of this is projection. Most of this is self-hate. And this really does, and then most of this is to keep attacking black men to make you feel better about yourself or not being really wanted by these white supremacists that you urge to be with. So it's just crazy, man. It's really crazy on how these arguments, the rabbit hole that we went down, and how we've actually gotten to the point. I just saw a woman on Instagram earlier saying now it's time for us as a different type of black women that love our men to separate from these other women. And I'm like, yeah, thank God. We're gonna have to definitely see more of that.
Yeah. But I was just talking to my mom yesterday about how this is part of the reason why I started locking my hair. Because it's tactical. Like, it's spiritual, yes, but it's also tactical in that I'm doing as much as I possibly can to differentiate myself, right? It's no secret that I'm single and I just turned 40 and I don't want to be single. So my thing is, it's like I can talk the talk, but I have to walk it too. I can't just get up on YouTube and talk about these things to you guys and soak up the knowledge that I can get from you guys' insights, but then go outside and mimic the same women that you guys come here to complain about. So I try to carry myself with that sort of pride and also just, differentiate myself from what is so typical out there. And I know in a lot of ways, there's things that I just can't escape. But, I try.
Right. And that's like the funny thing is, even with the conversations that we have, these are conversations like not just on the current situation, but things that have led up to this situation, things that we didn't even see as children and as teenagers and into our adulthood. Like, wow, so this is what this was the whole time. Like,
yeah,
what is going on and everything like that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's very difficult to stomach it. So that's why I give a shout out to the brother Mr. Z for being able to sit through that content and being able to break it down and analyze. Because I was like, Lord have mercy. Because when you go to Divestment Zealous page, that is like a neo-Nazi camp. You know, like in their Discord, they use the hard ER when describing other black men. I'm like, how sick can you all be? Like,
I used it yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, but I was talking about. I did a live stream. I was being lighthearted. I don't use it to be. I don't use it to be derogatory in any form or sense. But I was using it to describe the type of people I will not play spades with.
Right. Okay, you say play spades like the card game spades?
Yes, because some of us keep it a game, and some of us take it way too seriously.
I understand
and
that.
I will not play spades with the hard ER because I would like to keep my life.
I definitely understand that. That's like me shooting dice or something like that. I definitely understand what you mean.
Yeah.
But no, I mean when I say the hard ER, they was out there like
I know what you mean.
ER boys, apes and everything else. Like I'm like, wow, y'all are really sick, man. I never seen somebody with the same type of genetic makeup as me calling people that look like you primates and different.
And like, you made possible. That's the biggest slap in the face. Black men made it possible for women to even sit up on the internet and be able to do that.
Right. And that's the crazy thing. But okay, I'm definitely not going to congratulate those men if I really don't like myself. So
okay,
but they
I mean, so it's delusions of stupor. I mean, it really is. I mean, you really can't make this stuff up. But the layers are so thick and deep that it's almost not even worth trying to peel them back.
People are, and you know what? Because the funny thing is too, I like to analyze people, and people always end up, having the same results as far as them not having their own original thought process. They always think that their thoughts is something that's new, and they've come up with a new way of thinking, and they reach this epiphany. Only you ever notice that?
Oh,
they don't even realize they thoughts are manufactured, and then as they go down that line and they see no results, then they have another epiphany where they realize the epiphany that they originally had was a false epiphany. And then by that time, though, it's like
way too late.
Yeah. Now I saw a woman now. She's trying to be. It's funny, right? Because I saw a woman now. She's trying to be pro-black now, right? She had an epiphany. She came on during the time of COVID, and when she came on during COVID, she actually was on these racist channels with some of these racist Hispanic men that hated black men. She was a black woman, co-signing what they were saying and all of this other stuff, right? Now all of a sudden she had this epiphany, and now she's all of a sudden, you know what? I need me a black man. I'm like, nah, sweetheart. And then I was young at the time and I didn't study my own culture. I'm like, maybe I can give it a little leeway. But the things that I heard her say, I was like, oh hell no, So yeah, this internet is a trip. That's one thing Mrs. say. The internet will expose us all, and it has done a very good job. And throughout these conversations, we've seen who is who, and how everybody don't got our best interests at heart as people. And it sucks because you be looking at people like, "What's wrong with y'all?" Because I love myself and I love my people. So what's wrong with y'all? I'm like, how can you be that? But then again, I don't understand it.
You can't take for granted that very thing that you just said, which is that you love yourself.
Right.
I love myself too. And I think anybody listening to the two of us speak can pick up on that, right? But you also have to realize there's so many people out here walking around that don't love themselves. And when you start at that baseline of an understanding, now you realize before we can go any further, we've got to get that right.
Right.
I can't make you love yourself, but I can implore you to do so. And whatever time and methods that takes, then you can come back and we can have this conversation. But before you even have love for yourself, I can't even go into that room with you. It is, D said in this chat, low self-esteem is a very real thing. It is. And I'm gonna leave soon because I feel like we're intruding upon Mr. Z's channel right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go myself in the future.
Okay, cool. But just to end it on a bright note, it's an inside job. Self-esteem. The first word is self. Let you know it's an inside job. If we spend the time on ourselves to love ourselves, to return love to ourselves, we can do that in such a greater number outside of ourselves. But if we're not turning that mirror on ourselves and looking within to be our own resource, how can we possibly emit that which we don't have?
Right.
So,
and do you think a lot of it has to do with us as Black people? Is just too many people absorbed all the negative anti-Blackness at an early age because if you're not conscious of that, and even worse, you got parents that don't show you anything, then that's the root right there. And like what you said, like low self-esteem and having self-hate, sometimes that take years to reverse.
Oh, if at all. Sometimes it doesn't get reversed at all.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, have you ever gone to somebody's house where the people who live in it talk to each other like they don't like each other? And that's just typical. Even the air in the house is heavy. When that's what your environment is, and that's what you can look forward to, and that's what you go to sleep in, and that's what you wake up in, and that's what you eat meals in, and that's what you wash your body in. Like, even when you step outside of that environment, you are out of your comfort zone. So when you think about your comfort zone being a place of hatred and exchanging barbs with people you claim to be family with and share blood with, how do you think that manifests outside of that environment?
Right.
So, it's a lot of people walking around that come from homes like that.
And the crazy thing is they hell bent on destroying anything around them, and we got to deal with people like that on a day-to-day basis.
We do, and the only thing that stamps that out is love. I was saying this last night on Kev's show. My definition of love is it persists when everything around resists. And that's been my mantra throughout my life since I was a child. It's why one of my nicknames is Sunshine, because I literally walk into a room and brighten it up. I want to leave you better than when I found you.
You're right.
In any way that I can. And I don't care if you're mean to me. And I don't care if you don't like me, because none of that matters to me, because I like me.
All right, I am back. Man, I was able to.
We really were.
Look, I had to switch cars. It's raining now in South Florida. Well, where I am in South Florida and everything. I had to I had to go. So I guess I can make my official closing now. Thank you, Toya and 18th Letter, for holding it down. Thank you very much. Thank you. My apologies, everyone. So we'll close out the right way this time. Love, peace, and chicken grease. We will pause right here. Go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Thank you very much, Toya. Thank you very much, 18th Letter, who now is going by Robert De Negro, right? So
Negro, man.
Robert De Negro, right? So and thank you very much, and thank y'all for holding it down while I figured out my life I didn't even realize. I don't know why. Like I restarted my phone and everything, and I was like, "Wait a minute, the stream's still going on? Why say I'm live still?" And I was like, "Wait a minute, I wasn't able to press the end button, duh." And then so there's that. So yeah, because I restarted my phone and everything, but I didn't realize, duh, I didn't press the end button. So that happened.
We was like, man, Mrs. Z didn't press the end alive.
Yeah, my apologies, everyone. So thank y'all for holding it down. Thank you, Toya. Thank you, 18th, Robert De Negro. And we will end it right here. So, all right, y'all. Thank y'all very much, and y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Mr. Z out.
Peace, Mr. Z. Thank